Ay, malayo. Malayo ako. Malayo ka na. Ay, nako, wala pa. Walang harang. Walang harang, my love. Walang harang. Walang harang. Mega love, shout out. Walang harang. Ay, naku, nandito na pala. Kita ko na itsura ko. Mega love, shout out. Magandang gabi, magandang umaga, magandang araw sa inyong lahat. Mag-live tayo. Kasi bawasan pa rin ako eh. Mega love, shout out. Magpa-music tayo. Mega love, shout out. Meron na ba akong harang? Harang, harang. Harang, harang. The Caro Family Vlog, thumbs up post. Ay, thank you, The Caro Vlog. Mega love shoutout sa iyo. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Ay, naku, nagaya naman itong phone. Naka-on pala. Gumagaya yung isang phone ko. Ay, thank you sa pa-thumbs up. Mega, The Caro Vlog. Salamat. Thank you dyan. Nag-active lang tayo ngayon. Nagpa-music tayo ng Thank you sa pa-thumbs up. The Carol, my Carol. You're welcome just here to show support. Thank you sa support, Ma'am Carol. Maraming salamat. Nagano lang ako, active ba? Kasi nag-grade na yung natin. Nag-grade yung watch minutes. Who's that one? Ay, tamsak. Sisi, Ma'am Denisa, thank you dyan, oy. Salamat dyan. Salamat sa po kami. Tapos ka na nag-deles. Pumunta ako kanina, wala ka na pala. Salamat, kapatid. Oy, neti, tamsak. Doon, tapos ka na mag-deles. Nagsitapusan na kayo mag-deles. Yan ako natapos. Active lang ako kasi parang hindi tayo maano ni Lolo. Nagpula-pula na yung natin. What's time? Thank you sa thumbs up. Maraming salamat sa thumbs up. Buti katapos lang Meron ako, tinambay ko yung phone ko. Tinambay ko habang nagluto ako tapos kumain. Tapos nagano na lang ako. Sabi kasi ni Lisa na pupunta daw siya. Sabi ko, sige, kahit lang 2 hours lang ako. Sige, shoutout sa inyo dyan, Sis Denisa, Tada Car Vlog, salamat. Thank you sa patamsak. Thank you sa patamsak. Patamsak. Facebook mo, i-add nga kita. O, i-add mo ako doon. Di ba ako na-add? Ay, sila may ka-add ko doon? Si Lisa. Yung Coneyslifestylein. Ay, yung kapangalan ko sa screen, yan yung Facebook ko. Add mo ko dyan. Nag-play pa rin nga ako sa iyo hanggang ngayon, nandito pa nga, naka-play pa yan dito. Hindi ko ina-alis. Mag-erase ka na. Nasa-erase ka na nga. Pumasok ba UK dong? Pumasok ba UK? Tingnan mo nga yung UK kasi baka hindi pa nag-update si Lolo. Tingnan mo sa ano mo kung pumasok yung Yoke. Kasi kay inong piniplay ko si ano sa The Turner sa Amerika, kung pumasok naman daw sa kanya eh. 2% nga ang Yoke eh. Kung may ano, mag-stop na yung iba. Ano ba ito? Mabuko. 1% na nakalagay ito eh. Okay. Buti may pumasok kahit pa paano. Hindi naman kasi agad-agad nag-update si Lolo. Hindi, every day si Lolo nag-update eh. Every other day yata siya nag-update. Maganda kasi kung maraming nag-play ba. Dalawang browser nga piniplay ko sa iyo, sabang kapatid. Kahapon pa nga yung nag-play, hindi pa nga tapos hanggang ngayon eh. Pinabayaan ko lang yung nag-play dyan. Sa internet ko. Kasi si The Corner sa US, pumasok na sa kanya. Kasi ilagay mo lang lahat sa playlist mo yung ano mo, parang kahit saan man makarating yan, mag-play pa rin. Huwag mo pag-iwalay-walay muna. Pag-iwalay-walay na lang muna sa kana pag ano na, tapos na yung ano mo, yung namuni ka na. Kasi pag may nag-play, dire-diretso yun. Sige, sige. Si The Corner, nakita ko sa kanya, eh, naano niya, pumasok ng Yoke. Basta lagi ka mag-delete din ng ano doon ha, mag-delete ka rin ng ano mo, ng ano mo yan, history. Marami ka na napuntahan ba, marami ka na napuntahan na ano, pangisda o kaya saan, sa delete. Ako isang buwan na ako kalahati, nag-WH. Mahirap kasi pag cellphone lang talaga inasahan, walang laptop. Tagal talaga yan. Dalawa nga ginamit ko sa iyo. Nagdala-dalawa kasi dalawa din yung piniplay ko sa US. Tapos yung nag-super chat sa akin, binili ko rin sa Amerika. Dala-dalawa, pinag-ano nga eh, singit-singit. Para na nga itong baraha itong laptop ko eh. Nag-ano. Para siyang baraha. Parang ano ba, parang piniplay ko kay ni Lisa. Si Lisa din, piniplay ko. Sa laptop ko. Walo kasi pwede dito mag-play sa laptop eh. Kaya dala-dalawang ano. Tapos sa cellphone ko, sa tablet, iba naman naka-play. Dami kasi din ako piniplay na ano, yung nag 1K na rin. Tinutulungan ko lang. Please, Bear TV, dinikitan ko na din po full pack. Ayan, thank you. Thank you sa pagdikit. Bigyan kita ng jacket, please, Bear TV. Sandali lang ha. Bigay ko ng jacket. Bigyan ako ng jacket. Sandali lang. Ano ba? Yan, may jacket na. Mag-share lang ako ha. Sandali lang. Dali lang ha. Dixie Live, invited to po ni Tabang Kapatid. Ayun, salamat. Ano ko muna. Ibibigyan ko ng ano ha. Bigyan kita ng jacket. Ayan. Marilyn Korea, tamsak natin. Ayan, hello, kumusta? Kumusta? Salamat. Ayan, si Dixie Vlog. Salamat sa dyan. Sa pagpunta. Ayan. Thank you sa pagpunta, guys. Salamat. Binigyan ko ng jacket kita, Dixie Live, ha. Hintay ng konti. May jacket ka na. Nag-share lang muna ako. Para ma-share natin ang ating live. Ayan, nandito na si, kaya mo na doon ka po, ipi-play kita lagi, doon kapatid. Tabang Kapatid. Play kita araw-araw. Ito, di pa nga tapos yung play ko sa'yo, hapon pa to. Nandito ka na sa LS. Sa LS ka na. Mula dun sa mga video. Unahin mo yung mga videos mo sa playlist, videos, tapos last na yung mga live mo kasi mas malaki bigay ni Lolo pag yung yung mga videos. Ma'am Elvira, mega shoutout sa iyo. Hello Ma'am Coney and everyone, mega shoutout. Hello Ma'am Elvira, thank you so much. And thank you po si Dixie Live. Kumusta? Maraming salamat. Taga saan ka, Dixie? Ma'am Elvira, harang. Naut ba ako harang? Nanood pa daw sa Ma'am Elvira sa harang. Katawan nanood sa harang, hindi sa Ito ka talaga itong ating boy ng white hair. Si Harang, naagawan tayo ni YouTube kasi ng Harang talagang pinauna ni YouTube. Sabi ni YouTube, manood kayo ng video, Harang muna. Harangan muna kayo bago kayo manood. Pasaway to si YouTube eh. Pasaway yun. Ano ba yung ko? Idera. Akit ka Ma'am Elvira ngayon, kanta ka. Sabi ko mag-live lang ako kasi sabi ni Alisa, mag-live ka ng maaga. Sabi ko, sige, mag-live ako. Salamat Mami Bira sa salamat sa inyo dyan guys sa pagpanood din sa aking aking new upload video. Kahit walang kakwenta-kwenta. Panood lang. Okay. Walang kwenta-kwentang, walang kwenta-kwentang upload. Basta lang may ma-upload. Sige, thanks. Salamat. Oh. Sige, play lang kita dito ng araw-araw. Baka malalaki din yan. Bago pa lang kasi ako nag-play sa'yo. Kasi nung bago ka lang naman pumasok dito. Hindi naman agad-agad yung kagad eh. Mag-update si Lolo. Piniplay ko kay ni Lisa. Matagal lang. Si Lolo kasi nag-update. Hindi nag-update yan si Lolo pag weekend. Nag-update yan ng mga na. Every other day yata nag-update yan. Sige daw. Salamat. Salamat sa pag-invite. Itiplay kita lagi. Araw-arawin ko pag-play yan sa'yo. Ang gagawin mo dong, ilagay mo lahat sa playlist mo yung mga video mo. Kung may pa-upload ka, lagi ilagay sa una. Upload mo una sa ibabaw. Tapos yung mga LS mo, sunod mo sa video. Sunod-sunod mo sa video. Parang pag nag-play ka, dire-diretso doon sa LS mo. Ang LS ang magtagal. Kasi ang LS kasi, kunti na lang ang bayad niyan eh. Kasi nabayaran ka na niya ni Lolo eh. Pagkatapos ng live mo. Ang malaki talaga yung mga videos natin. Ang ma-play. Kaya nga binibilisan ko tong lagay sa dala-dalawa nga nilagay ko sa iyo. Minsan kanina tinambayan din kita, so bali 3 nilagay ko. Kasi tinambay ko yung isang phone ko sa iyo habang may ginagawa ako. So naka-play yung dalawang browser tapos meron pang phone na nakatambay sa iyo. So sana niyan makadagdag. Maganda talaga kasi pag gumamit ng naka-silent, tapos din lumaki yun sa akin, sa 1 month lang ako, tapos 4K na ako more than over 4K na ako sa akin guys, kasi binibilisan ko talaga. Okay. Oo nga, sinabi nga nila, salamat. Salamat sa pag-invite na doon. Salamat sa pagpunta nila dito. Kaya pag mayroon kayong upload, i-share nyo diretso sa sa Messenger ko. Kasi pag nandun na sa group chat, sa GC, natambak ka na, hindi ko na makita. Ang iba kasi dami na nag-share doon eh. At least pag diretso mo doon sa Facebook ko, ma-play ko kaagad yun. Pabayaan ko lang mag-play yung manood yung matambayan agad pag nag-play kayo, kayo. Kasi busy din ako minsan. Pero uunahin ko kayo kasi naka 1K na kayo eh. So, ang 1K kasi yung pinapriority ko ngayon na nag-play. Yung 1K talaga. Yung naka 1K na ba ng bananas, yung nag-bubulates na talaga yung pinapriority kong tulungan. Si Ate Lisa in America, tinambakan ko rin yun eh. Mag-graduate na siguro siya ngayon, ma-monetize na yata siya ngayong week na to. Hindi ko na siya nakausap. Kamsakti, Tony nasa harang pa. Hello, 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 Ate Babes. Thank you. Salamat sa pagpunta dyan. Thank you. Thank you, Ate Babes, sa pagpunta sa aking primer. Kahit wala kakwenta-kwenta primer. Kasi napuno na yung phone ko. Ang dami kasi yung napuno yung phone ko. Kaya pinag-upload ko na lang. Hindi ko pa nga na-edit yung mga yung ibang i-upload ko talaga tungkol sa yung sa kung may tayo, hindi ko pa dami na nag-send sa akin ng video, hindi ko pa talaga natapos. Kasi ayusin ko ulit bukas. Oo, ayusin mo ulit yan doon. Kaya play kita araw-araw. Nag-play ako ng mga sa Ate Coney. Salamat yun, Ate Bibs, yun na lang gawin mo, primer na lang. Yun nga, Ate Bibs, natawa nga ako nung nag-primer ko nung una. Nasabi mo, may nanood na, nahuli pa ako sa primer ko. Ay, saka mo na paghiwalayin yan doon pag yung money ka na. Kasi ang video, ilang minuto lang yan, 10 minutes lang yan, pinakamatagal yung video. Ang ginawa ko kasi, pinagsama ko yun, pinahuli ko lahat yung LS ko. Parang pag may nag-play, dali-dalitso yun. Kahit saan makarating. Kahit 2 days pa yan, dali-dalitso yun. Madali lang pag ganyan. Kita mo sa akin, madali lang. Tapos saka ko na pinag-iwalay pag na ako. Nung namuni na ako, pinag-iwalay ko na. Pagsamahin mo lahat yung yung video. Pero ang video mo na lahat, video sa babaw. Tapos mga LS mo, yun, last. Sa isang album lang. Parang pag may nag-play, dali-dalitso yun. Kung saan na nakarating. Pero pag hiwalay mo yung LS mo, ay sayang naman pag na-play na yung mo, wala na mapunta na lang sa ibang channel, ibang vloggers. Kasi hindi naman yan automatic mag-jump eh. Hindi naman yan mag-automatic mag-jump dun sa live mo. Yung pag-play, hindi yan mag-automatic ng jump yan. Kaya kailangan mo ipagsamahin mo lang. Kita mo sa akin, bilis lang. Kasi pinahuli ko yung mga video ko, ay mga LS ko, pero video mo na lahat una. Hala, di pa ako nag-send sa'yo ng video. Ayaw nga, Ate Babes. Hindi ko pa rin naayos. Hindi pa rin nga rin ako nagawa sa'yo. Nagawa ka na ba, Ate Babes? Ako di pa nakagawa. Ikaw nakagawa ka naman nung naka 1K ka na eh. Ako di pala talaga ako nakagawa nung naka 1K ako. Ako nag-play ako sa Ate Babes, pero hindi ko talaga kiniklik-klik yung mga kasi na-busy din ako ba. Pag nag-click lang ko ng ilang beses, tapos pinabayaan ko na, nag-play na lang ako dyan sa mo, playlist mo. Kahit saan makarating yan, hindi ako kasi matagal kasi yung click. Hindi ko nga maklik yung sarili ko. Hindi ko maklik. Lady Maria, mega shoutout sa iyo, host. Ayos, mega Maria. Lady Maria, tamsak. Thank you so much sa patamsak. Ma'am Elvira, maraming salamat. Ayan, thank you so much sa yung pagkaming ha. Basta lady, kita kasi isingit kita ng para pag-play. Lilista lang kita dito parang pag bakante yung phone ko. Yan kita, isingit kita para mayroon naman ikaw galing sa UK. Double X from UK. Yan. Mega shoutout sa iyo, host. Mega shoutout sa iyo din, Marian. Salamat. Pagpunta. Ate Babes, malaki na revenue mo, Ate Babes. Hindi ka nagpula? Nagpula pa rin yung watch time hours ko, Ate Babes. Pati views, nagpula pa rin. Hindi pa rin bumalik. Kaya nag-active talaga ako lagi. Salamat po, Madam Coney, makatikim din ng Dubulis Community. Makatikim. Para naman pagkain na, no? Kaya nga eh. Kaya nga, ang gagawin mo doon, mo yan ha. Halimbawa, pag may bago kang video, i-move mo sa ibabaw yan, sa playlist pinakaibabaw. I-move mo yan para yun ang mauna. Tapos sunod-sunod lahat ng video mo, sunod-sunod mo pagsabay mo isang album. Tapos isang live, yung mga live mo, sunod mo sa mga videos mo lahat. Parang pag nag-play ako niyan, dari-diretso yan. Kahit 2 days, 3 days yan, dari-diretso yan. Parang hindi balik-balik. Parang hindi mahalata ni Lolo na, parang hindi mahalata ni Lolo na isang anuhan lang, isang play pa, ulit-ulit ang play. Kasi pag ulit-ulit ang play, pag mahalata tayo, kaya dari-diretsuin na lang natin kung saan makarating. Tapos pag na ano na yun, balik na naman ulit, balik ko na naman ulit doon sa videos mo. Liuna Ariula, bagong kaibigan. Hindi bigyan shout out. Sorry na ano kita, di kita napansin. Ayan, bigyan kita ng jacket. Mega shout out. Thank you sa pagpunta naman, guys. Maraming salamat. Liuni Ariula. Happy Elis Tamsakdan. Thank you sa punta. Bagong kaibigan sa bahay mo, Kapit Tamsak. Salamat, Liuni, ha, sa pupunta. Welcome dito. Eh, magbaba lang kayo ng bahay dyan, guys. Pwede kayo magbaba ng bahay. Kasi hindi naman ako nagpaangat. Magbaba lang kayo ng bahay. Nais ko kasi itong piniplay ko dito ba, na ano ko itong garasang, ginawa ko ito ng barak. Ginawa ko na itong ano ko, yung laptop ko. Kasi habang kasi nag-iumpisa ako ng live, nagpi-play din ako kasi parang ma-check ko kung alin na nag-stop. Kasi pag pinabayaan mo ng iba kasi nag-stop eh. Kaya inaano ko, pinag-play ko. Ayan, baba lang na bahay, thank you. Ay, magbalis na pala ang jacket ngayon eh, no? Isa kasi ang jacket matagal eh. Matagal magdikit. Ngayon, mabilis na lang pala. Ayan. Yung sa'yo yung yung kapatid, saka mo na pag-iwalayin mo yung live mo, pag nagano ka na, namuni ka na. Sa ngayon, huwag ka muna mag-iwalay-iwalay ng mga videos mo kasi pag may nag-play, hindi talaga tatalon yan sa ibang album mo. Isang album na talaga ipi-play nila yan, tapos tatamarin na sila dyan. Ako lang naman ang mag-play ng mahabang play eh. Dari-diretso ako mag-play pag nasa mahaba ang oras. Hindi ako naglilimit ng oras. Pag nag-play ako, binabayaan ko yan. Hindi ako nag-play ng 2 oras lang. Hindi ako ganyan. Pag nag-play ako yan, unlimited ako nag-play. Diretso yan. Iwanan ko lang yan dyan. Hanggang 2 araw, isang araw. Tapos yung sumunod naman, yung nakalista na naman, yun na naman ang isingit ko. Basta priority ako sa mga naka 1K na. At saka sa namuni na. Doon ko piniplay yung iba. Tapos yung susunod naman, pag namuni naman, sunod naman yung nag 1K na talaga. Kaya ito, nag-play na ako sa'yo. Kanina, hapon pa nga ako eh. Tapos nag-open ako ulit ng panibagong browser para mag-umpisa na naman sila sa video mo. Tapos yung ibang browser, doon na sa LS mo. Parang ganun ba? Kasi pag parehong mag-open ako ng tab na naka-LS, tayo ni Lolo na pareho lang ang piniplay. Kaya yung isang browser nasa LS mo, isang browser nasa videos mo, parang dari yun. Lady Marian. Pag nandito kayo lagi, pag kayo, paalala nyo sa akin kasi pag, kasi na rin ako, nawala na bang in-play ko na kahit magpunta na kayo paano dyan, i-play ko kaagad yun. Kaya ako sa browser. Buti nga gumagana lahat sa akin, dito mga tablets. Magano. Ayan. Pabala ka ng bahay dyan guys para maano, pag baka may pupunta dyan, ma-play, maano kayo, madikitan. Hindi kami galap siya sa 6 million yung people in the house. Mag-occupy kasi sa akin din. Sa akin kasi kami kasi, hindi na rin kami makaplay ng sarili namin ba? Kasi monetize na. Mahigpit na si Lolo sa amin. Si Lolo sa amin nakamonitor na rin. Kaya, mag-ano kami, yung play to play na lang yung may mga muni na. Hindi na kasi kami pwede mag-silent. Mag-ano lang kami, mag-active, yung mag-LS. Tapos, mag-upload ng mga videos. Kasi ganyan lang para may nanood, may views ang kailangan namin. Pag namuni na kayo, wala na. Di mo na makita yung WH mo eh. Makita mo na lang yung watch time minutes na lang. Yun na lang makikita mo. Mabait si Lolo ngayon. Mabait si Lolo ngayon. Bilis magpa-jacket. Kaya nga Melbera. Salamat dyan, Ma'am Melbera, ha? Kakanta ka dyan, Ma'am Melbera. Ayan, inaano ko yung ano. Mabait si Lolo. Minsan si Lolo may tupak din. Si Lolo Jose. Mahirap talaga sa ano ngayon. Ito nga si nakiusap sa akin, piniplay ko nga rin to si sinbat ko. Nasa Saudi din, si Mami Yobi. Mami Yobi daw siya. Sarang ti. Tusok ti. Salamat guys, sarang. Akit ka dito rin. Nag-aano ako. Alas 10 na rin ako start kasi nagluto pa ako ng pansit. Tapos nagligpit, nagluto. Main pa. Hagdan. Sandali ang hagdan. Ay nako, sandali ang hagdan. Ayan, hagdan. Ay, ako nalaglag. Asa na ba? Ayan. Tama ba? Nahulog na. Tapos ka na kumain, Day? Mga shout out sa iyo, Lisa, America. Ayan. Nag-play ako dito. Saka tingnan din nyo yun kung nag-update si Lolo. Kasi minsan kasi si Lolo hindi update every day. Nag-update yan ng every other day yan. Yung mga hindi nag-update yan pag minsan tapos
yan. Nakatulog ako tapos nagising ako kasi sa Iliana.
Natulog ako Tepe?
Oo, napagod nga ako, sobrang pagod.
Ano na?
So, napagod ako, sobrang pagod.
Napagod ka? Nandiyan si Tapa Ching Ching?
Ayan, no?
Hello, Liana! Oy! 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 Hello! Uy, gubot-gubot ba, oy? Ala! Ay, si Mami Pira, umakit si Mami Pira. Hello, Mami Pira! Ayan si Mami Pira, umakit. Ayan, ganta ka na, Ma'am Elvira. Si Ma'am Elvira,
Uuwi na
uwi
ako.
yan. Ha? Ano ginagawa mo?
Uuwi na ako.
Ha?
Liana. Anak ko na.
Oy, Liana, uy.
Bye, nak.
Uy. Uy, gabalik ka ng tao, eh. Gabalik. Hindi ka siya tabisa. Hindi, paalam na kung hindi matulog.
Liana.
Sige. Late ka na nga talaga naman dyan. Yan mo, hindi naman kita araw-araw. Late ka talaga dyan kasi Saudi ka eh.
Bang mandi ay, bantu kayo na
Kasi ang dami din ako ginagawa kanina. Nabisi. Tinambay ko lang yung ano ba ng inis. Tinambay ko lang yung ano. Kaya na ako nasa-gis na rin dito ako nag-start.
Tanawat niyo? Oh?
Sige, salamat sa inyo dyan ha.
Oh?
Baba lang ang bahay dyan guys.
Anak, hi.
Oy, Liana, uy.
Anak, hi. Liana.
Sarap din sa lamutakin. Uy, kita katuwa, hindi na ba tao eh. Naku, nakapag-higil. Nakakaingil ka naman.
Hi.
Sige, ito, bibili kita araw-araw. Yun, nakapili ka na. Narinig ko na nga bang nandito ako. Parang nga barbecue to dito eh. Bali-bali ko kasi baka mag-stop. Kasi namin nakapili.
Bye. Uwi na tayo. Ayun na,
Ha?
Tony. Uwi na tayo sa Pinas.
Nguling na tayo?
Uwi na tayo sa Pinas.
Sige, kailan? Mayroon kang masakyan dyan?
Oh, sino maghingi? Bigay ko.
Ano yan? Ano yan, te?
Abayanas. Sapatos.
Anong size siya? Baka naman sobrang laki yan sa akin.
Anong size na paa mo?
Ano ba? Ano ba size na pa? 4, 5, ganyan. 4
Ay,
at
ang liit.
5.
Ang liit?
Ano ba? Maliit ba yun?
Maliit yun. Diana.
Grabe, laki ng
Diana.
paa.
7. Ayan, kasi sa akin.
Laki ng paa.
Sige. Padala ko sa'yo.
Laki ng paa niya.
Oh.
Ang ganda. Buti ka pa.
Okay na ako. Bebe. Eliana. Ay, tawag ka oh. Lagi magpungol-bungol ba?
Oy, andito si Mami Ganda, oh. Oy, si Mami Ganda daw. Tignan mo dito. Huwag mo na tawagin Lola kasi Lola na talaga. Kaya Mami Ganda na lang. Eliana, hoy. Oh, kagating mo yung braso.
Eliana.
Ala, ang ganda niyan, hoy.
Ay, manipa na ba?
Parang kitikite. Parang kitikite. Kung saan nakasuksok.
Meron kami niyan. Naka-smile, nakatawa ba? Nakatawa.
Hello, Eliana. Sus, parang ikaw, kanang kitikite, Eliana. Uy, pakalikot mo talaga.
Eliana!
Ang ganda tingnan, no? Ang sarap tumawa, uy. Ang sarap mo lang utapin talaga, Eliana, uy. Ang sarap pala yung utapin. Ito, kung nandito ka talaga, pagigilan talaga kita. Eliana ka. Ay, maihagis talaga kita talaga. Maihagis talaga kita, Eliana ka. Kasi yung kita mo talaga, hawakan mo talaga yan.
Ano ba?
Saan na lang siya napupunta, ano?
Nasa likod ko. Yan kasi natin mag-wiggle warm kasi siya. Wiggle warm. Wiggle warm ba? Mura bitaw katong kuan, mura warm ba? Mura siya warm ba? Mag-wiggle sa blanket.
Ah.
Kaya wiggle.
ba talaga yung lola mo yan sa Pilipinas? Eh, nakagiti talaga siya, eh. Tawa, bata na to. Matunaw mo, Aliana, pag nasa Pilipinas ka, matunaw yung taba mo. Sobrang init doon.
Eliana! Ay! Yoy, 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 yoy! Ganda ng taas.
Sabi niya, ano sinasabi
Yoy,
niya?
yoy, 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 yoy!
Ano sinasabi mo, Aliana?
Tayo na! Connie! Ikot tayo sa dagat!
Ah?
Ikot tayo sa dagat!
Talaga naman yan, isusot mo, mamibira. Ay, sandali lang, ha?
Les! Ikot tayo sa dagat, Les!
Doon ang magdagat.
Kaka-oras!
Ay, layo kay kong dagat. Ay, gusto ko. Gimingaw na kong isda na press ba? Namiss ko ng isda na fish.
Miss mo yung isda? Uwi na ako!
Kailan uwi mo?
Tagal pa? Ipaano ko to? Ipadala ko sa kaibigan ko.
Nagpadala na ako ng balikbayan box nung nung Sunday. Uwi. Plan ko nga
Kasi
uwi
may
na
uuwi.
Pilipinas.
Ayan. Usap lang ako. Nasaan ba yung camera ko? Hello, Eliana! Eliana! Eliana!
Yan na.
Eliana! Nasaan na yung camera ko? Eliana!
Eliana!
Nakakatuwa, no? Tumatawa na lang siya.
Patukar mong Coco-Milo na. Mulantaw na siya ni mo diha.
Coco-Melon! Ayan, si Coco-Melon, no? Magpapagawa ko ng Coco-Melon dito. Akala ko kumaw Coco-Melon, yung kuko at saka melon, hinahalo.
Hindi! Coco-Milo din yan.
Ano?
Yung
Palabas
motor
pala yan. Ay, discarding Pinoy. Tamsakdan. Host, may shoutout po. Stay safe lang tayo parati. Ayan, thank you yung mga gustong po. Nabigyan yan, iwan lang po ng bakas na balikan ko kayo. Ayun. Sige, salamat dyan. Discarding Pinoy. Thank you so much. Ayan, dikitan nyo lang yan, guys, yung nagbaba ng bahay.
I-search mo sa YouTube, Coco-Melon. Lalabas yan dyan.
Kaya nga nakita ko nga, akala ko nga yun noon, pagdinig ko nung una, pagkakaintindi ko, Coco Melon, akala ko minom siya ng Coco at saka Melon. Palabas pala yun. Pasaway ka, Iliana ka. Iliana, pasaway ka. Coco Melon ka pa dyan. Akala ko iniinom yan.
Daming damit ito.
Mabilis lang makabili ng gamit dito sa sa ibang bansa mura lang kasi. Pero pag piro ng Pilipinas
mga
mahal.
Ay, gano'n.
Pag piro ng Pilipinas mahal. Pag piro ng dollar, mura lang kasi mayroon tag $1.
Ano ang $1 na alin?
Madami. Ako ginawa ka na. Nagpupo mo siya? Pupo mang
Eliana!
Ate, Magbira, habang nagtutupi ka dyan, kumakanta ka dyan.
Bakit yung boses mo may echo? May echo pala yung boses. Bakit?
Hindi sa akin yan. Kay Lisa yan.
Saan yun? Parang
Kay
echo ba?
Lisa.
Echo. Wala ba?
Nag-echo yan siya.
Saan yun? Sa'yo, Lisa.
Miga lang shout out sa inyong lahat.
Mega shoutout sa inyo lahat dyan. Kayo ng bahay.
Baba lang ng bahay. Sabi ni Mami Vera.
Kanina, nanood ako kay Marilyn. Marilyn.
Naman nanood ka. Nanood mo, napanood mo primer ko, ano? Napanood mo primer ko. Dahil napanood mo primer ko, Dahil?
Hindi pa, Day, kasi busy ako kanina eh.
Daming
share ko
manok.
sa'yo.
Daming manok. Daming manok.
Ang daming manok.
Hindi ka nagbigay ng isa sa akin.
Si Mami Vera. Hindi ko nga naubos yung Mami Vera eh. Ang sarap pala paglagay mo sa oven. Lumabas talaga dahil mantika. Dapat pala pag bumili ka ng KFC, lagay mo sa oven para mag-crispy yung balat. Mas masarap pa siya sa Jollibee na
Bigay mo sa akin.
Oo. Pag na ano na yun, mag-crispy na, masarap na.
KFC pa rin, Day. KFC pa rin. KFC pa rin.
Oo, part 2. May part 2 lang siya. Pero nilagay ko sa oven yung leftover ba. Tingnan mo, panoorin mo. Ang sarap, magutom ka. Crunchy.
Kasi nag-ano pa ako kay...
Oo, sige, mamaya lang. Makita mo yun.
KFC dito. Yung KFC sa linggo, nag-close. Hindi na makakain.
May Jollibee ganyan, Mami Vera, may Jollibee.
Walang Jollibee dito.
KFC lang.
KFC lang sa McDonald's.
Ganoon din kami. May KFC lang sa McDonald's. Ang Jollibee nasa malayo, nandun sa London talaga. 2 hours pa biyahe namin sa London.
May bago na, may cheese.
McDonald's na kinain ko yung sa linggo.
Nakabili ka ng KFC kahapon, Mami Vera?
Okay kung damit ko. Wala, McDonald's.
Ay, wala KFC dyan. Sabi mo may KFC dyan.
Okay ko to. Kasi,
Okay mo.
close KFC sa mall.
Baka naman alas 5 ka na pumunta. Baka naman gabi ka na pumunta.
Hindi, umuwi ako, alas 3 na, ay medya, close pa rin.
Ganda ng fridge mo, Daya. Ang ganda naman ng fridge mo. Pwede ba yung i-ano na lang sa,
Oo, ganda nga.
remote control?
Hala, ang laki ng TV
Para ka nag-order sa McDonald's ng ganyan. Check.
Oh,
Bibili nga ako ng fridge na yan.
Kaso mga
fridge na kami, dalawa.
restaurant.
Gusto ko ganyan, nilagay na lang sa kasi wala kami space niyan. Pero wala pa yata yan dito. Sa Amerika lang.
Sa bahay ng alaga ko, meron.
Ayan na si Cocomelo. Nanood na si Cocomelo, no? Ayan. Diyan pala siya sa fridge manonood. Bigyan mo siya ng upuan, Day, para makapanood siya. Yung mga gusto, dumikit. Ayan, dikitan niyo.
Mga damit ko, ipadala ko to.
Oo nga, ipadala mo yan, Mama Vera.
Uwi yung friend ko.
Tapos ako naman, sino naman magsuot ng mga damit ko doon, eh? Gusto nila pera. Ayaw nila ng damit kasi dami na daw damit.
Wow. Sayang naman to mga damit.
Magamit naman sa mga pamangkin ko.
Oo nga, sayang nga.
Hmm.
Mag-ano ka?
Kasi yung mga
Yun.
yung mga iba, bigay to yung iba, bigay sa birthday, sa Pasko, exchanging gift, bigay ng amo.
Yun na nga, mga bigay-bigay, no? Mga bigay-bigay, tapos ipamigay
Oo.
din.
May mga regalo ko rin sa birthday, hindi ko nagamit.
Ay, ganon. Ako marami din akong damit. Diyos ko. Ako, di ko na nga alam kung saan ko tumatambak yun eh. Ang hirap ko.
Tapos yung amo ko nag-order ng mga damit sa doon sa China, hindi naman kasi sa kanya.
Binigay sa'yo.
Oh,
Binigay na lang sa'yo.
mga t-shirt, mga terno, mga may bra at saka pante. Hindi naman kasi sa kanya. Mas malaki pa sa'yo. Oh.
Sabi. Ako
Ano
talaga,
sa
marami
akin?
din ako dito. Bira kasi,
Padala
active
ko
ka
na
kasi.
lang to kahit 23 kilos. 23 kilos ba?
Sino uuwi mo, Melvira?
Yung kaibigan ko, uwi daw siya. Yung taga amin, sa Bohol. Kasi yung ama, pabalik na sa Argentina daw. Hindi naman siya maghanap ng ibang amo. Takot din siya, baka maghanap siya ng amo na yung i-slave ka. Kasi may mga din dito, mga slave.
Yung,
Yan
dikitan nyo lang guys. Magdikitan kayo sa may mga binabang link dyan guys.
Ito, bigay ng amo ko.
Ano yan? Pantalon?
Pang party. O, jeans. Pang suot ng party ba? Parang slacks din.
Maganda pa naman ang kulay. No? Bakit di mo sinusuot?
Sinuot ko, pero marami naman damit dito eh. Wala na ng pandemic, hindi minsan naman lumalabas.
Yun na nga, yun din. Ganon din ako. Kasi dami kong damit, hindi naman lumalabas. Kasi nga, nasa bulo na bahay. Kaya, tuloy yan.
Kasi dati, Sabado at Linggo, labas ako. Ngayon, labas lang Sabado, minsan sa Linggo.
Oo. Ako, hindi kasi ako lumalabas din. Nasa bahay lang din ako. Naano na rin ako labas.
Kasi ako, pag hindi ako punta ng friends, maglakad-lakad ako, ikot-ikot, punta ng mall, tapos balik sa bahay, ikot-ikot, punta ng park, ganyan. Ngayon, wala na. Steady na lang.
Kaya nga.
I was dying inside to hold you. I couldn't live but I fell for you.
Kanta ka na lang, Mami Vera. Kahit walang sound. Huwag ka na lang magpa-music. Kanta ka na lang.
Yeah.
Parang di ko. Kanta ka na lang dyan.
Mamaya pag lumayas yung amo ko, ano yan? Mais!
Ay, saan galing yan?
Mais.
Saan mo binili?
Palit tayo, palit.
Ako bumili din ako ng ganyan dahil doon sa Oriental. Tapos nilaga ko. Kaso lang, gusto ko yung puti na mais. Ayoko na sweet corn kasi kunti lang laman.
Bakit mais dito? Puro yelo.
Ha?
Mais dito, puro
Palit
yelo.
tayo.
Ano yung puti?
Yelo.
Palit tayo.
Ay, yellow sweet corn na, sweet corn.
Kamote.
Ano yung kamuting balanghoy?
Oh, palit tayo. Kamote.
May kamote. Ano yung kamote kahoy?
Gusto ko yung pula na kamuti.
Kamuti.
Gusto ko yung pula.
Matamis. Sweet potato.
Puti yung
Tawag
binili
yan,
ng
diba?
amo ko.
Ayaw
Ang
ko
amo
puti.
ko
Gusto ko
puti.
pula.
Ayoko rin ng sweet potato. Sobrang tamis.
Ay, gusto ko puti, pero yung pula gusto ko na.
Ayoko rin ng sweet potato. Sobrang tamis. Gusto ko lang yung ano lang. Kasi sweet nga eh.
I was dying inside you.
Nilagain ko.
Mamaya na, pag lumayas ang amo ko.
Lalayas ba sila?
Iba pa yung lalaki, yung babae nandun sa ano. Yung babae nandun sa ospital.
Bakit?
Ano daw siya, pa-check up. Doon matulog.
Oh, sa hospital matulog. Magpa-check up lang.
Ano siya, parang ano ba yung, parang ihawin ba, hindi pa kainin.
Ano iyawin?
Sa tawag ka na. Sa tawag sa Bisaya. Kana pang gilaming ba? Gilaming.
Gilabi. Bakit? Ooperahan ba siya?
Di ba?
Ooperahan ba siya?
Iwan ko, hindi siguro. Hindi na siguro.
Eh, bakit lalamigin? Ay, nilalabing lang.
Wala, sabi niya, doon daw siya matulog.
Ang nilalabing lang. Inooperahan.
Tay, magluto ng mais eh. Pag ko to.
Sarap. Para tayo ano, no? Pero dito, makabili tayo ng ano talaga, no? Gusto natin.
Lisa, ano mo yan, ilaga mo.
Ilaga ko nga to. Gusto ko nga yung puti, pero hindi ako makahanap ng puti. Walang puti dito.
Walang puti dito. Ako rin, naghanap din ako ng puti. Wala rin, mga sweet corn lang.
Walang puti?
Wala, te. Uuwi ako ng Manila. Uuwi ako Mindanao sa atin, Pinas. Tapos magdala ako ng puti dito.
Magtanim ka muna doon.
Hindi, dali. May tinanim na sila mga hindi. Dalhin ko lang dito ba? Yung ano, yung para itanim na lang. Dalhin ko dito. Ako na lang.
Tanim na lang. Hi, Ate Connie. At sa lahat ang ayun, sige, Virtual Best. Thank you so much. Sa ano, Ben. Salamat. Baba ka ng bahay niyan, Ben. Baka makikita mo yung iba dyan. Kahit pa, wala kanina. Taga-Saudi kasi yun. Late na mga, late na ba sa kanila.
I could believe what I felt for you. Daming sapatos dito ah.
Ay, Vera, bigyan mo ko sapatos.
Daming sapatos.
Hindi na kung sapatos. Ang sapatos ko nga, nasalat din.
Ito. Ganda no.
Thank you sa lahat. Sa mga nagpupunta sa aking event.
Do you eat boiled corn?
Oh,
No, boiled corn.
habas.
Nilaga. Nilagang sweet potato. Ako nagpansit ako. May issue ako sa
Ako, kanina ulam ko, nagisa ako ng talong.
Hello, Sir Larry. Mega of shout out. Hello, co-host. Ayan. Ibaba mo lang yung ano mo dyan, Beth.
Hello,
Kasi
Sir Larry.
hindi talaga yung sila pupunta sa'yo pag di may baba yung mga ano mo. Pupunta ka dyan, di sila nagsisearch. Pupunta, baba mo lang yung live mo dyan. Sir Larry, mega shout out.
Mega shout
You
out.
can join with us. Mega shout out.
Baba kayo ng bahay dyan.
You can go to the ladder and go upstairs. You can. There's an elevator, Sir Larry, then you can sing. No one singing here. Malvibera is busy. Sir Larry. Every time Sir Larry in here, I'm like, Sir Larry, you want to sing? Sir Larry, you can sing. Hi everyone. Mega love shout out Sir Larry. Magkanta ka na dyan, ano, Ma'am Elvira.
Ganda, oh.
Wala, huwag ka na lang magpa-music. Huwag ka na lang
Bigay ng friend ko.
magpa-music. Huwag ka na lang mag-music. Ano yan?
Bigay ng friend ko.
Ayan.
Pants.
Ay, Ma'am Elvira, tamasakan. Uy, Ma'am Elvira, tamsakan mo tong ano ni virtual, dahil tamsakan mo to. Guys, tamsakan mo tong binaba ni primer daw niya to. Ni LK
Sino?
Virtual Quiz. Nasa UK to, nasa UK. Si Beth, yung kaibigan ko to dito sa UK, magpatamsak daw siya ng kanyang
Welcome.
primer. Ayan.
Nagsimula naman. Nagsimula naman. Nagsimula
Sige,
na.
tamsakan mo. Tamsakan mo raw.
Okay.
Tamsakan lang daw yung niya. Yan.
Sa YT ba? Murag ako lang man siguro, bata-bata.
Alin?
Ha?
Sa
Ano
YT.
mata-mata?
Bata-bata ang edad.
Nagdra-edad. Piyan naman edad mo di ay. Piyan edad mo. Ha? 25? Basta pa. Katunga 50.
Akong bana kay kuan na 46.
Ha?
Akong bana 46.
Ay, LS mo yan, LS mo yan. Ano yan? Di ba hindi pwede mo ba ng LS sa LS din? Bawasan ka ng ulo niya. Pag nag-ano ng LS.
Sino?
Si LK.
Sinong bawasan?
Si LK. Pag LS ka, sabi nila kasi pag LS mo rin ba sa LS, bawasan daw niya. Bawasan daw ng dapat pag LS, hindi mo ibaba sa LS. Kasi, daw yan. Bawal daw yan. Si LK. Nagsabay siya sa akin ng LS. Naka-LS daw siya. Pamilbira, magano ka, kumanta ka na walang music. That's living large. Please, got a TV on here, friends. Oh yeah, Sir Larry. And her daughters watching she's watching what's it called, the melon. Nagugong talaga siya. Sir Larry, you can listen to right, Sir Larry. She's going to watch to you. Hindi ganun ba po kahit account ba ginamit mo? Hindi ba ito yung account mo kasi sabi na kasi magbawas ka ng lolo pag sabi dapat daw hindi
May good signal ah. May good signal ko.
Malakas sa
May good signal ko sa safety. Staying inside to hold you. I would believe what
good morning, Madam Cory. Tamsak ka. Nilundo. Bigabigyan ako sa'yo. Henry, wait, Sir Larry, you can sing now. Sir Larry, are you ready for the song? You're ready for the song. Are you ready to sing? Are you ready to
Sir
sing
Alex,
tonight?
Sir Alex, akyat ka.
Sir Alex, are you ready to
Sir
sing?
Alex, akyat.
Sing, sing.
Tumawa siya.
Alin?
Si Liana, she is laughing when I sing in her Cocomelon.
Ay, may makita ta si Sir Larry. Ay, si Sir Sandro pala to. Si Sir Sandro. Si Sir Sandro yun. Ayan. Ayan na. Ano nangyari kay Sir Sandro? Sir Sandro, ano nangyari? Ano na naman yung ginawa niyo dyan?
Good
Sir
morning.
Alex? Wala, may manok na pula.
Papasok sa trabaho.
Papasok ka pa lang.
Ah,
Lisa got
Maulan.
the TV on your fridge. That's living large. Yeah, she got the nice large TV.
maulan na umaga.
Anong oras yan, Sir Alex?
Hello, Sir Alex.
Alas 6.
Alas 10?
Alas
Uy,
6
bakit
ng
wala
umaga.
ka?
Aga mo naman nagising, Sir Alex. Grabe ka.
Alas 6 na ng umaga dito.
Ang aga mo naman nagising.
Alas 6 ng umaga? Maaga pa ba yun? Ano na, tanghali na yun.
Diyos ko po. Alas 6 na
Aga yun.
tanghali na sa iyo. Nasa kama pa ako niyan. Nakatulog pa ako niyan, Sir Alex. Ang gising ko, tanghali na.
Pakantahin na natin yung singer.
Oy, Maminbira, kanta ka
Ikaw,
daw.
huwag ka una, kanta.
Sir Larry, may ka-shout out. Ayan, may ka-shout out si Sir Larry. You can sing now. Si Sir Larry,
Good morning na nasa baba.
Sir Larry. Sir Alex, ano ba ginagawa mo dyan?
Manok na pula.
Nag-aantay ng service. Inaantay ko pa yung sasakyan eh.
Service malayo ba ang pinapasukan mo?
Malapit lang.
Bakit mag-service ka pa? Lakarin mo na lang.
Malayo maghilakad.
Oh,
Good morning, Lisa.
exercise.
Exercise daw.
Kanta na, kanta.
Sir Alex, nagpapakita na si Sir Alex.
Papakita na ako. Malapit na ako mag-ilis.
Ay, yay! Wala
Wow.
ka Sir Alex.
Wow.
Hindi, Sir Alex, kami naman ang akyat. Kakanta kami.
Kunin mo kasing kohon.
Kakanta daw kami.
Kanta na, Ma'am Olvera.
Nawala si Sir Larry. Ay, Sir Larry. Sir Larry, siya dito.
Ano yan, naglalaba, Ma'am Olvera?
Ang kasama sa akin. Ha?
Naglalaba?
Naglalabas sa ilog.
Hindi.
Naglalabas
Uwi
sa
ako ng
ilog.
Pinas. Dito. Uwi ako ng Pinas.
Uwi ka na ng Pinas.
Hello, and hello sa lahat. Hello all pa, hello sa lahat pa. Talaga si Magpura.
Dito na ang dalhin ko.
Ay, Magpura, kumusta
pwede.
oy?
Pwede yan. I-bayan box mo na lang yung ibang gamit mo.
Ayun na, Sir Larry, si Aminaha.
Oo nga.
Ito si Hira na
Ipadala ko to sa ano.
Good morning, Sir Larry. Good morning.
Hello, Sir Alex. Sir Larry. I'm ready to sing now.
Let's sing now. Let's party.
Sir Larry. I thought
Wait
Sir
a minute.
Larry, Sir Larry. I thought Sir Larry, you ran away because I told you you need to sing.
No, I just finished a painting job today. Got it done. My
Jill
God.
watching to you
Hello, Sir
now.
Larry.
Jill is still around.
Hello. I've been watching you do laundry. Appreciate that.
Jill, ako, boss, magtamsak ra kay pupunta ako. So, ay, pupunta sa mga, sige, Mambora, thank you, ingat. Dami niyo host today, ano, meron.
Hello, Sir
Ala, Sir Larry
Larry.
is going to sing.
Hey, what's up,
Sir Larry is
everybody?
going to sing.
Now we got to talk about the TV. Just
The
TV on
singer is
the
here.
Wait, where are we going here? We got a TV on the fridge. Come on now.
Yeah.
That is.
Lisa,
That is.
Lisa, she's going to do live on her refrigerator.
Oh, really?
She's
Yeah.
going to watch him live in the refrigerator.
You can just look at the TV. It'll tell you actually what's in the fridge,
Yeah,
what's available.
you can watch in the fridge while I'm doing live.
Wow. Yeah.
Silip lang ako eh. Sige, lady. Salamat. Big shoutout sa'yo. Thank you, thank you. Kanta ka dito, lady. Akit ka.
Yeah, I've been really tired the past few days. I'm trying to get that job done. I finally finished it today and just I've been beat.
Yeah. I did last night. I very late once online and we just chatting with Lisa. Then I'm gonna
Yeah.
go. Because I was busy yesterday. So
I'm just happy to get it done. I mean, I still have more work there. They want me to do some more stuff for them, but I got to get some things done for myself here too this week. So I'm just glad it's done. Yeah.
I see. So you done now, Sir Larry, or not yet?
What's that?
Are you nearly finished now?
No, I am done with the painting. I'm done, but I pointed out a couple things to her today that need to be changed. So I'm going to do those probably next week. They just tell me it's no, I don't know. She just tells me whatever needs to be done, just do it, and then let me know how much I owe you. That's it. So they're like, I'm like basically taking over the whole place. So it's pretty cool. Yeah. Well, what's been like? Been tired.
Sir Larry, but please thumbs up my LS.
Which
Thumbs up
LS?
lang daw yung screen.
What LS?
Naka-live na sa taas kasi siya, Alkines, yung maka-thumbs up, nasa taas siya. Pag naka-join kasi siya sa nasa live.
I haven't been paying too much attention to like notifications really much. I mean, because I've just been so busy. I've been getting up at like 5, 6 o'clock, working till like 4 or 5, just round and around and around. So I haven't been paying attention to anything.
Yeah, hang around everywhere.
But I know when I
Busy.
every time I gain a new subscriber, I lose 2 or 3. Like it always goes up and then backwards. So I'm like, I don't care anymore about this, you know, because once a week I'll check my subscribers because somebody will like a comment that I made like 3 months ago. I'm like, what the hell is going on? There's something really weird about it. Like I don't know what's going on. It's really weird. So then when I go and look at it, the subscribers are down 2, up 1, then down 2 or 3, then up 1, then down 3 or 4. It always going backwards. So, so I don't really know what's going on. It's just very weird.
Weird.
Yeah, like what am I supposed to do? You know, I haven't paying attention to it. I just check on it once in a while, and I could see it all going down. So, yeah. Oh well.
If you fit, Larry.
What's that?
If you fit. Keep running around.
Running, yeah, that's all I've been doing.
Oo, Belki, pag naka ano na sa taas, hindi makaano kasi ano yun eh, bawal yun eh, yung naka-live kasi siya, naka-join.
Man.
Troops, good morning, madlang people, stop sakdan, beautiful hold. Oy, thank you dyan, oy. Bubukad mo po ng ating atay nito. Bubukad-bukad yung atay. Tamsak na po. Maraming salamat sa
Buka day, buka
tamsak.
day.
Good morning.
Buka day ito yung mga ni.
Beautiful daw, beautiful. Bubukad itong atay, anak. Kay,
Sabi
beautiful
ko,
man. Kanta ka na ano. Sir Larry, you can sing. Irlan, no, Miguel of shout out sa'yo
go, Larry,
dyan.
to sing.
Tamsakan nyo day, kung may ninja kayo, tamsakan nyo yung LS ni ni virtual. Kung may kung ano Relisa, itamsak mo yung kay virtual yung ninja mo kasi naka-join ng main mo yata, naka-join. Si Mang Malbera, naka-join din.
Nakatamsak na ako.
Sir Larry. Ha? Ano ma'am?
Nakatamsak na
Ano,
ako.
Tinamsak mo yung
na si
main mo?
JLK.
Tinamsak mo yung main mo? Dapat yung, wag ka magtamsak pag yung nasa live. Babawasan ka ni Lolo niyan. Pag naka-live ka, wag ka magtamsak sa main mo. Dapat ninja tinamsak mo. Oo. Wag mo igala yung ano mo. Huwag mo igala yung live mo. Huwag mo igala yung main mo pag nasa main ka. Naka-join ka sa akin eh. Alam mo ba, pag naka-LS ako, naka-join kayo sa akin, ano yun?
Anong ibawas?
Pumapasok yun sa inyo. Papaluin kayo ni
Anong
Lolo
ibawas
niyan.
ni Lolo?
Babawasan kayo ng banana. Tamsak na po, salamat.
Wag naman.
Babawasan kayo ng banana ni Lolo, papaluin kayo ni Lolo niyan. Dapat ninja. Kasi naka-active
Wag
yung
naman.
account mo eh. Nasa LS ka. Oh. Ibig sabihin na nag-join ka sa akin ng LS. Kaya pag gumala kayo, huwag nyo igala yung main nyo. Pag yung main yung naka-live sa inyo, huwag mo igala yung main nyo kasi naka-live sa inyo.
Kanta na, kanta.
Litsunin ko yung si Lolo.
Bala kayo ng bahay. Tingnan mo si Lisa, ayan, may ninja niya. Ninja niya ang nagala. Kasi yung main niya naka-live. Yeah, yun. Nasaan na si Sir Larry? Kumanta na. Kanta.
Luin ko yung si Lolo.
Naka-join ka kasi sa akin. Akala mo active yung ano mo? Ma-active yung live mo. Parang naka-LS ka na rin. Naghati tayo dito sa live natin.
Lolo.
Alam mo, naka-live ako, nakahati ka.
Uwi na ako. Uwi na tayo.
Where you going?
Puno na ako.
Sir Larry, are you going to sing?
I don't know. I'm wondering where Elvira. Elvira's packing her bags. Where's she going? She's really literally just out of here. She's packing. She's gone.
She's so funny. I don't know where she's going.
Yeah.
Go, Solara, you sing now.
Me? My voice is all messed up.
Ma'am Elvira, she's going to sing later because her boss is. Ma'am Elvira, she's going to sing as well because her boss is. They went to hospital, Ma'am Elvira?
Still here. My boss is still here.
Oh, really?
My boss is still here.
Well, you tell your boss.
I thought you
you're a
said
little
he's
break.
going to hospital.
Yeah.
I out of my boss, go away.
Yeah, you tell your boss. Larry said take a hike.
You said, nasa hospital, Ma'am Elvira. Sino ba?
Yung babae na sa ospital, ang laki andito.
Yeah.
Babae
Yeah.
pala. Nako, hindi pa kantahin mo na lang din. Sabi mo ng lalaki, nakbanta siya.
That's funny.
Pakantahin ko ng alimukoy.
I saw that.
Pakantahin mo dandanso eh.
Hindi, parang nag-blank-blank ka to.
Ha?
Parang nag-blank-blank ka.
Nagalin?
Blank-blank.
Nag-black?
Blank-blank.
Nag-black ako. Hindi,
Blink daw.
Hindi ako nag-big. Nag-big ba ako, ate, na Ma'am Elvira? Lumabas ka, Day? Para ka naman si Sir Alex dyan.
Hindi man.
Oh, I'm outside because I'm grilling eggplant.
Ah, nakikita ko si Sir Alex kanina, nagkaganyan din, para may puno. Sabi ko, nasa labas ka ba?
Ayun, dito ako sa playground. May playground kasi kami
Patingin, sandali.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Playground.
we buy playground for the kids.
Yeah, I've assembled a few of those things the past couple of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I worked for a company that's all I did. I would assemble those play sets and things like that.
Oh, yeah?
Sir Larry, because we had children.
Yeah, I have one daughter and one stepson.
Well, that's what I would do. I would do work, putting those things together, the play sets and the playhouse and all that. It's actually pretty good work. It's pretty fun.
Sa kanya to, guys, sino nagbaba siya?
Uwi na ako. Sinong sasama sa akin?
I hear a lot of
Sasama. She's going home, Sir Larry. She's going back home.
I'm going to the Philippines.
the virus packing up.
I want to go D.
I'm going.
I still gotta adjust my camera. I don't know about this thing.
Oh, I like your camera, Sir Larry. You look good at your camera. I like that, your camera.
I know.
Is that
I
your
never know. I always have trouble with the location, and I'm still not used to it. It's really weird to me. Like if I look at it, it looks like I'm looking somewhere else. Like I'm not used to the whole. I don't know. It's strange. I don't know why. I have a hard time with my camera all the time. It's strange.
It's looking good, Sir Larry. Is that new camera?
Hello, Trump TV. No, it's the same camera. I just
the same.
I didn't know that, but when I set up this new computer, there is a function in there for the camera. I was surprised by that. So it picked up the camera right away and I could do different things to it. I can't do anything with the focus really, but I don't know. I got an appointment on Friday. They're going to come and check out my internet service because I told them I'm tired of this. You got to do something about it. So, and then someone else down the street from me asked me, have you been having problems with your internet? Everybody out. I'm like, yeah, everybody does in this town. It sucks, So when I was on the phone with them, they said, oh, well, because they can check your signal from the office. And they're like, well, your signal seems fine here. I'm like, yeah, you guys always say that, but it might seem fine there, but it's not fine here. It's completely different.
I see. So it's kind of outside, but not inside.
Yeah, in their office, they get a reading, and it says, well, your signal is at full strength. I'm like, I know that,
okay.
but if you're here, it's a completely different story. It's not at full strength. It's
Mine, Sir Larry, mine is the signal is okay. My camera is okay, but I'm not okay because I'm not good looking in my camera. It's not a problem of the camera. It's a problem about me.
that's why I said I need a camera that makes me look younger, and I'll be okay.
The signal is okay. The camera is fine.
Yeah.
Just only for me. No matter what I did, I will do that. It's the same. My face look awful.
I need a microphone.
I'm not good looking for the camera.
A microphone that makes me a good singer, and a camera that makes me look younger. That'd be perfect. That's what I'd love.
Yeah, you look good in your camera.
No.
I'm not telegenic, Sir Larry. So
Neither am I.
I'm not surprised because I'm not telegenic. So I'm not surprised my look there in the camera. Just like sometimes look like I'm looks a witch.
Neither am I. Everybody tells me I look completely different in person than I look on camera. Everybody says I look better in person. It
Oh,
is.
really?
It is. Yeah, everybody says that. They say you look totally different in
You
person.
look good in your camera. So how much more in the person then?
How much more what?
I think you look more good looking. So if you're looking good in the camera, so you look more good looking in the person. Say.
I guess in person it's awesome. Yeah, I don't know, but I don't really. It is different when you do view yourself. It's different when we view ourselves. We look at ourselves differently. We really do. I mean, if you look at camera, look in the mirror and stuff, it's like a big difference. That's why it's so weird to get used to it at first because you don't know. I don't know. It's hard.
If I look in the camera, I need to do some makeup, lipstick, because the camera is telling the truth. I need to do like.
Well,
But
camera
it's telling
too.
the truth.
I don't know. Everybody looks different. I've seen people on TV before, and then when I met that person in person, it is completely different. It's
How is it?
completely like you don't even recognize them sometimes. It is different. So
See.
yeah, I met when I was a kid. I met Lou Ferrigno.
Did you say, Sir Larry? Did you meet in person with Oliver?
Huh?
Did you meet him in person, Oliver? The singer.
Oliver?
Oliver. Ano, Oliver? Was that the singer one?
No, I've only met I met Lou Ferrigno once. I met some people because my dad used to be involved in this things where we kind of knew some famous people. And it is different. I don't know. Everybody just looks different. When you see them in person, when you see them on camera, it is a lot different. I don't know.
Oh yeah, some people is different in person.
It's completely different.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you hear like a voice, like you hear a singer. And then I went to see those singers like in concert when I was a teenager, and they sounded completely different. So on the stage, the voice was way different than you hear on the records on the album. It's like, that's so weird. Some of them sound exactly the same. And those are the ones I think are awesome. Like you sound the same live as you do in the studio. Some people you could tell they need the studio. They need a lot of that studio to cover. It doesn't enhance their voice. It actually covers it. So then when you hear them live, you're like, yeah, they're not really a good singer at all. So it's everything's different, whether it's on camera, the voice, the sound, the studio, it changes a lot. It does change people.
Oh yeah, this different because when you sing in the proper concert, the sounds make you change your voice.
Yeah.
Help.
I used to go to a lot of concerts when I was a teenager. We went to concerts almost every weekend, me and my friends, and like that's what you notice. If you've seen someone, I don't know if you ever heard of Huey Lewis. Huey Lewis, you listen to him on the radio, and then when you heard him in concert live, he sounded exactly the same. I'm like, that's incredible because not many people can do that. Like he sounds the same live as he does on the radio. It's incredible. And some people, not so much. You know what I mean? It's not so much. You go hear him live, you're like, yeah, it's strange. Yeah.
They got nice microphone, Sir Larry, making the voice good.
That's the thing, sometimes a microphone, it's not really helping something, it's hiding something. You know what I mean? So it's like, someone like us, like I'm not a singer, so I don't really care what it sounds like. I'm not expected to sound I'm not expected to sound good. I just messing around.
But Sir Larry, you sing beautiful. You got a nice voice as well. But the problem only because I have no like speaker. I have like that.
Right.
So
yeah, you need a certain kind of microphone. Like Anna, my friend Anna, she's got a nice setup with a microphone. It's got
yeah. So that's why she have a nice. I like Anna. She sang beautiful.
No, she is an incredible singer. She is amazing.
Wala signal.
Anna can sing like you wouldn't believe. Like that girl can.
She's beautiful. Oh my God, I love this. I watched her video
Yeah,
on YouTube. Look there. Yeah,
she
she's
is
so
really, really, really good. Like,
very amazing. Yeah.
yeah,
I
she's.
feel she's so funny as well. She was so funny.
Now I've known her. I've been friends with her for a year, and when
I
I
see.
went up on her stream like last week, I was nervous. I'm like, I don't want to sing on your stream. You're a singer. You're gonna judge me. Like, there's no way I'm gonna embarrass myself.
She said, it's so funny. Sir Larry, she's so funny. She was so funny. She said, so that's why I lost my job because of Larry.
Not because of me. No, it's not true. What's she talking about? She lives in Malaysia. What's it got to do with me? She's always Anna. She likes to pick on me. She digs at me a lot. So she is really funny. Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's
she's
why I
really
get
funny.
along with her because I'm a smart ass.
Mm,
She's a smart ass, and it's just like
yeah.
okay, you know.
Where did you meet that, Sir Larry? Did you meet on here in YouTube when you
Yeah,
search or
back in
you
about the end of
join the
October, right around November, something like almost a year. Yeah.
okay, you just like when you join the live or
Just
like
when I
looking
first
the
started, it was a friend that I was connected with, and she said, "Hey, I want you to meet Anna. She's a singer." So I'm like actually got connected with a lot of singers, and it's funny because we're friends, but that's the first time I did like singing on her stream. So I was nervous. I'm like, she's a singer. Like I'm not gonna go
yeah,
sing on
she's
her
singing.
stream. That's not right, you know. So I was like, I was really nervous.
Yeah, you can sing,
Yeah.
Sir Larry. If you buy Sir Larry, if you have a proper microphone and you have a proper
Yeah,
something
you have all that.
connected, I
Maybe
think
I'll
you
get all that
can.
stuff just for fun. Like she has a friend that I'm friends with now on YouTube too, and she was on I think she was on The Voice UK, one of those shows. And she's
Okay.
also a blogger, and she's another one.
Hello, Jim Bagul Lugalon. Mega shout out sa'yo dyan.
I don't
Baba
watch
ng
those shows, so
bahay.
I don't know anything about
Hello,
it. But
Props. Baba ng bahay. Ay, sorry, sir. What did you say?
one of her good friends, and I'm friends with on YouTube, is she was on The Voice UK, I guess.
How did she? Is
Yeah,
that Anna?
she's not
She
Anna,
was doing
not Anna, a
was
friend of hers.
pride of hair. I thought why Anna? She doesn't.
On one of her live streams. Like she's a really good singer too. Yeah, I met a lot of really good singers.
Why she doesn't join the voice then, Anna? She got a nice voice.
She probably could. She probably could. She's a
Yeah,
really good singer. Yeah.
she can sing because she got a nice voice.
To
She
me,
can. She,
when I see people like that, and I see Anna, and I see other friends of mine, that's the thing I always think. It's not easy. You just get up on a live stream and start singing, and
yeah.
it's like, how do you do that? Like that is amazing to me how they can do that. You know, that's
I
incredible.
love singing. I love the song. I love the singing, but the song doesn't love me. It doesn't like me because if I sing, I'm going like you. I need a
Well, that's
proper
where to me
listen. I need
that
a proper listen, voice listen.
yeah, well, that's where listening comes in. I mean, because all when I was growing up, my older brother was a musician. He used to work on
Okay.
he used to work on Carnival cruise lines. He used to set up the lighting and the sound for all the acts and stuff. But he could play guitar, drums, you name it. He just has an ear for everything. He used to tell me when I was like, I don't know, I was like 24 years old. He was like, "Why don't you sing a song?" I'm like, "I don't know how to sing." He goes, "What are you talking about? You have a voice. Everybody has a voice." That's what he used to say.
Yeah.
And for me, it's like I don't think that because I don't think I can sing, but I've always listened intensely to music, like intensely knowing how they sing certain things, you know what I mean? But I never did it. You know, it's hard to do because like I said before, you don't want to try to copy someone because everybody's voice is unique.
Yeah.
You know,
Creativitas
like when
sa
you listen to
talaga
Kenny
eh.
Rogers, you know, Kenny Rogers has kind of a scratchy voice, just a regular kind of guy. He doesn't really sound like a singer, but some of those people just know how to make it work.
Ah.
You know,
So Sir Larry, when you was young, you loved singing, aren't you?
I didn't sing. I thought I could sing. If I was by myself, I would sing.
Ayan, puro kilo, may jacket ka na. Oh, okay. So you joined with your brother, Sir Larry. You went out you going for, like, you going out to sing. Where did you go? We going for like there is
Well, I
like
didn't
a
go
bar?
anywhere. He just used to come. He would come visit because he'd be away on the ship, but he'd come home and he'd just start playing guitar and start singing. And I was like, I'm not singing, and I never would. He goes, well, why? You have a voice. I'm like, that's not the point. I don't know how to sing. He's like, everybody knows how to sing. Everybody's got a voice. Yeah. That's just what he used to say. But
Yeah.
so I used to
Did
write.
you
I used to
play,
write
Sir Larry,
songs.
did you play guitar? Do you know how to play
Nope.
guitar?
I tried it and I just couldn't understand it. I couldn't get it with my fingers.
I
And
couldn't get it as well. My hand is aching and my
yeah.
fingers
How do
is,
I position my fingers on? I feel like I have arthritis. Like I can't do
yeah, I can do it. It so hurts. I can
it.
do that.
Now I
Pipilit ko
probably
papilit
could
ko.
have. My younger
Oo,
brother,
primer, baba mo primer from guys, tapos sa kanya primer ni
my
puro
late brother, used to sing a lot. He was actually friends with Arlo Guthrie, who's a
Walang bahay dyan, guys. I don't know how to play guitar, Sir Larry. I
Oh.
tried before because I love the guitar. When you guitar like Wonderful Tonight, it's a nice, that's what I
Yeah.
practiced the guitar.
It's just some people. I always wanted to learn to play piano. I never learned it, but I always wanted to try to learn that because there's pretty much every song you could do with piano too, just the piano or a guitar. It's the same thing, but I've always wanted to learn how to do that. But I feel like if I was going to learn that, I should have learned it when I was younger, not now. You know what I mean? Because when you're younger, you absorb more. It's easier to learn. But now I'm just like so older and stubborn. I probably wouldn't go.
I can't do that now. We have a guitar here, Sir Larry, but I can't do it because my fingers is so hurts when I do like that. It's going like, I don't know how to do it. I just like.
It's different. It's different with guitar. It's very different. My late brother,
Guys.
was a really good musician, a really good guitar player. He always had calluses on his fingers, but that's because he was used to playing it. So the skin was very hard. It was like really rough. So he was used to it. So he didn't even feel it anymore after a while. Because he wouldn't use a guitar pick. He would just use his fingers. So he was a really good musician. He was amazing. He made I have one of his, he made a CD because he had friends that had a music studio. So they would let him go in there and sing because he would write his own music and stuff. So I have one of his CDs here. He was really good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You should try that, Sir Larry. You should ask your brother to teach you how to sing like a guitarist.
Well, that one is my younger brother. He passed away in 2011. He was only 35.
Oh,
But
sorry.
he was a really good singer. My older brother, when I was a kid, he would play drums, but he could play any instrument, literally. That's what he used to tell me. If you could play drums, if you could play guitar, if you could read the notes, you could play any instrument you wanted to. I just never applied myself because I was more into sports. He was into that kind of thing. I was into sports. I play basketball, boxing, hockey. That's what I was doing. But he was a musician, so I never really got it. It was like two different worlds.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I was out getting my head beat in boxing, and he was singing. So he was probably it's probably better for him. He took the better path.
Hello, co-host. No, dikitan nyo guys itong nagbaba ng primer. Dikitan nyo lang guys yung nagbaba ng link. Hello, co-host. Hello, co-host and co-host. From Rocky Ho TV. Mega love shout out sa iyo dyan. Mega shout out sa inyo lahat dyan. Ayan si Sir Larry and our co-host for tonight, and he's going to sing.
Am I?
He's going for us. Am I? Sir Larry. Am I? Practice, Sir Larry. It's so quiet here, Sir Larry, if you wasn't here.
We don't pop. Hold on, I got my dog out.
I would love your it. No, I would love your it now. Ayan. Jim Bangalon, mega love shoutout sa iyo dyan. Mega love shoutout sa inyo dyan, guys. Magbaba lang kayo ng bahay. Ayan, si Sir Larry nag-practice pa. Nawala si Lisa. Nawala si Ma'am Elvira. Nasaan na? Nagsitaguan na. Ma'am Elvira, bakit ka bumaba? Bakit ka nga dito? Ay, si Lisa nawala din. Mega love shoutout sa inyo na Trop. Saan punta boss Alex pasabay? Saan ba kayo pupunta? Oy, be back later, Tiyaw. Sige, sige. Nawala na si Sir Larry. Nagtago na. Nag-practice muna. Practice muna. Mag-shoutout muna ako dito kasi ano, wala pa. Maya, naglumayas kami. Maya lang lumayas. Pag lumayas daw yung amo niya. Pinapalayas ba yung amo? Palayasin si amo. Ano na ba itong ano? Mega love shout out sa inyong lahat. May eggs plant not yet cooked. May eggplant. Anong ginawa mo sa talong mo? Kain tayo ng eggplant. Kumain na naman ako ng eggs kanina. Eggs, baby. Sana lumayas si amo. Laki ko dito po.
Oh, she cooked an eggplant. You know, I've never had eggplant. I've never tried it.
No, that is, you never tried that, Sir Larry?
Never. I don't know why. I've never tried it.
You know, it's so nice, Sir Larry. You can fry it. You cut that like a circle, then you can fry it. Then you can put the mayonnaise or soy sauce with vinegar. Very nice.
I wouldn't fry it. I don't eat fried foods, but I would try it, I guess, because they do that like eggplant parmesan is a big thing in some of the like Italian restaurants. I've actually never tried it.
Yeah, you can go means you can lots of things you can do that one.
Yeah, I keep hearing, Lisa, it's delicious, but I can't believe I've never tried it. Of all the things I've eaten, that's one thing I don't think I've ever tried. I know I haven't.
Very delicious. Yummylicious, yummylicious. Eggplant, mummylicious.
I mean, I'll try it this weekend. I don't know. Maybe I'll go to the store tomorrow, buy eggplant, and figure out.
Sir Larry, if you marry the Filipino, you can try everything, the food that you never tried before.
I'll take the food without the marriage. I could do without the marriage.
Because some of some Filipino, some English people here did never try the vegetables.
What vegetables? Any vegetables?
Vegetables, hi?
Any vegetables?
No, it's not like a pak choy.
Yeah.
Like this Chinese. Some of them they don't know how that here, but we cook that here. Then they said, "Oh, this nice." I fried like stir fry in the like mince or something like that. They love it. So, but I know you was married before the Thai girl, isn't it?
No, we weren't married. We were just dating.
I was just dating.
Yeah.
Did she cook? Did she cook for you before?
Oh, did she ever? Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, you tried that because
that's when I first really tried. That was in like 2006. So that was when I really first tried Thai food and different things.
Yeah, because Thai, I think Thai is similar than the Filipino how they cook, but they are so much spicy.
It's very spicy. It's either spicy or very sweet. It's one or the other. It's Yeah.
Yeah, like yeah, sweet and sour, something like that. Yeah.
There was only one thing she cooked. One morning I woke up to this horrible smell. And I don't know I don't know what it was, but it was some kind of fish. And I told her,
Oh yeah, we
never,
did that, Sir Larry. We did that as well
never,
here.
never, ever cook that stuff in here again. That was the one thing I told her. Never. I don't want to smell it. That was disgusting. Like, yeah. It was so, I can't describe the smell. Like, it was so bad. Like, she
Is
said,
that's the Sir Larry, is that the one, the dried fish?
she
Sir
just told,
Larry, dried fish?
I don't know. No, it wasn't dried fish. It was a specific kind of fish. I think it was Vietnamese or something. But it was, she called it, they actually, a friend of mine, I was talking to him about it. He laughed. He goes, yeah, we call that stinky fish. But I don't know the actual name of it.
We have that here, Sir Larry. We call the bagoong and
So,
stream, like something like
it
that.
was
Bagoong,
so
ginamos, or something.
disgusting. Waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning, waking up to that smell, going, no, this isn't going to work for me. If you want to cook that again, you can cook it outside, not in here. I
Oh
told her,
yeah, you should cook in the outside. I did that sometimes,
it was
Sir
really
Larry. I'm always cook that in the outside because it's not good in the inside of the house. It smell every
oh my,
corner of your house. So that's why if I cook something seafoods in the house, I
oh,
put loads of candles or like scented
yeah,
candles or
it
spray.
was only the one
Take a
time.
while to take, yeah.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to be mean, but I was like, yeah, I can't handle that. So, but it
Is that Sir Larry?
was like
Is that
fried.
the one that Sir Larry? Is that the reason you left here? Is that the reason you divorced here?
No, it
The
was
smell,
just that,
the smell is good.
no, she used to make spring rolls. She made excellent spring rolls,
Oh
fried
yeah,
rice.
the smell is good.
And plus she also she also worked at a Thai restaurant part-time too. So she would bring
I
stuff
see.
there, and yeah, it was cool.
How long you been together, Sir Larry? So you can speak a Thailand, I mean.
She was teaching me back then. That was a long time ago though. We were only together for 2 years, but everything was different. Like she wanted more kids and I didn't. She already had like a 2-year-old from a previous, because she was married
She
to a,
sorry, Sir Larry, she wanted to have a kids from you.
yeah, and I didn't want any more kids. I said, no, absolutely
Oh
not.
yeah. How old is she then? How old is she?
At that time,
Yeah.
I think she was like 34, 32, something like that.
And you?
Well, I don't remember. Well, let's see. How old was I?
I think it's
I,
I
I,
think if you are like over 40 or something like that, of course you don't want to have kids
no,
anymore, I think.
when we met, I was 36.
I see.
She was, I think,
It's
32.
not you don't want to kids anymore. You don't want a responsibility anymore, Sir Larry. I understand that. Mostly some of them people they don't want like that. But you
I
just
don't even
enjoy
want to get, I don't even want to get involved with someone that has kids. I just don't.
Thank you, Elkie.
Because it's like you've already
Really
lived
good
that, it's
taste.
like you've already lived that part of your life.
Sir Larry, they said it's smelly but tasty.
Yeah, it probably
Good.
does taste good. I didn't
Same
try
here,
it.
I cooked beside my husband throughout.
I just know the smell was like death. And
Sir Larry, we have I cook here bagoong from Philippines. We call that bagoong, but my fiance called that bugger off. Don't cook that there bugger off because the smell is not good smell. And he called the bagoong is bugger off.
but one thing I still do today, whenever I make stir fry, I use oyster sauce because I remember her using that a lot. I love oyster sauce. You put some sugar
Sir
in it.
Larry, maybe she cook fish sauce. You know the fish sauce is
Yeah,
quite smelly.
fish sauce, oyster sauce, all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
A lot of
fish sauce is
garlic, a lot of ginger. Like I said, there was like,
dried fish, Sir Larry, if you cook in the inside, it's so smelly. But you need to cook the outside in your house because let the neighbor smell bad.
I was having none of that. I was like, nah, Not again.
But if we cook here inside the house,
Yeah.
I will get trouble because my
But the spring roll.
partner, he don't want that as well.
It's funny you just brought her. I just brought her up because a friend of hers, I remember from many years ago, just requested. A friend requested me on Facebook like a few days ago. I got a friend request and I looked and I'm like, oh my God, I haven't seen this person in years. So it's one of her friends. Like, I don't know if she's spying on me or something, but it was I was pretty shocked. I was like, okay. And her family owns like an Asian market near me. So that's where I was really introduced to different types of foods like that, like Thai food and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, Thai food. But I like Thai food, but I think that's sometimes when you cook food, you smell very bad. But when you
Some
cook
of it
them,
can be pretty nasty, but if it's like rice or spring rolls or just regular stuff, it wasn't bad. That was the only time in 2 years I remember that fish. I don't know what it's called, but yeah, that's all it took was one time. I was like, nope, never again. So
never again.
We're cooking that again in here. Cook it down the road. Cook it in the woods.
Never again. Never again. You don't want that anymore.
That was really bad.
But I like it sometimes when you cook fish or seafoods.
No, I like fish. I get salmon or like haddock or cod, stuff you typically will catch here on the East Coast, just regular, white fish usually, but nothing too. Nothing too.
Do you like you like to eat what do you call that, what kind of fish, the one tuna? It's nice, Sir Larry.
Yeah, I've never had tuna. I mean, I've never had like fresh tuna. I think I've had it maybe in like in sushi or something, but never actually had fresh tuna before.
And we always cook tuna here. I put like vinegar or something and soy sauce. Then I put ginger, like but my partner, he don't like to eat with the bones. He like tuna without bones.
Yeah, just fillet it. Take the bones out.
Yeah. He loves barbecue pork chop with no bones, and fat. He don't like fatty.
Yeah, I like it
food.
very lean too. I don't like the fat. I don't like the bones. I don't like
bones. Like that. But he eats anything, but mostly don't like bones or fat, things like that.
There's a marina I used to work at. It's about 30 minutes from me, and I used to repair boats there. And a guy there a few years ago caught an 800-pound tuna, and they had to lift it up with the thing that they lift the boats out with, the travel lift. They had to lift it up with that. A huge tuna, 800-something pound. Yeah, it was massive. I couldn't believe it. I've never seen a fish that big.
Sir Larry, you're a good cook, Sir Larry.
Huh?
Are you a good cook?
I don't know. I mean, I cook because I have to. I've been cooking since I was.
You have to.
Well, yeah. I mean,
you're not like some people because they're lazy to cook. They just like buy in the supermarket for like AC Coke, ready.
No, I don't do that. I try to get things, and whenever I can, is fresh. I don't like to eat stuff out of a box, or I like to try to eat as fresh as I can. But even if I eat, like, let's say I make a steak, I don't really season it. Maybe salt and pepper, and that's it. Because I want to taste the actual meat. I don't want to taste the spices. So I don't put a lot of spices or anything into it. Like, I just made a pot roast the other day. It was just a pot roast with carrots, onions, and sweet potatoes in a slow cooker. That's
because
easy
you
enough.
look like Sir Larry, I think you eat more healthy food because you're not eating rubbish food, are you? Because you look your body is not like, you're not big, you look fine, you're healthy.
No, I've had times in my life where I did that, where I just would eat. I wouldn't think about what I was eating, but mostly I mostly will eat good foods. I like vegetables. I like meat. Everything just kind of just regular, plain, natural stuff, Like there's an elk farm near me, and I've never had elk meat. It's really expensive, but I'm going to try it sometime because they butcher it right
You
there,
like
raise
you
them, and
are you like you cook more meat or veg?
it
Like
depends. It depends. Sometimes I do a lot of fasting. Like once a week, I'll fast. I won't eat anything for like 24 to 40 hours. But um, I'll eat meat sometimes, but sometimes I actually get sick of it. It's just like everything else. I get bored with it. Like there's certain things, whether it's on TV, music, food, people. I get bored with things. I get bored with things,
yeah.
and I'll just change it up a little bit and do something else. You know, that's what I do. So some days
So you
I
mostly
just might be eating fruit and
generally,
vegetables all day.
but you're not really always like if you're tired to cook, you just like order in the takeaway, or you just like
I
cook
don't do
like
takeout very often. I'll tell you, I got Chinese food like 2 weeks ago.
okay.
That was the first time I had Chinese food in about 7 months. I just don't do it. I don't like to eat out often. I just don't.
Because that's like before when well, like if I live on my own, I was just like it's so boring when you eat in your own. Just like I don't want to cook. I just eat like rubbish food. I just like
Well, you don't have to eat rubbish food though, because I'm the same way. I live by myself, so I'm not going to go out and spend $300 on groceries. Why would I do that? Because
yeah.
I buy enough and I'll split it up and say, okay, here's 10 days worth of food or something. Because there are times where I might stop and get something quick to eat, not junk food, but just something good. You know what I mean? And there's some days like when I'm working, I don't get hungry when I work. So when I'm working,
Yeah.
I'll just have water, a banana, or because I just don't get hungry. Because when I'm working, I just want to keep working. I don't want to stop. So that's just how
Really?
I am. I'm better off just
You
going.
just kept drinking water.
That's
You're
it all
not
day. It's just water.
so
So
that's why you did you
because I
so that's
actually
why
want to lose about 10 more pounds to hit my goal.
um,
Because I shouldn't be. Over the last 10 years, I got kind of lazy. Not really lazy, but I just wasn't doing stuff. Because when I was younger, like I said, I played sports. I was running. I was a boxer. I played basketball. I did all kinds of stuff. I was always doing something. I was always in really good shape. I had no fat on my body whatsoever. But then I had
so that's why
problems
you
with
didn't
my
want to
knees.
get fat.
I stopped doing it. And I wasn't really fat. I weighed more than
Yeah.
I should have. So I
Like
just started to get back to what I used to do. Because when you're young, when I was 22, 24 years old, I could eat whatever I wanted because it didn't matter because I wasn't gaining any weight. So it didn't matter. But once you get into your 30s and 40s, you got to be careful. There are things that I used to eat all the time that if I even think about it, it makes me sick. I'm like, I would never eat that again. It's just the way it is.
you have you have a self-control.
You have to, and that's with everything. Like I have a beer. I have beer once in a while. When I was a kid, I tell you, when I was 16, 17, 18 years old, I drank a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I was really bad. When I was a teenager, I was pretty much a jerk. So
Really?
I did drugs. I was drinking a lot because those are the kind of people I hung around with. And
Okay.
because when I was younger, I didn't have a lot of friends. I was always really quiet. And everybody just said, oh, he's shy. Don't talk to him. So I never made a lot of friends. I had maybe one or two friends. That's it throughout school because I didn't trust anybody. I didn't like anybody. But when I went to another school after my freshman year in high school, I told my parents, and I was like 15 at the time. I said, I am not going back to school unless I can go to a different school. I want to do something different. So they sent me to a trade school where I could learn how to do something while I was doing electrical work. And I was like, that's perfect because it wasn't regular high school wasn't for me. I couldn't sit in a classroom and listen to a teacher yap, 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 yap for hours. It meant nothing to me. It meant nothing to me. It went
kept doing like that, explaining.
Yeah, it went in one ear and out the other, and I have no idea what they just said. Just bored me to death. I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I don't care. So in trade school, it was like 1 week you were in a classroom and every other week you were in the shops. You were actually working. And that was better for me. I was the kind of kid, I had to be busy. I had to be doing things with my hands. I couldn't sit in a chair for hours and just listen to people talk about nothing. It meant nothing to me. I was just like, so that's what I did. The bad part of it was about when I was like 16, when I went to that new school, it was good, but it was bad because I met a lot of bad kids there. Kids that smoked weed, drank a lot, but they accepted me and they were my friends and I was their friends. They would do anything for me. I would do anything for them. So it was kind of like a trade-off. It was, I didn't hang around with the best people in the world, but they were still my friends. They didn't do anything to me. I didn't do anything to them. We were just friends. But in that town, we were all looked at as like the bad kids. Whatever, that's what I'll be then. So that's just how I was. So, but you know, I don't know. It was just a weird time for me when I was growing up.
Yeah,
But the problem was, if we were drinking, I could just stop drinking, but my friends couldn't. They would do too much. They would go excessive. They would get in trouble, and I could never understand.
Really? You're a little bit bad boy that time, Sir Larry.
Well, I could never understand addiction. And my brother was an alcoholic, my late brother. He was an alcoholic from the time he was like 18. And I could never understand it because if I wanted to stop doing something, I just stopped doing it. I didn't care. Some people, they can't stop doing it, whether it's smoking, drinking, whatever. Me, I never got addicted to anything. If I wanted to do something, I did it. If I wanted to stop, I just stopped. It didn't bother me at all. So I never understood that whole thing with addiction. And I still don't, frankly, to this day. It's hard to comprehend, even though it's been in my family. My father's side, they have a history of alcoholism, but I could never understand it because I was like, how come I can drink? I could drink all weekend nonstop and then not drink again for 3 months. This is how I am.
Do you drink anything? Drink just wine or beer or something?
Beer. Once in a while, I'll drink beer. Like cigars. I love cigars, but I could go 6 months without having a cigar. I don't care. But when I want one, I go have one. If I don't want it, I don't care.
Are you Sir Larry, until now you smoking now, or you smoker? You smoke? Did you smoke?
I smoke cigars now.
Yeah, until now.
Yeah, but I didn't start smoking cigars till I was about 31, 32 years old.
Okay.
I don't know why. I just got interested in it because I get bored with some things and I need to try something new. This is how I am. I'm constantly, and maybe a year from now, I'll get sick of cigars. I want to do something else. That's just how I am. You know, I get bored with something and I need to focus on something else. That's just how I am.
Yeah.
I've completely walked away from things. I've done it with YouTube before. I've done it with relationships. I'm just like, I'm sick of this. I'm tired of this. I'm not going
to try something.
See you later.
You always try you always try to do something different.
Yeah, because it's just the way my brain works. I can only pay attention to something like watching a movie. It's hard for me to watch a movie. It's hard for me to read a book because if I'm reading,
I hate reading books. I don't like reading books.
In school, like if we had to do a book report, well, I'd be reading a book and I'd be reading the same line over and over and over and over again. And then when I would turn the page,
over and over.
I would turn the page and completely forgot what I just read. It just wasn't, it never sunk into me. I was always a person, I had to learn by doing, seeing, touching, and doing. That's how I learned. I can't learn from a book. I have to learn by being there and doing it. That's just how I like that. Yeah. Like I used to work for a guy when I used to repair boats. This guy, I would do all the boat repairs, and this other guy who was supposed to be my boss knew everything, but he never actually did the work. He learned it from a book. And I used to tell him, Mike, when you're out here actually doing the work, it's a lot different than what the hell you're reading from a book. It's completely different because you run into these different situations where you have to do things.
Yeah.
So I understand he has a different brain. He can say, I know how to do everything by reading about it, but I knew how to do it by actually doing it. So we always used to have a hard time because I'm like, dude, your reality is not my reality. Like if I'm doing the work, let me make the decisions. I know what's going on. So that's how I am. I couldn't learn, even in tech school, I was learning electrical wiring. I could do the work. I could wire up all these lights and switches, no problem. But if you asked me to do it from a book and learn I couldn't do it. It had to be in front of me in order for me to do it.
I think everything now is in the computer or online.
And that's
Like book now
part
is
of the
not
problem.
really readable. Not
That's
like
part of the
book
problem.
only.
You know, when I was a kid, I mean, I was 8 years old and I was mowing the lawn and changing the spark plugs in the lawnmower and fixing my own car. And it was just something you had to do back then. But no, I see my nephews and stuff and these younger kids, 20 years old, they get a flat tire. They have no clue what the hell to do. I'm like, my God, when I was a kid, I had to do this stuff by myself, man. There's some things that today it's good. A lot of things are easier. You get a lot more information, but you still got to learn how to do things sometimes. You've got to learn how to do things with your hands. I mean, you don't have to do it for a living, but there's still some things you need to know, you know? And that's one thing I'm lucky my son, my boys learned from me, you know, that they don't get stuck because they had to learn how to do these things.
What
You
is
know,
your son?
okay,
What he do, Sir Larry? Your son? What is he doing?
well, both of
What he
them,
do?
one of them, one in the Air Force, he does wiring and communication stuff like on airplanes and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
So it's just like I used to when I was like 24 years old, you know, my nephew at the time was like 16, 17, and he'd be like, "Hey, can you show me how to start the lawnmower?" Like, you don't know how to start a lawnmower, dude? What the hell's wrong with you? So I had to go over there, you know, and I tried not to make fun of him. I'm like, you realize I was doing this stuff when I was like 6, 7 years old, man. Come on, get with it. So it was just like, it's a different generation, it's a different way of life. But you know, no matter what you do, there should be some things because anything could go wrong at your house. And you can't always call someone. They're not going to be there right away. You got to learn how to, there's got to be things you need to learn how to do, very basic things.
very big. Yeah.
Like
Basic.
I'll get a call from a customer and I'll go there and I'll be like thinking, I wouldn't say it, but I'd be thinking, you couldn't figure this out? It's not that difficult. Now you're paying me to do it. So, you know, it's just, but I'm in a situation like that with a customer. I will actually show them, this is what I did. If this ever happens again, this is what you do. You know, some people just don't know how to do these things. Not like me with computers. I use a computer. I don't know a whole lot about it. I just know I use it. So it's everybody knows something different.
Yeah, everybody now is all in the computer and he knows everything. Because before, people can do, even they don't know how to do Facebook, but now everyone, I think now there is there is account. Even like they can't afford to buy a phone and cell phone to buy like to go to Facebook, but everyone now can sign up in Facebook.
It's a lot of what's happening today. I see both sides of it. And I think in a way it's good. In a way it's bad. Like, I don't know. Like because if there's an emergency, great. Because when I was 14 years old and I was wandering around miles away from my house in the woods and I got hurt, how was I going to call anyone? You couldn't back then. You were screwed. You better make it back. Find a way. But today you got a cell phone. You can get help. So in that way, yeah, a lot of this stuff is good. You know, but in a lot of ways, I'll be out at work or I'll be sitting around and I'll get up from watching TV and I grab my phone. And I'm just going to the kitchen. Why am I grabbing my phone? So we get this mental thing. Yeah, it's like, why? I don't need to be attached to this damn thing all the time. You know, so
it's the thing now. That is the thing. We always keep looking on cell phone.
I was, honest to God, I was looking for my phone one day, but I was actually talking on it. I'm like, this is too much. This is too
That's
much.
what I said last Mr. Larry. I was like, I'm talking someone, then I keep looking around,
You look at
like,
Yeah.
my phone? Where's my phone? And I'm just talking to her. I said, where's your phone? I don't know where's my phone, but I'm talking. I said, holding.
Oh my God. It's so bad because
Yeah.
now, because of social media and stuff, we always think we're going to miss something.
Yeah.
We always think that, oh my God. Now, I like the fact that if someone from my family needs to call me, okay, you're right there. Everybody else, I don't really care about. You can call me all you want. I'm probably not going to answer anyway. But
Yeah.
if my kids are calling me, obviously I'm going to answer the phone. But it's a little too much to take sometimes. And I try to kind of just, that's why I like being out when I'm working or when I'm out hiking or fishing. I'm just away from everything. I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to hear anybody's voice. I don't want to hear about the next stupid thing on Twitter or Facebook. Just leave me alone for the day. Because sometimes you do have to disconnect. You have
Sir
to
Larry, what
you have
I've done my phone,
sometimes
Sir
just
Larry.
cut everything off.
Sir Larry, what I've done my phone, I'm always put on silent. So
Yeah.
everybody, if they phone to me, I couldn't answer because my phone was on silent. Because I can keep like reading the sounds of the phone, like notifications and people running, and like I lose my like if I'm working something and like I stop then looking my phone, and like so now if I leave it there, no sound, so I
Well, there's a
can
lot of things. There's a lot of other
finish
stuff
my
going on too, though, like Facebook or like there was a story that came up tonight. Facebook's going to start banning certain things and censoring people, and I'm like, see, this is the
Is
problem.
it?
This is
I
the problem.
didn't
People
I don't
like me,
really go to Facebook now.
I get so tired of it, and I'm like, and I tell people, don't react to everything. Don't react to every story you see, because they're just trying to get you in there to get you worked up. Just ignore it. Tell them to go to hell.
Yeah.
You just can't. And sometimes I'll post or I'll go onto a news story and I'll comment on these news stories. I'm just doing it to be a jerk, but it's just because it's just fun for me. But I think that's the thing. People always think they're going to miss something. Oh my God, I got to see the next story, next alert, next news story. Who cares? Turn off the damn TV, man. You have, you just, I'm telling you, that's why I don't know a lot with people that, hey, did you hear that latest song or did you see that latest movie? Nope, don't care. I really don't care about any of it. This I like with YouTube because there's still kind of some actual communication. So this is,
Yeah.
I like this, but I'm an introvert. So I say myself, how can I be antisocial but be on social media? It makes no sense. I don't want anybody bothering me to begin with. Why am I getting involved in any of this? So, it's just it's crazy.
Yeah.
Why am I even bothering? Why do I want to know what people are doing? I don't want to know if somebody bought at the store today. What the hell is that? I don't want to know what you cooked for dinner. I mean, but I do it sometimes too. So it's just like, I don't know. That's why my Facebook is mostly just my family. I only have like 70 people on it. It's mostly my family and people I went to
I
school.
didn't really before I was always active in Facebook, but since like I'm joining the YouTube, so I can go there all the time, but not really. I don't. It's only friends and family in
You're better
Facebook.
off with this platform, I think, because like I said, you're actually interacting with people. And that's a good thing. We're all talking together and singing or doing whatever. But
Yeah.
I don't know. People don't understand how Facebook tracks you. Like if you go look for something on Google, say I look for a I don't know, a selfie stick or something. I search for that on Google, and you do this. You search for something on Google that you want to purchase. The next time you go on Facebook, guess what you see for ads? The very goddamn thing you just went and looked for on Google.
Oh
So
yeah.
it's like everything, they're all connected. They all track whatever you're doing, whether it's Google, Facebook,
Everything is
Instagram, Twitter.
Google, isn't it?
They all
Yeah.
know where you're going, what you're doing,
Google. Everything is Google. Yeah, you can
everything.
ask to Google. Everything is Google.
Yeah.
Google's very
It's
talented.
like I was at my daughter's house like 2 years ago. I was at my daughter's house talking about my dog, because my dog had died, my old dog. the very next day, I woke up the next morning. What's the first thing I see on Facebook? In my memories of something about my dog that died. I'm like, well, how did that happen? So, okay, maybe it's coincidence, but how is it? I was just talking to somebody about my dog, and the next day I open up Facebook, and the first thing I see is a picture of my dog. Oh, this is your memory from a year ago. Really? Really? Like, how did
Really?
that happen?
I remember the one, really?
Yeah. Like, so I'm always wondering, and then I learned about the functions and like
Memories.
like you can open up your phone. Like there's certain things you used to do where you would go in to turn things on. Now you have to specifically go in and turn things off because microphones, cameras, they're automatically turned to on in these devices.
Oh,
They're automatically
yeah.
on. Now, I'm not saying people are spying on you, but I'm just saying over the past 5 years, a lot of things have happened to me where I started questioning, like, what the hell's going on here? How come I have a conversation, a private conversation with someone, and the next day that subject shows up on my Facebook feed?
Is
Why?
it?
Why? Yeah. So I'm always wondering, how much do they really know? I mean, what's really going on here? So I really get, and I know a guy that did that.
Then you are famous.
He
You
turned
are famous.
this guy. He turned everything off on his phone. Everything. He turned off everything, and he spent the day going around. I think it was in New York. He went around the city. When he came back, he turned it back on, and it had still tracked him.
Ding, loads, come up.
Yeah, it still tracked everywhere he went, even though everything was off. Airplane
Yeah.
mode, all of it was off. So you really have to be careful. You know, like I tell people, you shouldn't be posting every minute of every day where you are.
Mm.
And make sure your Facebook is private, because people who are up to no good, people who want to steal your stuff, they just look at these random accounts and say, oh, this person's not going to be home for another 3 days. She just fucking posted on Facebook.
Yeah,
So
there is a
we're gonna go
you
rock
know,
her
scenario.
house if we know she's not home.
Yeah, Facebook is lots of weird people there because before I have a private account, my Facebook about before, but then now I put in public because I'm always share the video from YouTube
Yeah,
because
just-
YouTube recommend you need to post on Twitter and Facebook, so you need to share the people there at least one people like that. Make your views like that. Then now but before I'm always private on my, I'm always private.
I always have to get permission, whether it's Instagram or Facebook. Now, the only reason I'm on either one is for Messenger. My sons contact me, we do video chat,
Yeah.
stuff like that. So that's perfect. That's fine.
Mm.
But Facebook, if I post something on Facebook, it's usually because I'm just trying to be funny. It's just something really stupid. So it's like, but you have to be careful because
you never I didn't see you there much that you post in Facebook.
I don't really use it that much. I might
Yeah,
post
I didn't much as well.
I might,
Yeah.
because the election is coming up, so I post some funny kind of memes just to kind of make people laugh. But
I didn't look that one because you know, and also in Facebook, Sir Larry, those people they're like trying to add in you, but they message you in Messenger. They're like
Right.
they want to get to know, but they're scammer. Some people they're like
That's
trying
what I
to
mean. I don't know how many
scam.
times I see, oh, so and so sent you a friend request. You can just tell by the picture that's not real. I just delete it right away. I'm like, you know what I mean? I don't know if I've never talked to you, don't send me a friend request. I don't know who you are. So it's like I said, I try to keep the circle small.
But some people, Sir Larry, they keep sending that to me in message or like that. I block them. I didn't. I hide them, and then I block them because I don't want them. I keep talking, asking about me. Why you want me to cook? I don't know you, and it's just like it's like
Yeah, yeah, and I think people make a mistake with that too. With Facebook especially is they connect with people.
Yeah.
Let's say I went to high school with somebody. Well, you might learn something about this person that you just don't really, it doesn't jive with you, you don't like. And I try to tell people there's a big difference between being friends with someone for 25 years and being friends with someone 25 years ago. There's a big difference. People change.
Yeah.
Just because you were friends when you were 16 doesn't mean you're going to be friends when you're 46. So you got to be careful. People change. Everything changes.
Oh yeah, everything's changed.
Now, the people that I connect with, that I went to school with, always tell me, you're the exact same smartass you were when you were a teenager. They're like, you're the exact same person you were back then. And I try to be. I always think I've never changed all that much. The only difference is now, back then I used to be quiet a lot. Today, I'm more outspoken. Things I used to think, now I say more. And I don't really care what anybody thinks about it. So I just try to, and people try to scare you or they try to shut you down. Because like I said, before the last election, 2015, I was on Twitter. I had a pretty big following on Twitter.
I never tried to use the Twitter, Sir Lami. I never tried to use that.
Twitter sucks. Twitter is like the cesspool. It's like the garbage heap of social media. It's just garbage. But I didn't know that. I was on there because I was connected with a lot of people involved in politics. So I'm interested in politics. And I got to know a lot of people. I had like 6,000 followers. I was doing pretty good on Twitter.
Really?
But I learned you would start posting certain things, and depending on your opinion about things, they would ban you. They would silence you. They would block your posts and all this stuff. And I'm like, that's not right. I'm not doing that anymore. And that's what Facebook started doing a lot too. I've had 30-day bans on Facebook. I probably had that 20 times in the past 10 years. Just because of something, nothing bad. It was my opinion about something. Oh, this goes against our policy. Really? That goes against your policy? My opinion? So that's the problem. Like, with social media, we accept it, we go with it, but they have all these rules for certain people, and those rules not for other people. So,
I use only Facebook or Instagram. But Instagram, I didn't go there. Just only a Facebook. But now I'm concentrate the YouTube. Not in the YouTube and Facebook. I just all I have.
Yeah, YouTube is good too. But YouTube is if I start doing things on YouTube like I do on Facebook, if it got more political, I'd be banned like that. I'd be banned like you wouldn't believe, because the people who run these Google, Facebook, Twitter, they all think one way. It's like this group think. You can't think any differently than them. So they don't like your post, they just delete them. And that's where we started getting into trouble here, going, well, wait a minute. This is supposed to be a platform for all of us to share our opinions, not just one opinion. That's not how the world works, man. But that's what they're doing now. And that's why a lot of people are just leaving it.
The good thing, Sir Larry, the good thing only in Facebook and YouTube, if you're really, really serious, you can earn money. But in Facebook, you just like having just for fun. You can earn that. I think you will.
Well, you can. I mean, you can start
you can have like Facebook page. I think something like that.
Stuff like
Facebook page.
Yeah. You can start a business page on Facebook. It's just
I got Facebook page, but I didn't really use it because you need to do boasting. I don't pay boasting just to make people follow me. I don't do that. So I just use the YouTube. But I don't use but some people like they love to do, because mostly people using Facebook than YouTube. Some people didn't bother.
Facebook is for, like, for example, I posted something on Facebook about COVID. Okay. And immediately it got tagged with, oh, this post was removed for disinformation. Like, really? You got to tell me what I think is right or wrong. I didn't
know that. Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah. So they do that. They think one opinion. You only get one opinion on this. It's like, well, that's not right. So that's what they're doing to people. People are like, I'm really disturbed to see. I don't say a lot of stuff, but I read a lot. And I look at the things people are saying. And the things that people are just going along with it. And I'm like, guys, you got to wake up, man. We all have a brain for a reason. Don't let Facebook tell you what to think. You got to have your own
Yeah.
thoughts. Like I posted
That-
something, somebody got mad at me because I posted something. There was a store here in Portsmouth, about
that
30
is
minutes
Facebook.
from me. And they said
Yeah, because
it was a big orange sign. And I was wearing a mask in the store because if they tell you to wear a mask, I wear a mask, even though I disagree with it, but I still do it. And the sign said, masks must be worn state mandated. And I said, well, wait a minute. I said, New Hampshire we don't have a state mandate. So I went in the store and I said, excuse me, as you can see, I'm wearing a mask, but your sign is very misleading. We don't have a state mandate here in New Hampshire. And of course, they both looked at me and didn't say a word. They just stared at me like I was crazy or something. So I was like, well, so I said, okay, so whatever, I won't say anything. I went back outside and I called the corporate office to this chain of stores. And I told the woman on the phone what was happening. And she said, oh, maybe the store manager is just telling you people what they should be doing. I said, well, first off, you don't tell me what I should be doing. I'll figure that out for myself. For another thing, I said, I wore a mask in your store, but the sign outside is a lie. New Hampshire has no state mandate for masks.
did you say that?
I
Did
said,
you tell them?
it's absolutely a lie. And she looked it up and she goes, well, okay, you're right. I said, I know I'm right. I said, I'm okay with wearing a mask in your store, but don't lie to people. Because if you're going to, the worst thing you can do is lose my trust and everybody else's. So I went back there this week and the sign was gone. Every sign that had to do with masks was gone. So I'm like, I guess I'm not the only one that complained. And I posted it on Facebook. I said, this is a flat out lie. This should not be happening. So you gotta, like, that's what people are doing. They're kind of letting things happen. I'm thinking all the millions of people that went out of the store and they saw that sign and they said nothing. But no, I'm the
Is
one.
still there, Sir Larry, is still there like no entry, no mask, no entry?
Well, it wasn't that. It was just the fact that they said state mandated. And I'm like, no, it's not state mandated here. Not in my state, not in New Hampshire. And I had to explain this to them. You cannot mislead people. If you want us to wear a mask, fine, but don't lie. Don't say it's mandated when it's absolutely not in this state, because it's not.
Yeah.
So I said, that's the only problem I had. Don't tell people something that's not true. You can't do that. So I'm thinking the store corporate, they didn't make that sign. The person who runs that particular store did. And that's wrong. You don't lie to people. It's so beyond just disgusting. Like, so luckily I went there this week and it was gone. So I'm like, well, thank good. Maybe more people.
Really?
Maybe more.
Because she's the only one. You're the only one complaining.
Maybe more people did what I did and said, no, we're not going to tolerate this. You're a liar. So this time I went in the store without a mask and I said, I don't care, because now you don't have any signs anyway. Who cares? So,
yeah.
And that's what I told them. I said, here I am. I'm in your store and I am wearing a mask. But your sign is very misleading. Don't lie to people. It's not right. So that's all I care. I didn't care about the fact that I had to wear a mask. I cared about the fact that they were lying about it being mandated by the state when it's absolutely not. So I was really pissed off about that. And I told some people on social media, on Facebook too. I said, I want you guys to call this store and tell them you got to get rid of that. You can't do that. That's not right.
Did you read the Facebook, Sir Larry?
Well, that's why I told people you can't. It's not a big deal, really, but it is. It's like you have to start speaking out and standing up for yourself. You can't just let people just get away with things. It might not seem like much to some people. To me, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
You're selling something to me. You want me to come to your store. Why would I trust you if right at the door you're lying to me? I'm not going to trust people who lie to me. So don't do that. So you got to, you got to just do what you can do to stand up to people.
Some people, they just like You going yeah, like you're going to the complain to the store.
Yeah.
But some people they just leave it. They don't care. They just they don't bother what the sign is
They
still
don't, they
there.
don't. And I think that's what we've been kind of conditioned to do that. Like we've been conditioned just to go along with whatever the authorities tell us to do. No, no, we don't do that here in this country. We're free here. We have freedom of speech, man. Like we have rights. You can't just let people just go along with it. Yeah, then where do you end up? I mean, don't just go along with everything. You have to question things sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, you can't just, no, I don't do anything wrong. I don't break the law. I
Yeah.
don't bother anybody. But when I see a wrong, I'm going to call it out. Now, when I was younger, I wouldn't have said anything. But now I know more. No,
You have rights to
you're not getting away with that with me. Not happening. I'm not letting that happen. So you have to sometimes, and you don't want to blame the people working there because they don't know, they don't own the store. So you go to the next level and say, look, don't do this. It's not right. Because it's the same store, it's a chain of stores here, but the one where I live, they don't tell you to wear the masks. So how can this one? It makes no sense. So, and I had somebody tell me that before because we have, our state doesn't have a mandate, but there's certain towns here that did it. Their town voted on it. Oh, you must wear a mask everywhere. Like if I'm out in the woods fishing, you want me to wear a mask? I don't think so. You can try to make me. That's not going to happen. So, I don't think people really know sometimes how much power they have. Like you have to put your foot down at some time and say no. Like, no, you can't make me do this. There's no real legal authority for this. You want to do something because you think it's the right thing to do, go right ahead. But it doesn't mean I have to do it. It doesn't mean I have to do it because I don't think it's the right thing to do. So.
But it's not. You need to argue with it. Yeah, you can argue with that.
No, you don't have to argue with it, but you can still.
You can give your opinion to them.
You can say it if you okay, no mask, no entry, but don't lie about the reason for it. That's what I'm saying. Don't put something on your door that's just a flat out lie, because people like me are going to catch that and we're going to say you're wrong, and I know I'm right. So I'm not. What I mean. You got to be careful how you treat people.
Are they very strict there now, Sir Larry? If you're going to the shop, they are very strict there now? Or
no, I wear a mask in certain stores where we say you have to, but like the other day I went into a store where I always wear a mask.
Yeah.
And I didn't wear a mask. And I did it for a reason. I said to myself, let's see if anybody says anything to me.
Yeah, because here we're not allowed here. We're not allowed here when when you go to the shop and no mask. We always wearing masks.
Well,
they're the same.
It's like
but it's so funny because when you go into the shop, the stuff there, they just like put in a mask in here.
Yeah.
Just put in here. So just like, wow, what's the point? You wear mask and you put mask here. They just like take it off like that.
What if a guy has a beard? The mask doesn't work.
Well, that's husband of Lisa.
No, think about that. Think about that. Beard. No, there's no way a mask is effective if you have facial hair.
Guys, thank you, Ma'am.
So
America. Elvira,
I had one person
thank you.
Say something to me. It was like a couple months ago. And he stopped. I was shopping. All I was going in the store, I was just buying some coffee. That was it. And he stopped and he said, "Hey, you're not wearing a mask." I said, "Yeah, I know I'm not wearing a mask." He goes, "Don't you think you should wear a mask?" I said, "No, I'm not sick. I'm not spreading any disease to anybody." He goes, "Well, you're putting us all at risk." I said, "Dude, just keep walking. Like I'm not the person you want to stand here and argue with, okay? Because I'm telling you right now, you don't." So, we're coming to the end of this. I think we're going to have a vaccine like within a month anyway. I think we already have it actually. But I know YouTube doesn't like us talking about this, so, but I do think, and I was saying things back in March and April. And I was warning people back in March and April. I said, watch what happens now. And once we hit around June, July, August, September, I was like, do you see what I'm talking about now? This crap that's happening. I was telling you about this back in February and March, because these people, they get a little too much power. Now watch what they do with it, you know?
Yeah.
And watch how many people just, like with the sign, just think, oh, that's okay, don't worry about it. No, you should worry about it, because that's how it starts. They start telling you what the hell to do and how to live your life. Ain't happening. Not with me, because I don't really care. I have nothing to lose. So you're not gonna tell me what to do every day. I'm an adult. I'll figure it out. I'm not around anybody anyway, so it doesn't affect me. But
Yeah. Did you try to have a test, Sir Larry? The like a swab test? Did you try that there?
nope,
No,
absolutely
you
not.
haven't. I haven't tried as well like that.
No, I went to my
I don't know.
doctor's. I went to the doctor 2 weeks ago for something. I think it was for my ankle. And they take your temperature, which was fine. Mine was normal. And she asked me if I wanted a test. I said, no, I don't want a test. And that was it. She didn't argue with me. You know why? Because I'm not sick. I don't have any symptoms.
Yeah.
And
Me too. I don't want it to go
I
there as
don't
well.
want it. I don't want a test positive when I'm not even sick, because you could still test positive. And that means I have to quarantine for 14
Basta
days.
naman naman din
I don't want to quarantine for 14 days for nothing when I'm not even sick. I think personally, back in April or May, I think I already had it, because I was very sick back then, but I didn't get tested, but it passed. I was done. So, and I have a friend of mine who that tested positive, and she had a fever, and all the doctor told her was, well, just go home for like 10 days. That's it. Like, they don't even care anyway. So, you know, I like our president Trump he tested positive. He was only in the
Yeah,
hospital. He was only in the
how come
hospital
he got
for like
like that?
he was
How
only in
come
for
he
like
got
3
that?
days.
Yeah, and he got Sir Larry, he got loads of doctors. He got 7 doctors, I
That's what
think.
I'm saying. That's my point. Now here's somebody.
And then with Hara, salamat ma'am, kinabuhi Amerika.
They're all, he's around all these doctors, social distancing, mask, all these tests, and he still got it. It doesn't freaking matter. It doesn't matter where you
How
are,
come
who you
that?
are.
And I don't know how they got that, because I just can't understand, because
Because it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter where you are, it doesn't matter if you wear a mask or not. You can still get it.
I think
It's a
you can
virus,
get it.
just like any virus throughout.
I think it's you can get from the water, you can get from the air, or I don't know.
Yeah, nobody has any
Amerika,
real
I
answer
think,
to
listen,
that.
basta na yung nag-update na ba si Lolo sa'yo?
It's just, and as soon as I heard that, I'm like, watch Trump kick Corona's ass right here, because he's going to be out of the hospital in a few days.
And also our Prime Minister here in UK, he got that before early April, I think. I don't know. I think April, what month is that? He got as well like that as well. And I don't know.
Guess what? He didn't die.
Yeah, he doesn't die. But from his, how old is he? I think he's 70, isn't it?
Trump?
Yeah.
Trump, I think he's 74.
How did he? But he is a fighter.
He's a no nonsense guy. He's just screw you. I mean, we all want to do the right thing, but it got a little too extreme with all this stuff. Like, because we were looking at states that, like, if we look, I mean, we look at Sweden. Sweden's doing fine. Sweden didn't have a lockdown. Sweden didn't make anyone wear masks, and Sweden's pretty much back to normal now. So I just always wonder, we have viruses through our entire history for millions of years. So I don't I'm on Trump's side with all this stuff. You got to stop living in fear. We can't live in fear our whole lives. There's viruses everywhere. There's bacteria everywhere. Who cares? Like we're all gonna
Oh
die.
yeah, bacteria is like how if I just think I just I wondered Trump he got there and how if the people working in the environment like lots of like in hospitals like in like the so that's why like how come he got there?
All I know is I'm gonna tell you this. All I know is when this is all done, we're gonna find out that it wasn't as bad as we were told. And we're gonna find out a lot of people that died from this didn't die from that. They died from other things. That I will guarantee you right now. Because it's already happened.
Did I what? I'm sorry? What's
They
that
died,
sentence
they
again?
died from other things, not just COVID.
Oh, honestly.
Mhm.
Maybe because I don't know. They said no vaccine, but why the people
How is
so
it?
much
How is it? How is it? It started in China, but China's doing just fine.
Well, congrats mamuni ka na bukas. America, kinabay America. Sabi ko sa iyo,
And
Tuesday,
the way
mag-release si
people
Lolo eh.
reacted
Sabi
to
ko
it,
sa iyo.
the way people reacted to it, and that's why I'm glad Trump, when he got home, he got out, he stood there in front of everybody, and he just took off the mask. I'm like, there you go, boss.
Akit ka na dito
That's the
Mabuhay
way to do
America,
it.
kantahan lang tayo.
So I'm not. I've always taken it serious because obviously some people get sick, and depending on how old you are, and depending on if you have bad health, you're going to get sicker. You're probably going to die. The average age is like 78 still. But
Nag-flip pa rin ako.
if you look at every age, there's still it's literally a 99.98% survival rate. So I'm like, what am I
Yeah.
afraid of? What the hell am I? I'm not afraid of this. I've never been. It's almost 100% survival rate. What do I care? So I just do what I do. If somebody tells me you have to wear a mask, fine, but I don't agree with it. I think it's stupid. I think it's overblown. I think it's the biggest, most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. We had viruses our whole life. There's viruses all the time, like everywhere.
Yeah, we have really virus, isn't it?
We have some years in the United States. We have some years where like 60 to 80,000 people die of just the regular flu. That's just a flu.
Yeah, the flu as well, isn't it? The flu, you
Nobody
can
ever
die.
talked about it. Nobody ever made us wear a mask before. Why now? I say, I see people don't like to say this. I think herd immunity works. You quarantine older people and let the virus pass through younger, healthier people. But they won't say that because they'll be considered to be a bad thing. I don't know. That's what Sweden did, and Sweden seems to be doing just fine. They used herd immunity. So someone pointed out to me that Sweden, I think like 5,000 people died or something. I'm like, okay, but they have a population of like 10 million people. You got to look at the big picture, man. Like we've had 200,000 deaths in the United States, but we have like 340 million people. It's not even close. It's not even it's such a tiny percentage. It doesn't even register.
Yeah.
I try to look at data. I try to look at the big number, the big picture. And for some reason, a lot of people won't do that. Like New Hampshire, we have 1.36 million people living in New Hampshire. We've had around 400 deaths. I'm sorry, but that's nothing. That's not something for me to be concerned about.
There's nothing.
It's just not. I mean, it's nothing. Like I don't want anybody to die, but when I look at the percentages and I look at the statistics, it just doesn't make sense to me. I'm like, why are we locking down? Like I have to wear a mask to enter a restaurant, but when I sit down, obviously I'm taking the mask off. You can't eat with a mask on. It doesn't make any damn sense.
You can eat with mask.
Yeah, you can get it. Or there's some places that, we're closing early. We're closing at 8 o'clock. Well, okay, so you can't get COVID before or after 8 o'clock. I don't understand the logic. Like, so I've been part of the group that's just sort of not really protesting, but just questioning, saying, keep an eye on what's happening here. Because everything I was saying back in March and April is happening now. And it's just simply by watching, by reading, watch what people are saying. It's just a lot of weird stuff going on right now. Australia is another one. Australia has a population of 25 million. They've only had about 700 deaths. Like, how is that?
Yeah.
How is that a reason to lock anything down? It makes no sense.
If that test is I don't know, it's 100% that test. I think, I don't know.
Now I know they're
test
having a spike. I think in Spain they're having a spike in places like that, but it's unpopular. But they used to talk about deaths, and then around June or July they started talking about cases. And I told people, just because you test positive doesn't mean you're going to die. It doesn't even mean you're going to get sick.
He's a Miss Trump. LOL.
I love Trump. Trump is awesome. Trump's the best thing that ever happened in this country.
He's a mess Trump.
He's great.
Kinabay America. Yeah.
But you just have to, I just tell people to be aware, don't let people just push these things on you. If you just read the facts, if you just read the data and stop watching the news, you'll quickly realize there's nothing to worry about. There's really
that's what this is now. Like I think some people I don't know, because they're just thinking about now. Oh, that is the one is just like a flu. Even you get flu, you think that you have you are infected.
I've gotten the flu. I got the flu shot one time in my entire life. I think 2011, I got a flu shot. That's the only time in my life I've ever had the flu.
I always have a flu every year.
If I'm 50 years old, I've had the flu once, and that was the same year I got the flu shot. So why the hell would I get a flu shot again? It doesn't make any sense. Like my odds of not getting it or surviving it are pretty good. I'll go with it.
Generally, I have since before when I came here, I don't have a flu vaccine. Then I tried that one time. I tried and since that I got every year I had a flu. So I said, what's better? I don't have. I should not do that. I should not try the flu vaccine because since I have a flu vaccine, I'm always had a flu. So I said, like,
that's what I'm saying. God. So what the hell is the point? My doctor asks me every year. My doctor always asks me, "Oh, are you gonna get the flu vaccination this year?" I said no. She goes, "Why not?" I said, "Is it 100%?" She said, "No, it's about 50." I said, "Then why would I bother?"
I had only one time, but since that,
it's a 50-50 chance. I'll give you the flu vaccine, but you'll still get the flu. Then what the hell? What's the point?
I had a flu vaccine, Sir Larry, I'm always have a flu every year.
Yeah.
Then before, I haven't done the vaccine, and I didn't have the flu. But since I have the vaccine every year, I had a flu. So I said, like, oh my God, I wish I didn't do that. I didn't.
Oh, show me, and I tell my doctor that every year, and she just starts laughing at me. I said, "Can you show me proof? Show me the statistics." And she shows me, and I said, "I don't see a reason for me to get the flu shot. It doesn't make any sense."
Yeah.
Now, if you tell me there's like an 88% chance that I won't get the flu, okay, then I'll get the vaccine. But if you're telling me it's more like 50, 40%, I'm not getting it. What's the point? I'd rather just catch the damn flu. If I'm going to get it anyway, what do I care? It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I understand the majority of the population, you want to get the flu shot, go right ahead. But it doesn't, again, I'm about statistics, data. Show me the numbers. And the numbers don't add up to me, I'm not getting it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Statistically, I have a better chance of dying in a car accident than I do of COVID. So I'll take my chances doing that. I could go out and check my mail in the morning and get hit by a car. We don't know when we wake up every morning what's going to happen to us. I just, I just keep telling people, you gotta live your life. And you know what? You know why I think like that now? It's because I personally know people who are literally afraid to leave their homes right now. Like they won't go outside, they won't go to the store, they won't go anywhere. I'm like, that is sad and it's scary because I guarantee you there's millions of people just like that because they think if they open their window or open the door that they're going to die from COVID. I'm like, this is bullshit. Like that, we can't have people living in fear because you know what? That's going to cause.
They're not dying for COVID. They die for homeless.
They're not
So
dying because you know why? Because
homeless.
they're not going to their doctor's appointments. They're not doing anything because they think everything has to be COVID now. Like everything
Yeah,
is COVID.
everything's COVID.
You
If
can't
you
die
have
from anything else now. You can't get the
yeah,
flu. You can't break your arm.
everything, yeah, everything is
Everything's
COVID.
COVID.
If
So,
you're not allowed to get sick now because everything
yeah.
their findings
That
is
was
like
a popular meme going around. It said, can we get regular sick now or is everything COVID? Like, can you get us?
yeah,
No,
everything's
you can't.
COVID.
You can't. Everything's COVID now. Like,
Like I had we phoned in the doctor because I had a thyroid, and they said like oh, you need to keep away from your family because you have a symptoms. I
right.
said no, I have no symptoms. I'm just like tired or something like that. But I have no sore throat. I have no
No fever.
fever. I have no cough. And they said I need a blood test. I told them that, but they said no, you can't go there because you have you need to keep away your family. I said no, I need to the result first. I need to have a blood test. Then when we argue like that, then they sending me to the doctors, my surgery. Then they took my blood test, and the finding is like a thyroid, not COVID. But what happened if I didn't go there
That's what
and
I'm
listen to them?
saying.
So I will die
People
for
don't
not
know. There's people who have
for other
cancer.
reason.
There's people who have cancer they're not going for their regular screenings.
No, they don't.
I'm like, oh my God, are we insane? Like, are we going to completely stop our lives and lock ourselves inside our homes for this crap?
We
It
will
doesn't.
die.
It's insane because I'm telling you, 5 years from now, we're going to find that more people died or were harmed from isolating themselves. I'm guaranteeing you, suicide, drug use, all this other stuff.
Yeah,
It's
because
all on the rise because people are, and I keep
look
telling
like
people,
because
I've been telling people since February, stop
yeah,
watching.
because some people like they can look like you have no freedom, isn't it? Look like you have no freedom. You can
Like
go,
you're in,
you can go out, you
you're in a
can
giant
stay at
internment
home.
camp or something. Yeah. Like what are we doing to ourselves here? We're really hurting ourselves by doing this. And
Yeah,
don't be shocked, like I said, not if, but when we learn what really happened here, where it came from, and how deadly it really was, because it wasn't. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care if YouTube or Facebook bans me, or I don't really care because they're not. It's not adding up. When I keep looking at the numbers over and over and over again, it's not adding up. And if they say, oh, 1 million people now across the world have died from COVID, and I said, how many people are in the world? Is it 7 billion? Again,
yeah,
it's still a tiny, tiny, tiny percentage. And you don't want one person to be harmed by anything. But again, it's just not adding up to me. I'm not like a truther. I'm not like denying it. It's real. I'm just saying you got to live your damn life, man. Like we can't live like this.
mm,
So you want to take precautions and fine, do it, But when I'm out on the road, I'm going to work and I look at a car next to me and everybody's sitting inside their car and they're wearing a mask inside their car. I'm thinking, man, that's freaking sad. Like I wouldn't make fun of anybody, but I'm just looking at it going, that's the level of hysteria we're at now. Like people are literally afraid of each other. If they see you without a mask, they like whisk their kids away like you're a monster or something. What the fuck, man? Yeah, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong with people. What are we doing to each other? It's like we don't even trust each other anymore. It's really, really sad. And like I said, I have personal friends that literally won't leave their homes. And I think that's horribly, horribly sad. Horribly sad. And there's nothing you can say. Because they watch CNN, they watch the news, and they're convinced if they open that goddamn door that they're going to get sick. And I'm like, my God, that's insane. You can't think like
Yeah.
that. You can't think like that. I hate it. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not making fun of people. I'm really concerned, like what is going to happen to us over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Because there's some people who say there's people here that are prepared to wear a mask for the rest of their lives. Like, my God, like, what are we doing?
They're keeping wearing masks, and then because they want to be safe, but because they can see proper walking, because the mask covered their eyes, and the cars passing there, they died for the car accident. they're not they're not they're not dying for the to go to the shop for they're not dying for not wearing for mask, but they're died for the accident because they couldn't even see it because it's small like that. They cover all the masks.
To me, it's not even a denial of, I realize I could still get sick. I get it. I understand. I could be sitting home every single day. I guarantee if I never left this apartment for the last 6 months, and I could still get infected somehow. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
I know people who wore a mask every day and still tested positive. I'm like,
Yeah,
so
they
what,
keep wearing the
how
mask,
good is
but
it?
the mask, I think the mask is like they don't wash, or the mask they, I don't know.
If you the mask, now that they said like a month ago or so, they said that the virus can live on the mask for up to 7 days.
Yeah.
So if you're wearing the same
And
mask
then the
every day,
virus as well, they can live in
that
the,
means you're breathing it back in again. Like, okay, so, and another thing I've been seeing is masks all over the ground everywhere. People just throw it on the ground. That's why I see masks on the floor, on the ground everywhere, on the road, in parking lots, all over the place. I'm like, well, that's healthy. So you're telling me this thing is so deadly that you can just throw your mask anywhere. Shouldn't there be like a biohazard bin for this deadly, deadly, deadly virus? They're so full of it.
I think I don't know, because they always keep wearing the mask. Then when we take off the mask, the air or the wind still can smell. I can
Yeah, if they
I can
say it can live there for 7 days, I guess as long as you don't touch it or something.
yeah,
But
but just it's not only for the there. Sometimes you can catch the virus in the food or in the water, in the air, or when you touch something. When you go to the shop, there is a like you can hold every like the when you're touching the stuff there. So
well, no, at
you can,
first they told us that you could catch it by touching, and then they told us no, you can't. So
yeah,
that's another thing that made me suspicious is they kept changing their narrative. And then that Dr. Fauci, who's a complete freaking clown, back in March, he said, "Oh no, people should not be walking around wearing masks. That should not be happening." And then it was just like a month later, he totally changed. Oh yeah, the masks are a good thing. Well, which is it? Which is it? Like everybody keeps changing their story. Then people said someone gets COVID. Like they use Trump as an example. Oh, if he had worn a mask, he wouldn't have got it. Well, you people have been telling me the mask isn't to protect you, it's to protect other people. So what the hell good with a mask? You see what I mean? They keep changing what they're saying. It
they
makes no
keep
sense.
changing. Yeah.
All I can do is laugh.
Before they said you need to keep wearing gloves,
Point out
wear
the
gloves
same
and
exact
masks.
people that said it, the same people that said it. And I make them remember what did you just tell me 2 months ago? Now you're telling me something completely different, and I'll show it.
Something has been
Yeah. So who's telling the truth here? It's like, don't tell me one thing and then say, oh, well, if this had happened. Nope, because that's not what you said. Because I'm not stupid. And I remember what the hell you told me. What are you talking about?
they just like a scientist. They could just keep trying to make a bio vaccine but distant can get there.
Yeah, so now
They can
so now they have all these companies. That's good. They're making a vaccine. Like I said, they're going to have it pretty soon. But you also have to understand there's a big portion of the population that won't get vaccinated because some people just don't like vaccines. There's probably like 25% of the population here. They call them anti-vaxxers. They won't touch vaccines. Okay. You're going to have people like me that says, let's wait a couple months. I want to see people get the vaccine. And if a big number of people don't die from it, then I'll consider getting it. But there's other people like in the military and health workers and high risk people that have to get the vaccine. They have no choice. So there's still going to be probably, I think they said they're going to have 150 million ready to go like that. So that's almost half the country here. So we'll see what happens. There's a lot of people who don't want it, and I don't blame them. A lot of people don't want to get vaccinated because they don't really know what's in it. So you just,
Yeah, let's see what.
I trust the companies in a way, but in another way, we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. But there's still a lot of virus everywhere. I think it's not only that one virus, but it could be in any virus, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's, viruses, bacteria. Like early on, we're constantly wiping everything down. Viruses don't live on the surface. What are you talking about? It's a freaking virus. It's in the air. It doesn't stick to the goddamn surface. So that's what we had a problem here. I don't know about there, but we had a problem here with people hoarding hand sanitizer, like those Lysol wipes and toilet paper and stuff. Like you couldn't buy it anywhere. Who told all these people to go buy toilet paper? Like 6 months?
It's so funny when that time we started the one, everybody, you can even buy the in the shop because it's run out for the toilet tissue, toilet rolls.
Like, wait a minute.
Why people can panic that?
Who told people to buy a year's supply of toilet paper? I never heard that. Who told you to do that? Like, what are you, crazy? Like, and that's why people would criticize Trump because he said, I don't want people to panic. And that's exactly why, because they go out and buy all this stuff that they don't need. What the hell does toilet paper have anything to do with any of this? Like eating it? Like, really? What are you doing with it?
What's wrong now? I look like you buy the medicine, but it's not. Buy the toilet rolls.
Wow. And then the store,
when you go to the supermarket,
they said, "Oh, we're going to start
the toilet rolls gone.
one thing per customer." And then there's a guy with a cart, and he's got like 5 of the big 24 rolls of toilet in one cart. I said, I thought you weren't allowed to do this anymore. And she didn't say anything to him. Like, that's bullshit. Like, what are you doing? And the guy, he didn't say anything to me, but I was just telling him, you're an asshole because there's somebody else that probably needs some of that and you're buying all of it. It's just, and that's what happens. People panic and then they do these things. And then people like me with a big mouth come along and tell them, what you're doing is wrong. You're just being a jerk, So we had that problem. It's not really a problem now, but I'm worried that people are going to start doing stuff like that again. Hoarding flour, toilet paper, I haven't used hand sanitizer for over a year because I think it's pretty much freaking useless. I just don't use it.
Freaking useless.
You wash your hands on a regular basis, I guess you're okay.
Yeah, wash your hands, but I don't know. I don't know because some people like even you have a sanitizer, but if you didn't clean the house, if you didn't clean the everywhere, still the same. Yeah, it's still fun.
Personally, I think most of us have already had it. I think a big portion of our population have already, and we just didn't know it. But a lot of us probably, like I said, any time from January to now, if I got tested, I probably would have tested positive. But that's why I won't get tested. I don't want to know. I'm not sick.
So I didn't want to know as well. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know as well. I didn't want to go there to test.
I don't want to be treated like an animal. Because if you
there is like even you have no symptoms and you still have positive,
Of course.
and there is like, so that's why like what happened? No symptoms is you positive. If you have symptoms, they're positive. So
Right.
I just like, oh my God, I don't want to go there. I don't want to.
I don't want to know.
Yeah. So I said no, I don't want to go there to have a test.
Because that's another thing about it. It's so deadly that you have to be tested to know if you even have it. Think about that. So,
Ay, Mamilbira, anong ginagawa mo dyan?
but I think that's why I didn't like a one size fits all for everybody, because they're saying people do this, do this, do this, do that. And I'm looking at my
Ano
life.
dito, Mamilbira?
I'm not around
Yeah.
anybody else. I'm seriously not. When I work, I'm by myself. When I'm home, I'm by myself. I'm always by myself. I'm not in groups of people. So you don't have to tell me. I don't need to follow guidelines I've been following my whole life anyway. Personally, I don't want anyone within 6 feet of me, and that has nothing to do with the virus. I just don't want anybody near me. So I'm okay. I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm not in groups, large groups of people. So okay. That's why I said I posted on Facebook months ago about social distancing. It's not a big deal to me. I've been doing that for over 40 years. I'm good.
Social distancing.
I'm not around anybody. I don't want anybody near me anyway.
Keep
Okay.
social distancing, but still getting worse, isn't it?
Huh?
Social distancing, but still getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, it's I think people are doing either or, like, you know, it's not a mask and social distancing. Like, if it's a group of like 20-year-olds, it's okay for them to be in a group. Who cares? They're not getting sick from this anyway. So I think they did it wrong from the start. They took it, everything was backwards. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you can go into a crowded store with 800 people, but you can't go to the beach. That doesn't, I'm sorry, but that's just laughable. Like, that doesn't make any sense. So they did a lot of things and they just jumped the gun. They went overboard. They just did it wrong. Here, especially, they just did it wrong. Now, I have a friend that lives in Sweden, and ever since January, I've been talking to her about this. I said, "Do your kids still go to school?" "Yeah, they never close their schools here." "Really? Why are we closing the schools here?" So every couple of weeks, I would contact her and say, "Anybody in the school die?" "No." "Well, why did we close the schools here?" And then I talked to somebody about it, and they said, "Well, Sweden's different. They're human. They're just like us. Just because they're from another country, the bodies are the same. How come they dealt with it and we didn't? How come they didn't close anything? They didn't force people to wear a mask and they're okay. Why?" That's all I ask people. And of course, they get screaming mad at you, and you just can't talk to some people because they're just unreasonable. So I'm like, why does it work here and it doesn't work here? Why did it start in China, but it didn't affect China as bad as anywhere else? Like, anybody like a little bit suspicious about that? Like, there's a lot of questions that people in power are not asking. And when you ask, they don't answer. That's what makes me suspicious. Like, one, I asked my governor and I asked local politicians here, I said, "Can you give me a scenario? What is the determining factor to saying you don't need a mask anymore? You don't need to socially distance anymore? What does that look like? Is it no positive cases in a month? Is it a vaccine? Or is it the virus disappearing?" Because those would be the only three logical answers. And none of them have answered. I've been asking for months. They won't answer me. I'm like, so you're in the story. We have a beginning to the story. We have a middle to the story, but you're not even telling me what the end of the story looks like. You won't even suggest that we're getting out of this. That's what scares me. They're not even giving me a scenario of what that looks like. Like, that's interesting. You silence. The silence on that is deafening. Like, that tells me more than anything that you won't even bother to answer that question. What does it look like? What would make you say, "Hey, you don't need to wear a mask or anything anymore"? What would be the reason for that? And they won't answer. That tells me everything I need to know. Like, that's scary. Like, that's really, or like I just, there's only a couple, like I said, there's only a couple logical answers, and they won't give you any of them. So
What
I
happened
don't-
in the Sweden, Sir Larry? What is still, how bad is there now?
no, it's well, COVID is everywhere. But
Yeah.
Sweden right now has about 200 infections per day. Not deaths, not sick, just infections.
Yeah, infection, but
That's it.
not many.
Right. So they never locked down, they never closed schools, they never closed businesses, and they never told everybody to wear a mask. But somehow their infection rate is very low compared to everybody else. Why? Now, someone told me yesterday, oh, it's because you can't compare because their country is smaller than ours. I said, I don't care. I don't care if one has 500 million and one has 5 million. The percentage is still very, very low. So why? Why? It's not adding up to me. Like, you're not telling me we're all human. We're all made the same way. So why is this country handling it without telling people they're going to be arrested if they go to work, and in other country let people be more free and they didn't get hit by it? Why? And and nobody has an answer except for they have anger toward you, they think you're crazy, they think you want people to die. Like, no, I'm just looking for answers, and nobody has an answer. So even Sweden, I think there's 10 million. What do they have? Their population is like 10 million. And the last I knew, they had about 5,700 deaths. So what's the percentage of that? It's not. It's low. So why though? That's what I'm asking people, and nobody has an answer.
No one can get the answer.
Right. Now,
We can't answer
naturally,
the
you're gonna,
president.
as you open things up, you're gonna have more infections because more people are getting together and taking the masks off. So there's gonna be different times where it's there would be like, oh, cases are spiking in this country. Okay, cases. How many people have actually died? Because if 1 million people test positive and only one of them die, I'm sorry, that's not a reason to be panicked. It's just not. So you can take things seriously and you can take precautions without actually panicking and locking yourself in your home for the rest of your life. There's different ways to do it. So I just feel bad for the people who are in the position that some people that I know are, that just are literally afraid to go anywhere. And I think that's incredibly sad.
Some also people, I think the the media keep writing to the people.
Well, that's what I was saying back in March.
Yeah.
I said there's a virus today. There's a very dangerous virus, and it's called the media. That's the virus. That's what's that's what's causing people to be harmed, is the media. Take your TV, go outside and get a sledgehammer and smash your TV. Just get rid of it, because that's what's harming you right now. Because these people have an agenda, and there's only one reason why bad news sells. And it's true. Bad news sells. Bad news is way more popular than good news. That's how they make money.
Yeah.
Like I told people, when you see a headline and the word in the headline of a story says bombshell, don't read it. It's bullshit. Like, it's they're just trying to sell you something, man. Now, I wish they would tell people the facts. Don't tell me about how many people got infected today. If you do, also tell me how many people.
Yeah, because a lot of people, I think if there is no media, I think we didn't know, isn't it? Because
we'd be
media
living our lives normal right now, and we'd be fine. Like New
died
Hampshire,
for
my state, like I said, there's only 1.36 million people in New Hampshire. It's a small state. But they report every single time, like today. Oh, New Hampshire had a COVID death today. Okay. How many people died in car accidents? How many people had a heart attack? How many people died of an overdose? My God, do you need to report that one person to me? Come on.
no, they don't. They forgot the people, the normal illness. They just like all everything
Everything,
is COVID. They
exactly.
counted the COVID, but they don't count it the
So,
like
yeah, if you're going
other.
to report, like I said, if you're going to tell me how many people tested positive today, which I personally don't care about, also tell me how many people recovered. So if 1,000 people tested positive and 999 of them recovered, it's not that important to me. I'm sorry. Like it's not alarming to me. Look at the averages, look at the percentages. It doesn't make any sense. They actually finally said it on one of the channels yesterday. Literally 99, I think it was 99.78 survival rate. That's what I'm worried about. 99% survival rate.
Yeah.
That's what I'm supposed to be scared of. Nope. Not concerned in the least, because we knew from the start the ages of the people that were getting sick and dying. It was 78 and over. It's still 78. Like the news here, and back in April, they reported so-and-so from Boston, 105 years old, died from COVID. I said, no, she died because she was 105 freaking years old.
That's what they said. They said, oh, died for COVID. What is it? Is it like 90 plus or something? I think it's not COVID. Died for that because it's old, not for died for this.
No, and then
Everybody.
recently it was 94% of the COVID deaths were from other conditions too. So it wasn't just from COVID. We already knew all of this. If you have diabetes, if you're elderly, if you have heart disease, obviously you get the flu, you're at higher risk. We already know
if you're
that.
a stroke or something like that, then my mom, they took to the hospital because she had a stroke, and it's hard to get her to the hospital because of they thought that it's COVID, but she had a stroke. For goodness, they took a while. They stayed outside the hospital, just waiting for the test, and she was struggled there because she had a heart attack. So. What happened if she's like a negative and she died there? So they thought that they're COVID.
Yeah, everything's
That's so
COVID. Everything.
that's crazy. Everything is COVID.
Yeah, if it rains out, it's COVID. If we have a hurricane, it must be COVID. Yeah.
So that's why you're not allowed now. You get sick because if you.
No, how dare you? Yeah, how dare you get a cold? Don't you dare! It has to be COVID.
Oh yeah, sick is there, Larry.
Yeah, it's really it's pathetic. Like they don't think we know how to deal with these things. Like it's unbelievable, and they always will point to the worst of everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and because I would tell someone, I said, do you realize like nobody under the age of like 18 has died from this, and then they'll point to one person under the age of 18 that died in the whole world. I'm like, do you realize that's called an outlier? When I say nobody, it's not like absolute nobody. But if one person out of millions and millions and millions, that's still a tiny, tiny percentage. It's almost a 0% chance. Mm-hmm. So it's like I said, when all this settles, when all this clears by probably spring, we're going to learn a lot of things about this. And we're going to be, a lot of people are going to be really not happy about it. Like really going, wow, this happened to us. We allowed this to happen to us. It's going to be chaos. You know, when they're telling us these kind of people can be outside together, but these kind of people can't. Like, but they're still people. Like, how is one different than the other? Oh, you can spread the virus, but you can't. Like, what are you telling us? You're all full of it. And that's what's happening now everywhere. That's happening. Australia is one of the worst examples. There's people being literally arrested just for protesting against the lockdown. They're not being violent. They're just saying we should be able to go to work. We should be able to do our jobs. They're getting literally arrested for it because they have no goddamn rights there. They think they do, but they have no rights.
You can allow to go out.
There was somebody here. I've seen people around in the United States arrested for not wearing a mask in certain places. Arrested. Think about that. Like, where are we going here? What's happening here? This is
In
disturbing.
the Philippines, Sir Larry, they just like you're not allowed to go to work. You're not allowed to go this anything. You're not allowed so like not allowed, and they're starving because they can't go to work. No money, no support from the government.
So
So
what's
what happened?
going
You
to
will
be
die
more
for
hurtful?
this. Die for.
What will eventually kill more people? The virus or people
Halika.
not
Akit
being
ka na dito.
It sucks. And that's why in the United States,
Ito na.
thank God we have a First Amendment and a Second Amendment. A lot of these countries don't, because a lot of these countries, like the Philippines, the government tells you you better not leave your home. You literally can't leave your home. They can't do that here. Some places they try to do it, but it ain't happening.
I think, Sir Larry, I will ask you if there in America, it's like some people they can't work. They like are they give the support from the government?
They have what?
Are they get the support from the government? For
Like,
people like because they can work because of this.
right. Well,
travel.
they do have what they call a stimulus. And in March, like if you're a working person and you have paid taxes, I don't know what the qualifications for everybody is, but it was back then. It was like $1,200. It's not bad. That's a lot of extra money.
How much? How much? $12?
1,200.
Oh, 1,200.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now they're supposed to be doing another one, but they're arguing. Everybody's arguing about how much it's actually going to be. So I don't think it's going to happen. It might happen before the election. It probably won't happen until after the election, because that's the problem in this
Are
country.
you still voting Trump, Sir Larry?
We have two political parties, and rather than working together, they fight against each other, and that's how things never happen like that. So it's supposed to be another $1,200 coming, and I personally think it could be more, maybe. But that's what we're doing here, because they look at it like, okay, you're helping people, but you also have to understand people get that money, they're going to spend that money, so that actually helps the economy too. So you know what I mean? So they're going to go right out and buy things. That's just the way they're going to go out and buy a freaking TV or something. That's okay, because it stimulates the economy. So it helps. It's good for both, you know. But there's some people holding it up just because they don't like Trump, and they unfortunately they need permission. He can't just say, "Oh, we're going to do this. I don't need their help. I'll sign an executive order. Everybody gets money." Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. He can't do it alone, because he's the type that says, "No, both sides should work together on this for everybody." And one side says, "Well, we don't like Trump, so we're not going to do it." Well, you're not hurting Trump, you're hurting us. So your hatred for somebody is so strong that you're hurting the rest of the country. It's so bad. So yeah, they do that. They gave a stimulus. I think the last one was in March or April, and we're supposed to be getting another one soon, I hope. But Trump, I think yesterday or today, Trump said no more stimulus negotiations until after the election. And I think he only did that just to get them off their ass to do something, because that's how he does things. So we'll see. Because that's what he does. Sometimes he'll say something, not because it's something he says this is what we're going to do. He says something to get a reaction and say, maybe he's serious. let's get things going here. Because usually people start here and work their way up. Trump starts way up here. So Trump will just start chaos because eventually it'll settle down to where we need things to be. That's just how he does things. So exactly, Lisa, you're exactly right. Why should your tax dollars pay for people who don't want to fucking work? Excuse my language. So that's what because we have some people in this country who are literally communists, and they don't like our system. They don't like a capitalist system. They actually want they think we'd be better in a communist country. It's like, well, wait a minute. There's people who come, they escape communist countries to come to the United States because we're free here. So the people that apparently they don't want to live free. They want the government.
Thank you so much, Yay.
So I can see for both how things can be easier, things can work out, but the two sides fighting against each other, they're not hurting each other, they're hurting the people. And our government wasn't formed to control us. We're supposed to control the government. They work for us. And they keep forgetting that.
Yeah.
They keep forgetting that they work for us, not the other way around. So they're going to get a really hard reminder of that soon, I'm afraid. But we'll see.
What's that? Are you want also Trump to win also, Sir Larry?
What's that?
Would you like Trump to be continue as a president? Would you like to do that?
Yeah. Even if I didn't agree with him, I think if you can serve 2 terms, it's better to see out those 2 terms, because before the virus hit, everything was great. Our economy was amazing. More people was working in this country than ever before in history of this country. Everything was great.
Really?
And then the virus hit and everything got freaking shut down. And now the people opposed to him are using that, all these businesses are closing down because of Trump. It's like, no, it's because of the goddamn pandemic. So they're using that against him. Like he didn't create a damn virus. So that's what I mean. If you look at where we were before the virus, we had the best economy in the history of this country. More people working, fewer people unemployed. Even now, if you look now, there's help wanted. People are still dying for help. Before the virus hit, we had more jobs than we had people to fill them. That's how.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was crazy. Like we had more work here than ever. There was like 160 something million people working in this country, more than ever before. So unemployment rate before the virus, our unemployment rate was like 3%. That's it.
What Lisa said there, that's what Biden want to raise the tax up if he
right, because Democrats are all about taxing people and they want to tax the crap out of people. I say, to me, I think taxation is flat out theft.
Really work hard than taking money away.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I work for, I should be able to keep. Why should I give anybody anything? It's mine. Like if I worked for it, I think people misunderstand that too, because taxes go to certain programs and things, but I think we're a generous nation. Like whenever another country needs help, we help them. And we have ways to help people out of certain situations. But if you're going to tell me that you're just not going to try, when I see like a 23-year-old very healthy
people everywhere around the world die, not only in America. I think the people is everywhere around the world. Lazy people is not only America. It's lots of people in everywhere.
I have personally talked to some homeless people that choose to be homeless. I'm like, that's not. Yeah, I mean,
homeless people. Certainly, the homeless people.
Not all of them, obviously, but there's some that just say
they just want to choose to be homeless, but there are
They
got
don't
loads of
want to.
money.
They don't want to work. They don't want to pay bills. They don't want to be responsible for anything.
Yeah, but they still have the money because rich people, they want to try to help them, and they just well, they are
Well, that's
they,
the Democrat. The Democrats' idea is to tax the rich even more.
mm,
And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Like if they say, well, if somebody making $400 million is only paying 14%,
Madam, hello, Madam, Marlene, we got shout out.
and somebody making 40,000, they say they're paying the same tax rate. And I'm saying, well, no, because the person making more money, it's the same percentage, but it's actually more money. They think people should be taxed 60% or
Hello, Sir
70%.
Larry. Ayan.
Nobody should be taxed that much. I don't care how much you make. That's their money.
Yeah.
So it's they have this weird idea of how this country should be run, and they don't like capitalism. And if you look it up, though, it's a fact that more people have come from nothing and ended up being something in this country, and that happens nowhere else in the world. Only in the United States can you be basically homeless and become a millionaire. You literally could. So
I
that
saw
doesn't
that one,
happen
Sir
anywhere.
Larry,
That doesn't
like
happen
they're
anywhere.
homeless. They're like homeless. They're pretending they're homeless, but they have loads of money. So
Some people, and not all, and some people just get into some really bad situations, and it sucks. And that's what people like me, I help people all the time as much as I can. I've been in this store and I've paid for people's groceries before. Things like that's what I mean. We don't necessarily need government to do all these things. We all can help each other. We don't
yeah,
need anybody to tell us what the hell to do, where to spend our money, how to spend it, or how much we can make or spend. It's just out of control. And I don't care if somebody makes.
speaking of money here, from Dora.
They shouldn't.
Speaking money over here, Dora is there.
They shouldn't be taxed 50% or 40%. No, that's not right. That's their money. They earned it.
Bakit ka dito? Masali kayo dito sa usapan naming about we talking about Trump. Bakit kayo dito, Lisa? I
But I'm
told them
thinking
that
before the election, I'm thinking beyond this election. I'm always thinking ahead because we need someone to keep these things going,
yeah.
And if I mean, you can't be opposed to someone who's actually trying to help people, actually letting people help themselves is what I should say.
Yeah, if you keep helping them and they don't help themselves, then what's the point, isn't it?
Because presidents, I try to explain to you, presidents have very little effect on our lives. It doesn't. Who the president is at the time doesn't affect my life. It does nothing for me.
Okay. Very sad. I lost my $500 dollars while ago. So sad.
Oh, really?
$100.
How'd you lose
Why
it?
you got $500? What's happened? Very sad. Why you got 500? Why you lost $500?
Did you hang out with a Democrat? He might have taken it from you.
Eh?
Did you happen to meet Joe Biden? He might have stolen that from you.
What's that? What is she said? She said that she lost your $500. What do you mean $500?
Ain't good.
Dora, why you got $500? I put it on my pocket when went to 7-Eleven. And then what happened?
Oh, really?
You give to the homeless.
Uh-oh. Bad
You give
news.
to the homeless. Ayan. Akit ka na, no?
Yeah.
Hey,
Uy, sarap!
what's that?
Eggplants.
Oh, okay.
Oy, is
Fish or something.
the Respicio. Mega love shout out.
Carrots with
Mega love
beans.
shout out. Bigyan kita ng jacket. Thank you so much for coming. Nag-uusap na lang kami dito.
I'm eating.
Nice. What you done that? Torta.
What is it?
Sir Larry, it's not, we call the big aubergine. Aubergine is not like eggplant, but it's a quite big.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the cook. Lisa cooked that one.
Nice.
Nice. What do you put the means, Lisa?
Ano? Balatong ba? Green beans.
Ah,
Balatong, alam mo balatong?
green beans.
Green
When
bean.
I got there, no more. So sad. Where did you lose your money? Ano, Dora? Tamsak Dan, bigyan-bigyan ng shoutout sa inyo dyan sa pagtamsak. Salamat.
That's not good.
Lisa, she liked Trump as well, Sir Larry.
What you say there?
You like Trump, isn't it?
Yeah, because I don't like to work for the homeless.
Larry 5200 big love shout out. Sabi ST Respicio.
Hello,
But
SD.
I still not yet citizenship. Kaya hindi ako makabotar.
No, but isn't it funny how you get people like, let's say like Lisa, you come from one place and you see how it is in that one place, and then you come here and you
Yeah.
realize what's really, Lisa, she knows what's going on here. Like she's very aware of how
Yeah,
things
because
work.
I'm already awake for happening in here.
Huh?
I'm awake for happening in here.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, she's had her awakening. A lot of people having their awakening and realize
Lisa in America, big love shout out sabi ni ST Respicio.
that's one thing Trump had said when he was campaigning back in 2015. He said this country, people of this country have been asleep for too long. We've been asleep. And he's right. We just letting all these things happen, and then we hear about something, we're going, oh, well, how'd that happen? Well, because there was a vote on it and you didn't show up. We just seem to get distracted by social media and all this other garbage going on. And we don't even know what's going on behind the scenes. All these things, these new rules, these new laws, and it's just like, does anybody know what's going on here? Like, is anybody paying attention? Am I the only one seeing this? Like the stupid sign on the store that I saw. Am I the only one that sees this lie right in front of your face and they get away with it? You can't let people get away with these things. And everybody is generous. We
Check out the pakulay si ST Respicio.
don't want to be losing everything we make.
Thank you naman sa pakulay dyan, ST Respicio. Maraming salamat dyan, oy.
Biden will win for president this year. I'm so sad for that. I'm so sad for that.
Oy, bigyan nyo naman ng
Well, like I said,
super natin si ST Respicio, guys. Saan ba ito galing? Ano ba yung na yan? Anong sign ng pera yan?
we got a lot
Where
of
you
work.
from?
We got a lot of work to
Respicio?
do.
Saan ka ba?
Yeah.
People have been, for years now, people have been embracing this socialism, communist idea. There's people living in this country that really
May ganap shout out sa inyo dyan, guys. Dikitan nyo to si ST Respicio, super chatter natin ngayon. You can join to, we can ask Lisa in America, may ganap shout out, Larry 5200. May ganap shout out from ST Respicio. Saan ba to si taga saan ba to? Saan ba siya? From Korea. Yan pala pera ng Korea. Thank you naman sa pagpalipad mo dyan, ST. Salamat naman dyan. Super chatter. Dikitan nyo yan, guys. Yung super chatter natin. Magbaba ka ng bahay mo, may jacket ka na. ST. Baka madikitan kanila. Thank you naman sa pagkaming sa aking LS. Nagpintuan na lang kami dito. Kasi yung mga nandito, yung mga kakilala ko na lang mga nandito eh. Baka dikitan nyo yan, guys.
No singing contest in here?
I guess not. No. I just been yapping all night.
Thank you, ST. Kayo? Dahil dikitan nyo to si nasa Korea pala siya. Ganyan pala ang pera ng Korea. Parang sign ng pera. Hindi ko pa na masyadong nakita yung mga ganyang pera. Thank you dyan sa coming here. Ayan, siya. Dikitan nyo yung super chatter natin, guys. si ST Respacio. Nose bleeding dito. Ako nga, nag-nose bleed na nga ako eh. Pero kaibigan ko na to Sir Larry, kaya naintindihan na niya yung English ko. English Carabao. Nandito ako sa UK, pero Diyos ko po, puro sa usap ng Tagalog, di pa rin sa English. Asawa ko lang nakakaintindi sa akin. What is Sir Larry? She's gone. Nag-practice na ba ng kanta? Anong oras dyan ngayon na stay sa Korea? Baba mo kaya bahay mo, stay, para madikitan kanila. Salamat naman sa punta mo dito. Thank you sa iyong pagpakulay. Nagka-nosebleed na rin ako dito, pero bahala na. Ba't ka nagtago, Relisa? Nag-usap kayo din ni Sir Larry? Pares kayo ni Sir Larry, nag-close ng bintana. 9:45 AM. Hali na pala dyan. Ma'am Elvira, dikitan mo to si Ma'am Elvira. Dahil isa, dikitan mo to si still Respacio. Magbaba ka ng bahay. Asan ba yung niya? Thank you naman sa pagpunta mo, oy.
Nosebleed.
Si Sir Larry.
Nose is bleeding.
Yeah, it's nose bleeding. Because Sir Larry, I said, no, even I nose bleeding, but Sir Larry can understand my English Carabao, he said.
Yeah.
Hey, Sir Larry can understand my English Carabao.
I understand the
Wait lang, baba ko. Sige, baba na lang para madikitan ka dito nila ni Sir, ni Liza. Nasaan na ba yung mga, natin dyan? Thank you naman sa mga bidyo-bidyo yung mga tao, mga dyan. Sir Larry in America.
God bless America.
Sir Larry in America. Sir Liza in America. Sir Larry.
It's very quiet in my building tonight here.
Is it quiet there, Sir Larry?
It's
You're not working tomorrow, Sir Larry?
It's too quiet.
My
Yeah.
my husband says, Sir Larry, that it's like impossible that Trump will gonna be win because the liberal they're gonna be still some votes, especially right now. You can vote from your house.
The mail-in ballots worry me.
Right, I know that's what's gonna be happen.
It's gonna be about 80 million total, I think. And I wasn't exaggerating. I was telling someone we're probably not gonna know who won the election until like spring. I mean, literally, like it's gonna take weeks, maybe months to figure it all out.
Yeah, I know.
So that's been the plan all along. Their plan isn't really. I don't know if they think they can win. Their plan is
Yan, oy, lablabin niyo yan si ST Respacio.
It's hard.
Their plan is to create as much doubt.
Kita niyo naman yan si guys.
Because if there's too much doubt and it's not decided, then Nancy Pelosi becomes president. And that's exactly what they want. Hopefully she's not living by then.
I hate her. She is so evil.
She's just it's that, but she's been in there for too long. There's too many people that have been there for too long, and they don't know what they're doing.
Dahil isa, di kita mo to si si
It's very disturbing.
Issue. Nasa Korea pala siya.
But a lot of us saw this coming. I don't know if you remember when Trump, I think it was in 2016, was it? 2014, when he was standing in the Oval Office with a group of people.
I am not yet here in America at that time.
Okay, well, he had said he was standing with a group of people from the military and intelligence and all this. There's probably 100 people in there with him.
And he said to
the media, he said, do you know what we call this? He said, I call this the calm before the
Pag-coming
storm.
sa'yo, pag-coming sa aking LA.
And they said, well, what do you mean by that? He goes, you'll see. So he said that when he first got elected, the calm before the storm. What we're seeing now is the storm. What we've been seeing for these past 4 years. He knew all this stuff was coming. He knew exactly what they were going to try to do to him. And the people who haven't been paying attention didn't see it. You know, they think this is all organic, all this stuff that's happening with the protests and all this. No, it's not. This was all planned right from the start. They all but said they're going to do everything they can to get rid of him. And they also all but said, if we can't beat him, we're going to destroy the damn country. And that's exactly what they're trying to do.
Yeah, it's like now.
They will literally tear this country to shreds if they don't get their way.
Nadikitan kita sa mga pagpupunta dito,
It's gonna be apocalypse soon.
Well, I don't know about apocalypse, but I know there's probably about 200 million guns.
Ano na to si Sir Larry.
All this shit. They're gonna start taking it into their own hands, and that's what I worry about. I mean, whatever, but you know, you can only take so much, and you can only be pushed so far till these politicians realize, like I said before, why this government was formed to begin with, and what their role is. Their role is not to control our lives. It's not. So, back when the government was first formed, they were afraid of citizens, and they had
American yan, stay.
and they
Ako
needed
nasa UK. American yan, si Sir Larry.
they,
Stay special. Said your accent, Sir Larry, is from America.
Yep.
Because you are from America. Nag-join lang yan dito, mabait yan si Sir Larry.
Yeah, there's no really American accent.
He said your accent is not accent for UK. Ako lang nandito sa UK, pero accent ko is Filipino, Bisaya. Sir Larry, my accent is not UK accent. My accent is Philippines accent. No, she thought that I think you are from UK. But you are from US. Thank you, dear. Stay special.
Well, I can hear that sometimes. There's some very unique accent. Like you can hear it with Gel. With Gel's got that very. You can really distinctly hear the British and her Filipino accent. Like you could. Gel.
Yeah.
Her accent really stands out. You can really tell she has a very strong, especially British, you know.
I don't realize that.
No, because she's that is her pronunciation, how she talk, because of she's a teacher, isn't it? She's a teacher, so and she can talk properly.
Filipina that lives in Sweden, and you can really hear the Swedish and the Filipina. You can hear both very distinctly.
Like me, Sir Larry, I've been there in UK for 11 years, but my accent is still Cebuano. I thought because I'm talking lots of Filipinos here.
A lot of people have an accent in New Hampshire and Maine.
I have no accent.
I never picked it up. I never picked up that accent, even though I've been here for years. And if you go from here, you go like to where Lisa lives, then you go to places like Texas, Florida. There's a lot of different accents here in the United States.
Yeah, we have a different accent.
Yeah, same here, Sir Larry, in UK, because some also here like Scotland and Hampshire, it's a different accent as well. Not like they say
regional accents.
I think it's from UK. No, she's just only joining my co-host. Sir Larry is my friend, and he loves singing, so sometimes we do singings here. So now
they just make
me tired to sing, so she just want to have a chat. Our singer today, the other night, is Sir Larry and Ma'am Elvera. So every time we have a live here, Sir Larry and his friend. Who's his friend, Sir Larry? Anna. Yeah, he was singing the other night. I love Anna. I like when she sing.
Anna
I'm
Banana.
proud with my Philippine accent. Yeah, the same as me. Anna, I'm still the same. I'm proud with my Philippines accent.
There you go. You should be. You should be proud wherever you are, wherever you're from.
So Larry, I keep talking Filipino because I got loads of Filipino friends here. And then my partner said like before I just like talking to him accidentally I'm talking to him like a Filipino. Then I said, and he said to me, I think your English is getting worse.
That is same here. Same
Because
here.
I'm just talking to him like, what? No, like that, just like talking like Tagalog. So I said to him, like, he said, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I said like, I'm just talking like, because I told him like, I'm talking to language, English and rubbish.
Even me too. I can't talk English straight.
You
No,
talk
I
in
don't. I don't bother to go use the accent. British accent is. I will have like a Filipino accent.
like some people up in Maine, even some places here in New Hampshire or farther north. It almost sounds British sometimes. The way they have a very weird accent. It's different. But like
Yeah,
I never caught on to it. It never got me. I've been here since '91. I still talk the same way I always have.
I
It's
can follow
depends
their accent.
on
I just
where you
like
are. I don't know. Like my state where I'm from is Massachusetts. Eastern Massachusetts, like if you go to Boston, it's a very distinct, if you look up a Boston accent, it's unbelievable. But the part of the state I'm from, it's not like that. So within the same state, half of it has an accent, half of it doesn't.
okay.
Strange.
Ay, si pala yan. Napunta pala yan ano. Ito pala. Patikita natin si ano si Hasty Respacio. Dikitan nyo guys si Hasty Respacio kasi si Ma'am Respacio kasi malaki na yung bahay niya. Sa Kuya.
I've been her
I'm
number
doing great
almost
moves.
3 years now,
No,
but
I'm
English.
not doing great. I'm just like talking rubbish here. I'm just like my English is rubbish. Si
Y'all
Sir
guys,
Larry na nakaintindi sa English.
y'all, you guys always say your English is not very good, but I understand everything you're talking about.
Yeah, and Sir Larry can understand my English. Even na good. English Carabao. But I love talking to Sir Larry.
Says that. Oh, sorry for my English. I'm like, I've been listening to you for 2 hours. I understand what you're saying. It's cool. What are you talking? Why are you apologizing? It doesn't. I'm in your world. You're not in mine.
Because I love talking. Sir Larry, I love talking to you because I like you talking very clear, so I can understand. And if I can understand, I need to ask you again. And then say, oh, pardon, Sir Larry, but
I think the thing
you
people
talking very clear, so I just like I try to understand. And I love also you be to be here. I love you. What do you call this? I lost now.
I don't know. Some people don't. It's hard to.
I love you to be here because I
People
like
that
I learn
know me
more
understand.
and more.
Sometimes people don't understand my sarcasm, but it's just that's with everybody though. You have to get to know people. Like Anna, when you see Anna come into the chat and it's like she's picking on me. She says stuff about I mean, she's just goofing off on me. That's because we
And
understand.
I couldn't stop laughing to
Yeah,
Anna when she said that.
she knows.
Oh, she's not finished. He's not finished yet.
Yeah, she knows she can do that. She can do that to me. I can do that to her because we have the same. We're both kind of.
I love Anna to invite her again, Sir Larry,
No, I
next
know.
time.
She'll
Like
come
she
in.
knows you'll be there.
Yeah, she'll come in. It's like she's insulting me, but we do that to each other. We can just talk about each other all the time.
Oh yeah, it's like fine for you and it's fine for her.
Yeah, it's just we've always been like that. It's just, at first I had to be careful because she didn't understand what I was saying, but she knows now she can say stupid stuff about me, and I can just say stuff about her. It don't matter. So
Well, I like Anna. This is so funny.
this is,
Yeah.
Thank you,
People learn, people learn, you learn about each
Bakit
other.
ka kaya dito at nang kausapin mo to? Kausapin mo to si Sir Larry. Siya pala yung malaki na yung bahay ni Day, si di kita mo to
Larry,
si
some American, it's really so deaf when they are talking English, but few I can understand.
Well, it
yeah,
depends.
Sir Larry.
I think some
Sir Larry, so like
saying too. People just say things differently. I don't
Sir
know.
Larry, Sir Larry, some British here they can like they're talking like sometimes they're talking there's something they're like silent R, silent L or something like that. I couldn't
Right,
understand
like if you're like from Boston or some places up north here, the
like
R is
R, something like that. So
like
that's why I would like
the
to
R
talk to
is
them.
silent. Like here, I'll say car. In Boston, it'll be ka.
Yeah, car, what? They said what? What? I
They'll
said,
say
why?
ka. Or
Where's
they'll put an
the
R at the
thing?
end of the word. Like I'll say, I can say pizza. They'll say pizza. It sounds like they got an R at the end of it. So sometimes they add it where it don't belong.
Yes, talking clearly, not like other native speaker hard to understand. Yeah, so that's why yeah, yes, that's right. Sir Larry talking clearly. So that's why some people, some English British people, Sir Larry, I couldn't understand. So it's so difficult to me to understand. What's that again? Pardon?
Yeah,
Say again. I
people.
keep
I used
saying
to
that
live
because
in Maine.
I can get it.
Yeah, I lived up in Maine years ago, and people are speaking English, but because of their accent is so heavy,
Yeah.
I didn't understand I'm like, what is this guy even talking about? Like, I don't even know. Like, so if you look it up on YouTube sometime when you have time, look up a Boston accent and a Maine accent, and you won't even believe. You're like, oh my God, those people are American? Yeah. It's so heavy. Like I said, here I say park the car. In Boston, they'll say park the car. It's like it's totally
Yeah, the same here, Sir Larry. Park the car. Where's the R? I said,
it's
why
a
you
funny
said that? I thought it's cat. I said, move the car. I said, move the car. I said,
yeah.
why? Where's the R? You decided R was the like that. Like,
And right here, I might say, "Oh, I
it's
think I'm gonna,
funny
I
because
think I'm gonna paint the house today." In Texas or Oklahoma, they might say, "I reckon." Here we say, "I think." They might say, "I reckon." They just use
yeah,
different
the same
words.
here. I reckon like that, something
Everything's
like that.
different. Yeah, it's all regional. Yeah, it's so funny.
Like the British Sir Larry's. Sometimes I struggle to understand them because of like their accent is I don't know. I can get it. So that's why. But for you, I like it's like nice to listen what you talking about. So it's like very clear when you're talking. Not like
I think it's because I've always gone out of my way not to. I don't know why. Some people say when they move somewhere, they pick up.
interesting.
I never picked up the accent. I don't know why.
Because Sir Larry don't talk so fast.
Or maybe I just don't talk that much. I'm just not around that many people. I
No,
don't
the
know.
same. They're not talking too fast here, but some of them they're like silent later. There's something later like talking the lost one later like the,
If
like R
you'll
or
know,
L
you
or
will see that if
something.
you look it up. If you look up, especially Boston, look up a Boston accent, you wouldn't believe what.
They're like they are talking. They come out in their nose. They're not talking. They come out
Now
in the mouth.
I live literally 1 hour from Boston, and you wouldn't believe the difference in language, like not language, but the accent. It's so different. And I'll be like,
Marty,
I've lived up here my whole life, and I've never.
Marty ang accent ng British.
Fun.
Oo nga. Yung partner ko ganyan. Hirap understanding. Is her, yeah, British accent is,
So when you listen to somebody, like I said, you have that mix where it might be British and Filipino or Tagalog, and it might be Swedish and Tagalog or Filipino, or someone just from any Asian country and coming and living in Boston and picking up that accent or down south. Then you really notice like that's really weird. Like, like you can tell it's just Yeah, it's funny. You know, it just, you know, if you pick up the accent, if you've been somewhere for a long time, I guess you do.
Yeah.
I
Ma'am
know
Elvira, di kita mo to si Ma'am Elvira, may binabae siyang bahay dyan, Ma'am Elvira. Si Ma'am Elvira, nasa US din to. Dahil di kita mo to si, ano ha, si Ma'am
even
Restation.
the food is even the food here is regional. Like you might have someone that has barbecue, like where Lisa lives. They make a barbecue in a certain way, but in Texas they might make a barbecue completely different. Some use barbecue sauce, some use like a dry rub. The herbs and spice, they're all different. And when they all get together, they all think they're all from like different worlds. Like they really,
Ah, really?
it's so completely different the way we do things here. It's
It's so funny, Sir Larry. It's so funny because they're talking different, like Scotland or UK or
yeah.
like that. When they're talking, they just can't understand as well when they're talking. I said, why you can understand? You're the same English. I said, and then he said, like, I don't know what his accent is different. I said, what? You're the same English and you can understand each other because but the same because the same a different accent.
Yeah, I'll tell people up here. Oh, I
What's
just
more, yeah.
my son. He was in Oklahoma for a while. Oh, we just had barbecue here, and people that live out there will be like, "That's not barbecue up there. You guys don't have real barbecue." No, because they're down there, they take pride in that. Like that's some serious stuff. You don't talk about. You don't you don't tell them how to cook down there. I mean, so it's everybody's. It's with language, with food. It's such a big country here. We have so many different cultures and so many different lifestyles. And yeah, the people that literally compete over these things. Ours is better than yours. You make it there, we make it here. Ours is better. You know, that's just how we do it. You know, it's really funny. It could come right down
Yeah,
to
the
anything.
accent is
Yeah.
this accent like when the American said pants or jeans or trouser, in the British is different, isn't it? They
Right.
call the
Yeah. Oh, I remember when I
uh
was growing up, my grandmother used to say slacks. What the hell are slacks? They're pants. That's what, you know what I mean? Like, we never understood. It's it's generational. It's regional, but it's generational too. Like, what is she talking about? Like, I don't wear nothing called slacks. What does that mean? So, yeah, it's funny. It's funny the way.
Yeah, because some people like the said American is different because like oh because in the Philippines, Sir Larry, we learn American English. We don't learn like British. So when I came here in the UK, well, like just like it's different because I call that one I think there's something words there like American, but it's different for them. Other different words, but like I can't remember what is that.
Well,
So just like
there's slang. There might be using a different slang, and that's
yeah,
what
very
you
slang.
do.
Yeah,
They might
that's
be
right.
saying
Yeah,
the same thing. They just say
very
it a different
yeah,
way.
they're very slang. So that's why I can't really. I don't like to talk to them because when you talk, I just like I don't know. I come out there, but I couldn't
Yeah, like some
understand.
people up here, if I say I'm going to grab a soda, well, another place they call it pop.
Yeah.
You know, just have different names for it. That mine is very like they might say it with a different accent, but some actually call something completely different. You know, they have
Like water, just water, water.
well, yeah, like
Water.
beer, right? This is
What's R?
for me. This is beer. In Boston, if in Boston, it's beer. Yeah,
Yeah. The same here as well as your Larry. So
yeah,
in Boston,
I'm
British is
gonna
still
grab
the
me
same way.
a pack of mobs and some beers. Okay, I'm just gonna grab a beer. So
Sometimes, Sir
yeah,
Larry, I'm tired to talk like very hard to the like keep repeating the accent like they couldn't understand like that. I just talking Tagalog, just like give
yeah.
me a water, give me tubig, give me water, give me water, because water. I know what. Well, no, it's difficult. The
Yeah,
accent
and
is different.
it could be anything. It could be, I might say, like to cut your grass, a lawnmower. Some might call it a lawn machine. Like they just say it's just where they're from. It's the
Oh
same.
yeah, the same as molar. Oh, what's that? Molar? Molar?
Like I'll
Molar.
call it's a lawnmower.
Yeah. A
They
mower? Mower?
some people call it a lawn machine.
Yeah, but here it's
Same
more, I
thing.
think, mower,
Some
mower.
people say
Not really.
snowmobile. Some people say snow machine or something like that. It's just all these
Yeah.
little different. It just depends on where they're from. They have these little differences. It doesn't mean because you still know what they're talking about, but it's all different. It's so funny.
Yeah, it's so different accent. So that's why, like, oh, I'm talking like, oh, it's like I prefer to talk to Sir Larry because, like, you're talking very clearly and you speak like that. But if I talk to the other, like my colleagues or something like that, just like I'm not interested to talk to them because like
Yeah.
their accent is so difficult to understand.
Yeah. Here we order a
I have
pizza.
struggled when every
Order
time I listen.
a pizza. In New York, they call it a pie.
Yeah, pie.
Because it's a pizza pie. In New York, we're gonna get a
Ah,
pie.
yeah, pizza pie.
Here we
Pizza
call
pie.
it pizza. There they call it pie. Some people
Oh.
call like spaghetti sauce. We call it spaghetti sauce. Some people call it gravy. It just depends on where you're from.
Gravy. Is that gravy for the roast pork when they put that in the
Italians typically have always called it gravy. We call it sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just that's the funny thing. Like when I was growing up, I used to work with my father. He was a builder, and we work in the city. And when you go to the cities, there's all these different sections. There's French section, there's an Italian section, there's an Irish section, there's a Puerto Rican. So you have like I said, there's all these mix of different cultures everywhere you go, and everybody's got a different way of saying things. I'm like, what's he talking about? Gravy? You don't put gravy on spaghetti. You'd be like, no, he's talking about sauce. That's what they call spaghetti sauce. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you had to learn all this. Yeah. Some people like a sub, like a sub. We call it a grinder. Where I grew up, we call it a grinder. Some people call it a sub. Like a foot long, like a sandwich.
Yeah.
We always called it a grinder. It's still called a grinder. Some people call it a hoagie. Some people call it a sub. Some people call it a hero. There's all.
Oh yeah, different as well. The same here. They call the different names.
Yeah, I remember when I first went up to Maine, when I was like 19, I stopped at a pizza place and I asked them for a foot long turkey grinder. She looked at me. She goes, "What?" She goes, "What's a grinder?" I was like, "A grinder." Well, up there they call it. I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I didn't know." So it just depends on where you go. Everybody's got a different name for the same damn thing, but they've all got a different name for it. It's so funny. And they do. They'll literally look at you like you're crazy. Like, what did you just ask me for? So that's why when I live up here, everybody says sub. When I go down to visit my family, which is only 3 hours away, everywhere you see, it's a grinder. So it's so completely different. It's so funny.
Stay prestigio, parang nasa online class ako ah. So she said that she's look like she's joined the online class now. Because of that.
I have a friend from Laos. A couple of years ago, she came over. She said, "I'm gonna make spaghetti. She wanted to make me dinner." She said spaghetti. I was like, "Okay." Oh, she knows how to make spaghetti. She's from Laos. I'm like, okay, it wasn't spaghetti. I don't know what it was. It had noodles, and it had some other stuff, but it definitely wasn't.
Spaghetti bolognese. Yeah, that was the one that said spaghetti bolognese. I never heard that.
Yeah, she called it spaghetti just because it was the noodles. It was the long noodles.
But
it was. I didn't say anything, but I was just like, that's funny. She called it that ain't spaghetti. Sorry, hon, but that's not.
Nice topic.
All right. You just have to learn to. I don't know.
Here, Sir Larry, I never tried that one because in the Philippines we just cook like spaghetti. But when I came here in UK, they said like, should we cook the bolognese spaghetti? What's bolognese? But there's a sauce that you can put there, like a.
Depends on It's the sauce that makes it right. It's
I thought what's the spaghetti bolognese? Why is the bolognese? Because in the Philippines, when we cook the spaghetti, it's just spaghetti.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Yeah, they just like
I just know from going to different places now, and I hear the way people talk, and I see the way they word things. I'm like, oh, if I come in here and say it my way, they're gonna just probably throw me out. So and we have places like that. My dad took me to this place in the city, when it was in Hartford, Connecticut, and it was called Franklin Giant Grinders. I mean, they sold big sandwiches. Like, I mean, the meatballs were like that. They're enormous. But if you go up there, if you don't know what to order, they just tell you to go back to the back of the line. Like, when you step up to the counter, you better know what you're ordering, and you got to order it like that. Or they'll tell you, no, next. They literally will tell you to go back to the end of the line and start over again. It's so funny. I was a kid. I was like scared to death. I'm like, the guy's gonna kill me because I don't know how to order something. But my dad was just laughing. He goes, that's how it is here. That's how it is in the city. You better order it. You better know what you want. Order it or just leave, because that's.
baka ka na ba dyan, Lady? Dikitan mo rin yan si Pakidikitan. Thank you, Lady.
It's very, very intimidating. But when you go to some cities like that, or like Hartford or New York or places, you've got to know exactly what you want. They don't want to waste their time. Like, just figure out what you want and then come back up. Because when you hear people that have been going there for years, they know exactly what to say and exactly how to say it. Boom, 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 boom. And you're just sort of like, and they're like, no, we're not going to listen to you sit there and say, let somebody else come up. That's how they are. It's so funny. Yeah, it's great.
Facebook mo, boss. Ayan, yung pangalan ko, Coneyslifestylein. Ilagay kita dito.
It's one of the most intimidating, funniest things like you've ever seen. Like, wow, they literally don't want you in line unless you know what you want. So, hey, I can't blame them. They look at it like, we got a business going here. We don't stop, so it's pretty cool. There was a place I went into last year with my son before he went into the Marines. It was a Mexican place.
Ayan ang Facebook ko, Coneyslifestylein.
And they actually have it on the wall when you walk in, exactly how to order things. Like, you had to say it exactly the way, what you want it in, what kind of meat you want, what kind of beans you know what I mean? And it's funny. They give you like an education right when you walk in there. and if you don't order it that way, they have no idea what you're talking about. You got to be specific in order how to order this thing. It was so funny. I'm like, I better learn this quick because I've never been here before.
Here in UK, Sir Larry, when you order here, there is no pictures when you order. It's just like you put just like the name of the food.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I have no idea what is that food, kind of food. And I'm just like, no. And I say to my partner, can you order me? Because I can understand.
Yeah.
I don't know what is that in there. Because in the Philippines, we always have picture or photos in the in the restaurant. Is that the same there? You just look there.
Yeah, we do. Like, if I go to a Japanese restaurant or something, there'll be the food, but there'll be a picture next to it usually too, so you know kind of what it is.
Yeah, in Chinese restaurant and Asian food, like there is a picture, but in English there's nothing there. When you look in the menu, it took me ages to order because I can't understand. I don't know what is that there. I couldn't when I read the menu. It took me a while to select the food, what I order because I couldn't understand. It's just no picture. It's just like beef, blah 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 blah.
They'll put there'll be a picture of a red pepper next to it, just to let you know it's spicy, what's spicy and what's not.
Hi, Admo. Thank you. Christine G for bring blogger. I see.
It is. It's like
Kita niya to si HT Spatio. Nasa Korea siya, guys. Malaki na rin bahay niya. Pakilikitan niyo ba? Mag-LS din yan.
It is. Some places you have to really kind of study. Like, if I'm going to a new place, I make sure I look it up. I Google it. I want to know everything I can first before I walk in there, so I'm not make a fool of myself when I get there. So that's why it's good. It's good to have some kind of a warning how to order things and what to order.
What is your order? But
yeah, it's crazy.
I think mostly there is loads of the big portion in American when you order their hamburger. How big is that? Like very big when you order the
It's
like
all
good
different
for
everywhere you
like
go.
good for two people, I think.
Well, no, it's different. It's different everywhere you go. It depends on where you go.
Different, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Like I don't
Different.
consider like McDonald's or anything. I don't really consider those real burgers. They're
Like
not.
McDonald's burger.
You
It's
got
more
to
of
go to like Five Guys, place like that, where those are the real burgers, you know.
I
So
like Burger King.
Burger
Yeah,
King's
I
not.
like Burger
I
King
like
as well. Like, my favorite is Burger King.
Yeah.
I like
I like
Burger
the
King.
ones that taste more like something you cook at home, like Five Guys. That's good stuff, man. That's like real, fresh. It's really really good.
I know, it's a huge also.
There's another one called it's a funny name. It's called Fuddruckers, and they'll like make the burger for you, but all of the condiments you put on yourself. It's like a salad bar with all the ketchup, mustard, pickles. You do all that yourself. I like that, having that option. I don't really
Yeah,
go there often, but
it's really cool because you can choose whenever you
yeah,
like
it's
to.
nice. You just order the burger and that's it, and then you do the rest. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I don't go out to eat very often, hardly at all. So it's I usually keep it local too if I do. Like there's a pizza place down the road from me and they have great everything. It's a Greek style pizza, but I love their salads and their sandwiches and you know, I try not to go to the really chain restaurants. I like the more family owned or local stuff. We get more like a home cooked stuff if I don't feel like cooking. Oops.
I don't like I go to the if I'm lazy to cook, that is the order, but mostly I order in Chinese takeaway because
Yeah,
keep looking here like I keep looking to my partner and asking for I would love to have a Korean restaurant.
mm.
I want to try for the Korean food, but there's nothing here. So it's just like
Oh, that's what I want to try here
my
too. Like,
restaurant Chinese but Korean not you know we couldn't find a Korean restaurant there. I don't know.
hmm.
Maybe there is, but maybe we don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing about here. Well, and Lisa will tell you. I mean, there's places like I said, you can get any kind of food you want. It doesn't matter. Like
Yeah.
I'd like to try like a Korean barbecue thing, but I'm gonna wait till all this stupid.
Yeah, Korean barbecue. I never tried that as well.
I never tried it, but my friend goes all the time, right down like real close to
Yeah,
me,
I
within
love
an hour.
Korean barbecue.
I definitely gotta try that. That's pretty cool.
Mm.
But I'll wait until things get back to normal. I just don't want to be hassled. But you can buy like I don't know, whatever the grill sort of thing is that you can cook it on, the Korean barbecue stuff. It's like a portable thing. Looks pretty neat. I
Yeah.
want to get an
Yeah.
air fryer too. I was looking at air fryers tonight. I definitely want to try cooking one of those too.
Air fryer, Sir Larry, you can buy
Yeah.
in Club. It's a little bit cheaper
What is it?
in Sam's Club.
Yeah, I was looking. I saw. Where was I? I forgot where I was tonight. I can't remember what store I was in, but yeah, I saw a couple there. Yeah, I'd like to try using one of those. I have a crock pot, rice cooker, stuff like that, but I've never used the air fryer before. Yeah, stop going. I never went to Sam's Club. I was with
Ang laki
BJ's.
ng ano.
Yeah, we
I
have
haven't,
Sam's Club.
yeah, I haven't been there in years. I don't know why. I stopped going.
Sam's Club is we always buy a grocery there because it's cheap.
Yeah, and you
And
can buy bulk, buy everything all at once, pretty much.
yeah, and Costco also. I go in Costco to buy a pork belly because they have a good pork belly.
Oh, okay. Oh man. Now it's really quiet.
Is that nice? Is that quiet there, Sir Larry?
It's very quiet.
They're quiet.
Everybody, all my neighbors are sleeping. Can't hear.
Have you
people.
seen Tikone Rochelle? She make a homemade pork siopao, Chinese pork bun.
Oh?
Yeah, she love cooking, Rochelle.
Mm.
You remember Rochelle, Sir Larry?
Rochelle.
Yeah, she is her account is Iloilo Kitchen.
Yeah. Ito din sis lady, malaki pero binili ko yung Chinese.
I'm not sure.
Friend of mine here in Lovo.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
She made any kind of foods. Like she can make a Chinese food, she can make Indian food, she can make a Thailand, Japanese, anything she can make.
Nice. Yeah, I got Chinese food last week. Whew.
Wow, how it's go?
No, it was fine. I think I overdid it, and because I hadn't got Chinese food in like 7 months. It was like I just wasn't.
Hey, Sir Larry, did you watch my yeah, did you see the my Sparto like the KFC?
Yeah, I
It's
saw
been a
the
long time. I haven't have KFC. So my partner bought me one bucket of KFC, 10 pieces of
Yeah,
and I
that's
put in the oven. It's loose of I couldn't finish in one go, so I just put in the oven the next
Yeah.
day. And look, there was loads of oil, but it's nice when you put in the oven because it's like the oil is came out.
Yeah, it's
Oh
very
my
that
god.
stuff's very, very greasy. It's very I
Yeah,
can't.
very greasy. I think we had a KFC for a long time. Then I just like I have a KFC now. So we ordered that. Then oh my god, when I put I put in the oven, oh my god, this loads of oil.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So it's
No,
nice
I
when
haven't
you
had that stuff in many, many years. I can't eat stuff like that. I can't eat like fried, greasy foods. Like I just can't.
yeah. Yeah, when I look the one, oh my god, loads of
Now, when I got Chinese food, I got a poo-poo platter. So it was pork, beef teriyaki, shrimp, stuff like that. So it was a mix of basically just meats. But yeah, I think I overdid that one too. It was a bit much. Because, like I said, I haven't eaten that. I think the last time I had Chinese food was in February. Before I just got this, so I just don't like to eat out much at all.
Sir Larry, is
yeah,
there
but
still eat all you can buffet in your place?
What's that?
Do they still have a buffet in your
like
place? Buffet like
it only it as much as you can. We have as well here, Sir Larry, Chinese.
Yeah, they do, but a
Before
lot of
pandemic, we always
them aren't open right now. They're not allowed to be.
yeah, we have there as well. Every time, like before the pandemic, we always go there. We have like eat all you can. So just like my favorite, there is like the prawns. So now they're closed. I think they're closed now because almost a lot of restaurant are
Yeah, there's
closed.
some that are opening up now, but I don't know. I just don't, like I said, I don't go to the places much. But there's a lot of places like that here. Definitely, they're all over the place.
I love going buffet, but we don't have a buffet here no more. They say that they're gonna be closed it forever.
Yeah, a lot of places are closing, and like I said, it's sad, but I don't know. I mean, like I said, I live in an area where you can pretty much get anything anyway. It doesn't matter. Especially if I go down to Portsmouth, about 30 minutes from me, you can literally get, it doesn't matter what kind of food you can get whatever you want. But they are, I think they open most up to 50% capacity, maybe more. But they'll be at full capacity soon. They're gonna have to be because they can't have people eating outside when it's snowing. So
Yeah.
most of the restaurants all summer were outdoor seating only. I'm like, well, we have this thing here called winter. So all the restaurants going to close in November, December.
They always go. There's Gordon Ramsay. He's always went to there in America, sir, Larry, isn't it?
What's that?
Gordon Ramsay. He's a British, I think, but he always go there.
Oh yeah, he was just in Maine, right near me, like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
He was at some restaurant. Yeah.
He's always helping people. People shut down like the restaurant, like they don't know how to cook, how they don't know how to like that, and he helped them.
He went to a seafood place here over in Maine. But I don't watch any of it. I don't really. I know who he is. I don't watch his shows or anything, but I know he does come up here quite often to New England. Yeah.
But he's so funny because he kept like swearing, isn't it? He's always swearing every time he helps people. They give them stress.
Yeah.
He
Well,
always give them stress, the staff, the owner. But he cook good food.
Well, I think because some people, they just want, they show you how to do something, and that's the way they want it done, and they don't have patience. I don't blame them. They just don't have patience for it. Like, this is how I'm telling you to do something. This is the way I want it done, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
And you have to be like that. I mean, what are you gonna do? It's like if somebody was working with me and they did something I told them to do and they did it completely backwards. I mean, that's not how I told you to do it. It's hard to have patience for things like that after you tell someone over and over again. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I learned that the hard way. When I was growing up, certain people I worked for, including my father, you just do it the way you're told to do. And that's just no questions asked. That's the way you do it. And if not, go find something else to do. I've worked for plenty of people like that. I remember when I was like 15, I went to work on this farm for the summer, and they grew produce, tomatoes, lettuce, stuff like that. And I got on a tractor with them, and the first question he asked me, the first day I was there, very first question he said, "Hey kid, are you smart?" And I honestly didn't know how to answer that question. Are you smart? I guess we'll find out. I don't know. But I worked for them for a few years. It was fun. But it was just funny. The personalities you run into, it was pretty hilarious. I almost started laughing. I'm like, are you smart? And just the fact that I didn't know how to answer that question, that bothered me. Like, I guess I'm not stupid, but okay. But that some people are like that.
Yeah.
I've had people do that where I would walk onto a job.
Is your father, Sir Larry, still alive?
What's that?
Your father is still alive? Oh.
Yeah, he just turned 73 last month.
How did he? I was still young.
Yeah. My mother just turned 70 this past week. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You always go there to visit. You always visit to them.
I haven't been down there to visit them since last year, actually, but I'll go down there soon. They're always asking me why I don't go down there, and I don't know. I just don't. But I'll go down there. It's only, like I said, it's like a 3-hour drive, 4 hours probably. But I'll go soon. Because the only way I can keep my mother from from messaging me and texting me when I'm coming down again is to actually go there. So
Do you live far where you live, Sir Larry?
huh?
Do you live far?
It's like a 4-hour drive, 3-4
Huh?
hours. It's about a
4
3 or
hours.
4 hour drive. Yeah, it's not bad.
It's quite far then. It's quite far.
No, because I've been making that trip for years for since the early
Ah.
90s. So it's
How are they? Are they fine? Are they okay?
everybody down there is fine. Yeah.
They're fine. Do you just only contact them by phone, text them, or phone call?
Yeah, I don't visit. I usually only visit a couple times a year anyway. But I'll be down there for I'm sure I'll go down there for Thanksgiving, holidays coming up. So
Okay.
and then in the spring, my oldest son is gonna try to arrange it so I can visit him. Me and my other son can visit him at the same time, like maybe in April or something. So we can all hang out
Okay.
together. But yeah, the holidays I usually go down. I usually go down there for Thanksgiving, Christmas. Yeah. Yeah.
You have like family dinner every
Oh yeah.
Christmas?
Yeah, it's a big deal because I have to go to my mother's house, my father's house, because they've been
Yeah.
for years. So both of my sisters live down there, so they have their own dinners, and yeah, that's the thing. When I go down there, I got to make the rounds because I have a big family. So everybody expects me to go to their place and stop here and there. And luckily, one of my sisters only lives about a mile from my mother's house, so everything's pretty close.
Yeah. But it's
So
because they stuck in their house, isn't it? They can go out like this time of the. Are they the same here? Because here the old people they can go out, so they're stuck in their house. They get bored. They're just only going out to buy like tissue roll.
no, they go. They're free to go. They can go wherever they want there. It's their money.
Okay. Because
No, we don't
here, no, they're
like
not allowed to go
well,
to
like
go
like
out.
Massachusetts, it's another state, and that state they were a little more heavily locked down than I was here, but it's not as bad as it was. It's
That's good. At least
that's why I
you
kept asking them if I go visit you guys, are they gonna like stop me at the border and ask for papers or something? Or, I was just joking, of course, but I told my mother when they stop acting like commies down there, I'll go visit you guys. But until then, I'm not going down there. But everything's pretty cool down there now. So because they were saying you had to quarantine for 14 days, but not if you lived in a bordering state like I live. So
have we got how many siblings you have, Sir Larry?
I have 4 brothers and 2 sisters.
Okay. So they are always visited to your mom sometimes.
Yeah, everybody's kind of spread out, but the only other me and one of my younger brothers lives up here. He lives about 20 minutes from me.
Okay.
I have an older brother that lives in Virginia, which is probably 10 hours away from me driving. And my parents live down there, a couple of my sisters, and another little brother lives down there.
Okay.
So
You're
yeah,
not many. You still just like how many no, brothers? 4. How many brothers? 4
4,
or 2? 4 and sister
2.
2. So 6
Yeah.
include you.
But
So at least you have like family bonding sometimes in Christmas.
yeah, I mean it's fine. It's more my sister's daughters are always asking when I'm coming down. Yeah, my nieces always want me to go down there. They're funny.
Yeah.
But yeah. I'll be down there soon, yeah.
You're getting on well with them.
Huh?
You're getting you're okay to them. They're okay to you.
Oh, they're awesome. Yeah, they always asking about me. They always want me to go down there.
Yeah.
Always asking, "Where's Uncle Larry? Where's Uncle Larry?" I don't know. I'm just here. But yeah.
Like you.
But I haven't
Good.
been down there since. I think I was down there in February. That's the last time I was down there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's like quite a while then.
Yeah.
Yeah, because nobody can go out.
I go visit and I get like, I don't know. I'm the same with my family as I am with everyone else. I can only be there for a couple days before I'm just like, my God, I just want to go back home. So I I'll go down there for a few days or something, sometimes 3 or 4 days. I don't know,
Mhm.
just to visit. They would like me to stay longer, but I don't always want to.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we go down there, and my sister's house, her husband, they have a big theater in their basement. It's a big theater room, so we watch on the big screen. We watch football games and stuff like that. And it's fun. I just go to different places, do
Have
different.
you have like Sir Larry now? Because this time you can see, like you can visit and your parents live quite far. Then you just talking like online or just like video call or something like that.
No,
You didn't.
I just usually text or I call my father. He calls me, or usually
Uh,
we all talk like probably once a week or something. I mean, I
mhm.
don't really talk to my sisters that much. I mean, sometimes through Messenger or Facebook, or
Oh
it's not.
yeah, because
I haven't go out of my
some
way to
now
talk
like
to everybody.
yeah, because like me
I'm
now
just. It's just the
sometimes.
way. That's just the way I am. I'm just like, I don't know.
Mm,
I'm not
yeah,
isolated,
just,
but I don't. I mean, it is. There's sometimes like quite a lot of time goes by, and I understand why they act the way they do, or my mother, how come you haven't been down here so long? And for me, it doesn't seem like a long time. But I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't been down there in months, man. So I forget. I just get caught up in what I'm doing, and I just forget. So I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll be down there for the holidays. I'll go down there for whatever. But usually when I go down there, I won't say anything. I'll just go. And she doesn't like that. But I don't like. I don't know. I just feel like if I say I'm going down there, I don't like to do that. I just show up. If I you'll know I'm
really.
there when I'm there. So that's how I do things. It's just, I know it's like weird, but I don't like to plan things. Usually, it's just like I'm gonna go down to Massachusetts this week, and then I'll show up,
Yeah,
and they'll be, I didn't know you were coming down here. That's the point.
you just turn up.
Oh, I do things
You just
exactly.
you give them surprise. Just surprise.
So yeah, I'm just like I said, it's not that far from me. Even if it's a 4 hour drive, it doesn't seem that long to me because I've been doing that for years. I've
Yeah.
been, I've been making that trip for many, many years. So it doesn't seem, it's nothing to me. And I like to drive anyway.
Is your mom cook nice food, Sir Larry? Did she cook nice food for you? Is your favorite? Sometimes every
Oh yeah,
time you go there.
that's the other thing I get annoyed by. She's always asking me what I want to eat. Like, I don't know. Like, what am I supposed to say? So, it's funny, like, because we have these traditions down there of certain things that we've been doing for many, many years. Like, when I was growing up, it was like every Friday night or Saturday night was pizza night, or every Sunday morning was donuts. There's this place called Mrs. Murphy's Donuts, and they're just melt in your mouth, kind of just, they're so good. But so when I go down there, it's funny, after all these years, we still get pizza from the same exact place. That this place has been in business. It's a family owned place, and it's still around. So I do, when I go down there, I do like stuff like that. These traditional things that we've been doing for years since I was born. And
Yeah.
these places are still there in the same town, still running the businesses. And so
Ah,
I do get
okay.
that. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good. That's nice.
Yeah.
Because here in UK they have family bonding like Sunday. Every Sunday they have Sunday roast. They always Sunday roast family
Yeah.
For they always have a traditional like family Sunday roast. We call like all the family come down to have a dinner. So that's what
Yeah,
we have
we
here.
kind of do that for, I mean, we do that for holidays pretty much. The problem is getting everybody together. It's like never happens. So, like I said, one of my brothers lives farther away. He lives in Virginia. So,
Yeah.
you know, and me and I have a brother that lives close to me. Like I say, he's about 20 minutes from me. And me and him are like the same way. Like we we look for excuses not to go, but we we end up going. You know, we feel the same way about it. Like I don't know why we're like that. We just I don't know. You know, we'll be down there and he'll be like, "Hey, let's take off. Let's go here. Let's go. Okay, yeah, let's get out of here. There's too many people here. It's getting kind of crazy. Let's get out of here." So we'll go do something together. I don't know. We always do things like that. And nobody knows we're gone until we're gone. So everybody's like, "Hey, where'd Larry and Dan go?" Like, nobody knows. So
Yeah.
we're just
It's not
yeah.
so but as long
It's
as
weird how our family, because it's funny because when I was growing up, like my father's family and my mother's family weren't close.
yeah.
They never were. They were always so. When I was growing up, I never really learned that. I wasn't really close to. I don't know. It was just weird. Like so now
This
it's
my food. Arab, my way tam sa
strange.
most good go. Thank you. Because what's that one? Bless my
It was
food.
like both the sides of the family never really got along. They didn't like each
Thank
other,
you, Samsa.
which is it's strange, but it's just the way it was. But I don't know. I think my mother pushes more now because because they're getting older and everything. So that's why
Yeah.
she's, kind of nervous about, you guys should visit more often and stuff like that. And I try to.
Yeah.
I like I said, I will soon.
Mm,
This year has obviously been a little bit different because I would have gone down before, But yeah.
as long as they're healthy, stay healthy. So
Yeah, they are. I mean,
um,
my dad's still working. He's 73. He
thank you,
still
Bliss Food. Bigyan shoutout sa'yo dyan. Ayan, may jacket ka na.
works.
Ikitan nyo lang guys yung may nagbaba ng link dyan na guys. Thank you. It's nice to have a family bonding as long as you are getting on well with them. So it's nice. Some
Yeah, everybody
family,
everybody gets along. It's just like
yeah,
it's weird. We don't really go out of our way to get together. If there's a holiday or something, we do, but it's just one of those things.
yeah,
And it's for me, like I said, I have to. That's why I don't tell anybody, because if I say, "Hey, I'm coming down on this day," everybody tries to like plan all these things. Oh, you're gonna come here for dinner first, right? Oh, you're gonna go to your mother's house. Oh, come to my house first, or my sister's house, or everybody like tries to make all these where Larry's gonna go all this whole week. So I just say I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna show up, and then we just do whatever because I don't want people going out of their way or thinking, oh, you got to be here. Oh, this night, okay, you're gonna be here. Okay, then tomorrow I'll come here, and oh my God. It's like if I'm coming to visit, why don't you all come to me? I don't have
Adi
to
visit,
run around.
Adi came as well to you there to visit to you.
Yeah, it's funny. I get a kick out of it. It's just whatever. It's funny. And then I get like a tour whenever I go to my father's house, he gives me like this tour of all his stuff. And that's like every time I go there, it's the same thing. I'm like, I'm like saying I've seen all this before, but he's just, that's just how my father is. Oh, have I showed you my knife collection or my gun collection or my toy collection? Or I'm thinking to myself, yep, you've shown me 100 times, but show me again. That's just how he is. I always have to be like, oh no, I haven't seen that yet. When I know, yeah, I just saw this last time I was here, but okay. So he's just like, You know, it's just funny listening to them tell me these things. Or my mother would be like, "Oh, do you remember so and so that used to live over here when you were little?" I'm like,
Yeah,
yeah,
they
they
try
all
to.
the time, and I'm like, and if I say no, she'll be like, "How can you not know them? How can you not remember them?" Like, oh my God. So then when they ask me now, I just have to say, "Oh yeah, yeah, I remember them," even though I don't, just to save this argument. You know, how can you not know them? I don't know. I don't remember them. It's just these funny conversations you have with your parents. You remember this?
Yeah.
This? I'm like, no,
Oh,
not.
bless you.
Yeah, yes, I remember, but I've been trying to forget. Yeah, it's pretty
Try to
hilarious.
remember, but try to forget.
I really tried hard to forget.
Oh,
Oh
bless them.
man.
It's so nice, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's nice
it
to
is.
forget.
I laugh about it. I'm not like, you know,
Yeah.
it's
Do,
just
do
I
they,
because I know what to expect when I go there. I know the questions I'm going to get and the things they're going to talk about. And I
yeah.
have to like mentally prepare myself to, okay, here we go. Yeah.
It's nice when you like get together, isn't it? All the family after the this coming Christmas. Hopefully, this
Yeah.
pandemic will be faded,
Well,
then we can get together.
it's for me, it's because like my mother's house, that's the house I grew up in. She's still living in the same house. So
Mm.
yeah, it's kind of special to me, I guess. I like being there. Yeah, that's weird. I do like being there. It's different. Um, yeah, if it's the house you grew up in. I mean, they bought that house in when I was a year old, so 1971. So it's been the same house for all these
You know,
years.
how old is your Larry? 1971. It's quite long, isn't it? They
Huh?
never moved.
No,
They live,
my father
yeah.
did because they got divorced in like 93. But she still lives in the same house. So that's the house I grew up in. That's all I've ever known.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to the same house. That's
Yeah.
good.
So when I go there, I'm always going upstairs or I go down the basement.
Because you
There's
grew up
things
there.
like when we were little that like on the basement wall we might have painted or wrote on the wall, like all this stuff, and that stuff is still there. It's just kind of cool to see all that stuff still, you know.
We
Yeah.
moved different house for many times.
Yeah, I you know, it is a special thing to have the same place. And sometimes I want to move down there. Sometimes I'd rather be down there. I really would.
Yeah, you don't want to be, but they live only on their own.
Huh?
Your mom and your dad just live on their own. No one live there.
No, my mother lives on her own. My dad got remarried years ago.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, my dad got remarried when he was 50. Believe it or not. Yeah.
What do you mean? He married to the other woman? I mean,
Yeah.
ah, okay.
Yeah. So they live
So
together.
they're not live together. They're not live together. They just like he moved to the other. No, his your mom doesn't married to the other man.
My mother never got remarried, no.
No,
My
you
father,
just only your dad.
my father did, yeah. Back
Yeah.
in I think it was 1998, he got married again. Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah. So they live my father and his wife live probably about 30 minutes from where my mother lives.
Oh,
So
really?
everybody's still very
Really?
close. Yeah, everybody's still
Just
close.
so close. Wow.
But they all get along. They all meet. My father and his wife, we all meet at like my sister's
Getting
house.
along. Oh, yeah, that's
Everybody
good.
gets along, and yeah, it's always been like that. My mother never really moved on, so
Okay.
that's where I'm taking after my mother. Like I haven't dated or anything in many years, so I'm more like my mother for some reason. I'm very stubborn. So whenever my mother mentions to me how stubborn I am,
Yeah.
she has to,
I'm
I think she should
stubborn.
really stop and think where I got that from. So it's because I obviously learned it from her. I don't tell her that, but it should be obvious, you know. Because
So,
sometimes she'll talk to my brother, and my brother will
yeah.
tell me these things. He goes, "You know, mom called me, and she's like, how come Larry's like this, or how come Larry's not visiting, or how come Larry, you know, he always has to tell her, I think you know Larry by now, don't you? Like, you know, why are you asking me all these questions when you already know what he's like, you know? It is funny, you know.
But is your mom now, Sir Larry? She live on her own.
Yeah, yeah, she has for years. Yeah. Well, my nephew moved in. My nephew lives there now.
Ah, your nephew, yeah.
She has somebody there, yeah. But yeah, it's strange. I mean, it was a pretty normal upbringing, I guess. Everything's pretty much just.
As long as she have somebody to live, it's okay.
Right. And like I said, one of my sisters only lives like a mile from her. She lives right down the road. So she's always there because my mother will always be with my nieces, you know, playing with them, doing things with them. And so everybody's still, you know, connected. Everybody's still kind of around.
Yeah. That's a good thing for that.
And I live in the town I grew up in is pretty much like where I live now. It's just a very quiet, like a farm town, very quiet place. So.
You live in like a village, isn't it, Mr. Larry?
Yeah, it's like, kind of, I mean, yeah, it's just like wilderness, fields. She lives where her property is right next to fields. It's fields across the street. It's just, yeah, it was all like a farm town. That's what that town was many years ago. It still is to some extent.
That's good.
Yeah, so it's fun for me.
Your mom can drive, Mr. Larry. Still can drive. She still can drive until now.
Yeah, she always drives.
Yeah, because here, if you 70 years old, you still can allowed to drive as long as you can see the road. Yeah,
as long as they probably, I think they do some kind of eye test and stuff like that. You know?
Yeah, the same here as well. Like 70, 75, I still can drive here. 75 years, he's still driving.
Yeah.
They can drive here. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll make a trip down there. So I'm actually starting tomorrow. I got to start looking for another truck.
You're looking for another truck?
Yeah, just because.
I did my car for MOT this end of this month. MOT.
But
MOT check.
But yeah, sometimes I feel like I do want to go down there because now I'm in a situation where my kids are grown, my kids are moved out, they're doing their own thing. I don't have to be in one place. I don't have to be here. I don't have to be anywhere. I can go and do whatever I want. There's nothing holding me back. So I don't know. I love New Hampshire. I love where I live, but I do kind of miss home sometimes. Like when I go down to visit, it's just.
Well, you don't want to live with your mom, then. Yeah, but you don't want that like that, isn't it? Because
no, I don't want. No, I don't
your own.
No, definitely not do that. But the problem is she always needs stuff done down there. So like I helped with her remodel her bathroom a few years ago, and sometimes she needs work done. She might need some new lights or need something painted, or I'm the only one in the family that can do that. You know, my father ain't gonna do it. So, you know, I keep telling her I can't, you know, go down there for a week to do all this stuff. You know, I have things I'm doing here. So I try to find a time to do things, you know. I don't know.
It's nice to see them sometime every weekend, but no, it's hard.
Yeah, it gets difficult. Like I think she had to hire somebody to do something because I couldn't come down there and do it. But I mean, I wish I could, but I can't be down there all the time. Just the way it is.
Yeah. But if your sister keep in touch with them, so it's okay.
Yeah, they do. She's at my sister's house almost every day. But, oops.
So you're not working tomorrow, Sir Larry?
No. I finished painting. I got some other stuff I'm gonna do for them, but I'm gonna take a couple days and take care of some things and then go do that. Because that painting job really kind of wore me down. So I'm gonna I'm gonna take a couple days and relax.
Yeah. We go to jail tomorrow. So are we doing like
Sushi.
sushi?
Knew it. I knew it. Yeah.
Yeah. We're going a sushi. So yeah,
Yeah, that's what
we're
she
doing
said Wednesday, right? Wednesday.
Korean food. We've been doing Korean food. So
Awesome.
she invited me to have a dinner to her house to make we're doing Korean food, hot pot Korean food and sushi. Did you try to sushi, Larry? You like sushi?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had sushi for, I don't know, it's been a long time, probably almost a year. But we have places here that make it fresh.
I really
I've
like
never-
sushi.
Yeah, I've never made it.
Mm.
My
I really
son,
like sushi.
my son makes it sometimes, but I've never tried to make it.
We have the what you call that something black I forgot what is that name. We have like that.
What is it?
You know how when you roll something that the associated you cut that. I don't know. I forgot that name. Like a seaweeds.
Oh
And
yeah,
you can,
yeah. I've seen my son doing that too before. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly
yeah.
what it is. Yeah.
We have like that. Then we can put that there. So she's always making she's always making like sushi sometimes.
Wow.
She always made sometimes that. So
Cool.
like tomorrow we'll go there.
Are you gonna
Have a good
vlog?
one.
Are you guys gonna vlog about it, like making the sushi?
Making sushi.
Are you gonna vlog it?
Yeah, we will blog it because she was like, okay, we will do that. We're doing live.
No, that'd be good. Yeah.
We blog it.
All right, cool.
Doing sushi. I think
Right.
there's something like a rice for sushi, and then we cook that for. I put that before. I'm always then you put. It's easy to do it. After while you cook the rice properly, then like a flat sheet or seaweeds.
Mhm.
So yeah, we will always eat when we went to the restaurant, the Chinese restaurant, eat all you can.
Yeah.
So we can loads of selection there, loads of sushi. So nice.
Yep. Hey, I'm gonna go now because I'm really tired.
Yeah. Okay, Sir Larry. Thank you, Sir Larry. Nice to have a chat with you. Nice
All right.
talking to you.
Thank you.
And also I'm also going now because tomorrow but I'm just finish these things, then I will close in a minute. Thank you, Sir Larry, for
All
your
right.
time. Nice to
Take
talk
care.
to you.
Bye,
Take
everybody.
care, Sir Larry.
Anyone still
Thank you.
around?
Have a
See you
good
later.
night. Yeah, Lisa is still there, I think. But I'm going to close down in a minute. Thank you, Sir Larry. Bye-bye. Lisa, nandiyan ka pa? I-close ko na today, ha? Kaya aalis ako bukas. Hello, Day. Hello, Ma'am Elvira, nandiyan ka pa ba? Misitan saktan. Ano ko na, thank you sa inyo dyan lahat, guys. I-close ko na rin to. Wala na si Lisa, natulog na. I-close ko na rin to kasi alis ako bukas ng maaga. Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you so much sa inyo dyan lahat, guys. Sir Sanrio, nandiyan ka pa ba? Thank you so much sa inyo lahat dyan, ha? Magsara na rin ako kasi alis ako bukas. Thank you sa inyong lahat. Good night and goodbye. Si Lisa wala na, nakatulog na. Bye-bye, Day, Lisa.